we are, then. I hope we've been having a nice snooze.
I have been knitting, and I have dropped a stitch.
Oh, dearie, dearie me. Well, we'll soon put that right, won't we?
You will. My eyesight is not good enough.
Oh, I'm sure we can do that in a jiffy. Let's have a look at it.
Why does she have to treat me as if I were a mentally retarded child? I'm old and short-sighted, and I've had a bad attack of bronchitis, but I am still compos mentis, thank God.
There we are, dear. That's done.
Thank you.
Now, I'm just going to put on my hat and coat before I go out for a little toddle.
It's all Dr. Haydock's fault for insisting that I shouldn't go on sleeping alone in the house. And it was very good of Raymond to get someone in, if only it didn't have to be Miss Knight. Perhaps if I can think of enough things for her to do while she's having her little toddle, I might manage to slip out without her noticing.
Here we are, then. Anything I can get you while I'm out, dear?
Well, you might go into Longdon's and see if the curtains are ready. And perhaps another skein of this blue wool from Mrs. Weasley. And a box of black currant lozenges from the chemist's. Oh, and change my book at the library, but don't let them give you anything that isn't on my list. This last one was quite dreadful.
Oh, dearie, dearie me. Spring Sweet Passion. And I was sure you'd love it. But there's no accounting for taste.
Then, if it isn't too far for you, perhaps you wouldn't mind going to Hallett's to see if they have one of those up-and-down egg whisks, not the turn-the-handle kind. I hope that won't be too much for you.
Don't give it a thought. Now, you'll be a good little girl while I'm gone, won't you?
Once I was certain that she was out of sight, I slipped out of the side door, took the path through the vicarage garden, and went over the little bridge that led to the development. Aubrey Close, Langland Close, why do they have to call them that? My Uncle Edwin lived in a real close, but he was a canon of... Oh, dear.
Are you all right? I hope you haven't hurt yourself.
How very stupid of me not looking where I was going.
There we are. No bones broken. Well, I expect you're feeling a bit shaken.
Yes, I am rather.
You'd better come into the house and have a sit down. I'll make you a cup of tea.
Oh, no, thank you, no sugar.
Nonsense. You must have sugar. It's wonderful for shock. I know all about it. I was abroad with ambulances during the war. 4 lumps.
Oh.
Get that down you and you'll be as right as rain.
You're very kind.
Oh, I love helping people. Regular ministering angel, that's me. Here's my husband home. Arthur, we've got a visitor.
What did you say, Heather? Good afternoon.
This poor lady fell down right outside our gate.
Your wife is very kind, Mr...
Badcock's the name. Were you on your way anywhere in particular?
No, I was just taking a walk. I live in the house by the vicarage. My name is Marple.
Well, I never. You're the lady who does all the murders.
Oh, Heather, Miss Marple
Well, not
doesn't...
actually do the murders. It was you who solved the business up at Gossington Hall, wasn't it? The body on the library carpet.
Well, the murder wasn't actually...
And have you heard who's coming to live there now?
No, I knew that the house was on the
Marina
market.
Gregg.
The film actress?
She and her husband, Jason Rudd. He's a producer, or something like that. Of course, she hasn't done many pictures lately. Well, she was ill for a long time. But there's never been anyone quite like her. Did you see Mary of Scotland?
Well, I can't...
And that other one, what was it called? Carmen something?
Carmenella.
I've always been a terrific fan of hers. The great thrill of my life was when there was a big show in aid of the St. John Ambulance in Bermuda, and Marina Gregg came to open it. I was mad with excitement. And then on the very day I went down with a temperature and the doctor said I couldn't go.
Oh.
But I wasn't going to be beaten. So I got up and put a lot of makeup on my face and went along. And I was introduced to her. And she talked to me for quite 3 minutes and gave me her autograph. I've never forgotten that day.
Oh, I hope that there were no unfortunate after effects.
Oh, none at all. What I say is if you want a thing, you've got to take risks. But I'm neglecting you, Miss Marple. Would you like another cup of tea?
No, thank you. You've been very kind, but I really must be going. I wonder whether you would be so good as to ring Inch for me.
Inch?
Oh, no, he's not Inch anymore. He's called Roberts, I think, but it's still called Inch's taxi service, I believe.
Right you are, Miss Marple, and you'd like him to take you back home?
No, I think that there's just time for me to pay a quick call on Mrs. Bantry.
The lady that used to own Gossington Hall. I'll see to it straight away.
I really don't care what they do with the place. I never felt the same about it after we found that poor girl on the hearthrug. I couldn't bear to live there now, Jane. The lodge is good enough for me.
And is it true about Marina Gregg?
Oh, yes. It's quite definite. They've started moving in already.
How very lovely she was. I shall never forget those early films of hers. They were terribly sentimental, but I did enjoy them so. That was a long time ago, Dolly.
Yes, she must be... What do you think? 45?
Nearer 50, I should think.
She hasn't been in a film for a long time. She had that bad nervous breakdown after one of her divorces.
Such a lot of husbands they all have. It really must be quite tiring.
I met her when I was in California.
Oh, what was she like?
Charming. So natural and unspoiled. But I suppose that's what's expected of them. You learn how to do it.
She's had 4 husbands, hasn't she?
At least. There was an early one that didn't count, before she went to Hollywood. Then there was Robert Truscott, I think. I can't remember them all. There was Isadore Wright, the novelist. They had a baby, I think. She'd always wanted a baby. But something went wrong, she had a breakdown and began to take drugs.
And now she's married again.
Yes. Jason Rudd. They're going to do a film together about Elizabeth of Austria, I believe. Anyway, you'll have a chance to see her for yourself. She's throwing the hall open to the public for a fete in aid of the St. John Ambulance Corps.
Oh, I don't think that's my kind of thing at all. And I'm sure Miss Knight would never permit it. I suppose Marina Gregg is having a lot done to the house.
So I've heard. No expense spared. They've sent me an invitation to go round there the day before the fete, a kind of private view.
Ooh.
I can't wait to see what they've done to the place.
I really can't get over it, Mrs. Bantry. It's such an amazing coincidence. Meeting you like that in San Francisco, and then 2 years later we come to England and buy your house. I hope you don't feel we're intruders.
Your coming here is the most exciting thing that's ever happened to the place.
But I'm forgetting you don't know my husband, do you? Jason, this is Mrs. Bantry.
How do you do?
A husband is always an afterthought. But let me say with my wife that we're very glad to welcome you here. I hope you don't feel it ought to be the other way around.
You really must get it out of your heads that I'm being driven from my old home. I've been congratulating myself ever since I sold it. And I've had a perfectly splendid time travelling abroad and going to see my daughters and grandchildren.
You have grandchildren?
9 to date. It's great fun being a grandmother. You don't have any of the worry of parental responsibility. You can spoil them in the most abandoned way. My youngest daughter's little girl...
Won't you have a cup of tea, Mrs. Bantry?
Oh, thank you.
And can I offer you a hot scone or a cake? You see, we've quite taken to your English afternoon tea.
It reminds me of my childhood.
Thank you. I would love a scone.
Here you are.
I do so hope you enjoy it here. Do you expect to have this house for long?
I want to stay here forever. Oh, I don't mean that I shan't have to go away a lot, but this will be my home. I shall always be able to come here. That's what's so wonderful, to have found a home at last.
Of course, the whole of St. Mary Mead descended on Gossington Hall for the open day, eager to see for themselves what the film people had done to the place. The swimming pool in particular caused great satisfaction. It was large, it was blue, And there was much speculation about the wicked orgies that would doubtless take place in and around it.
Councillor and Mrs. Philpott.
Inside the house, on the second floor, a room had been set aside for special guests, and Marina Gregg stood at the top of the staircase to receive them, while her Italian butler stood in as major domo.
The Reverend and Mrs. Clement.
And there was one person who was certainly not going to let slip an opportunity to renew an old acquaintance.
Mr. and Mrs. Badcock.
I'm sure you don't remember me, Miss Gregg. Well, how could you, with all the people you meet? And anyway, it was years ago, in Bermuda. I was there with our ambulance units.
How very interesting.
I was only a girl at the time, and I was such a fan of yours. And when I realised there was a chance of actually meeting you in the flesh...
It's really very kind of you.
It was the most important thing that had ever happened to me. I was mad with excitement. And on
Two
the
of the
very day I
guests
was
were
to meet
complete strangers to St. Mary Mead. Ardwick Fenn and Lola Brewster had come all the way from Hollywood.
Well, I must say, Marina certainly knows how to do things in style.
So gracious and charming and condescending.
I guess she's getting into training for playing Elizabeth of Austria. She's certainly giving the locals their money's worth.
I wish that woman who's talking to her would stop telling her life story. Oh, I need a drink.
Hey, what's come over Marina all of a sudden? She looks like she's seen a ghost.
Never forgotten how wonderful you were that day. It was 100 times worth it.
Oh, what a nice little story, Mrs.
Badcock?
Now, let me get you a drink, Mrs. Badcock. What would you like?
Well, usually I only have a lemonade or a tomato juice.
Oh, this is a festive occasion. You must have a daiquiri cocktail. It's Marina's favorite. What about you, darling?
Oh, I've had far too many. But why not? As you say, it's a festive occasion.
Here's your breakfast tray, dear. Oh, I see we've drawn our curtains back already.
I wake early. You probably will when you're my age.
Mrs. Bantry rang up about half an hour ago. She wanted to speak to you, but I said she'd better try again after you'd had your breakfast.
When my friends ring up, I prefer to be told.
I'm sorry, I'm sure, but it seemed very inconsiderate. When you've had your nice tea and your boiled egg and your toast, then you can speak to her. Oh, that'll be Cherry. Why does she have to slam the door when she comes in? It's like the way she always starts singing when she turns the vacuum on. Why can't she be more respectful?
It would never enter Cherry's head that she would have to be respectful. Why should she? Come in, Cherry. And now, Miss Knight, I'd like you to ring up Mrs. Bantry and find out what she wanted. I'm sure it must be something important.
Very well, Miss Marple.
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Miss Marple.
Morning.
I thought I'd come up straight away to see if you'd heard the news.
What news, Cherry?
About what happened at the big do at Gossington Hall yesterday.
Well, what did happen?
Somebody died in the middle of it all.
Oh.
And Mrs. Badcock lives round the corner from us. I don't suppose you know her.
Oh, but I do know her. She helped me up when I had my fall the other day. She was very kind.
Some people would call it interfering. Anyway, she up and died just like that.
But what did she die of?
Search me. As far as I heard, she had a glass of something, and about 5 minutes later she was took bad and died before you could snap your fingers.
How very shocking. Did she suffer from heart trouble?
Sound as a bell, they say, but of course you never know, do you? Anyway, I can tell you this. They've not sent her home.
What do you mean, not sent her home?
The body. The doctor said there'd have to be a post-mortem.
Is her husband terribly upset?
Looks as white as a sheet. Never saw a man so badly hit. To look at, that is to say.
Was he so very devoted to her?
He did what she told him and gave her her own way, but that doesn't always mean you're devoted, does it?
No.
It may mean you haven't got the courage to stick up for yourself.
Mrs. Bantry's gone out. She didn't tell anybody where she was going.
I can guess where she's going. She's coming here. I'm getting up.
It all happened so quickly. This woman, whatever her name was...
Heather Badcock.
She arrives full of life and spirit. And about a quarter of an hour later, she sits down on a chair, says she doesn't feel very well, gasps a bit, and dies. I practically saw it happen.
Splendid. I mean, well, you know what I mean. So you can tell me exactly what happened.
Well, they were having a reception upstairs for special guests.
Like you.
Well, yes, if you put it like that. And this Badcock woman was there because of the St. John ambulance, I suppose. Anyway, she and her husband were introduced to Marina Gregg. And then Mrs. Badcock, launched out on some long rigmarole about how she met Marina long ago. She wasn't very tactful about it, kept on saying what a long time ago it was. I'm sure that film actresses don't really like being reminded of their age. Still, she wouldn't think of that, I suppose.
No, I don't imagine she was the sort of woman who would, but go on.
Well, the odd thing was that Marina didn't do her stuff.
You mean she was annoyed?
Oh, no, not that. As a matter of fact, I am not at all sure she heard a word the silly woman was saying. She was staring over her shoulder at the wall opposite, staring with... I don't know how to describe it.
Oh, do try, Dolly. I think perhaps that it might be important.
She had a kind of frozen look, as though she'd seen something that...
As though she'd seen what?
Do you remember Tennyson's The Lady of Shalott? The mirror cracked from side to side. The curse has come upon me, cried the Lady of Shalott. Well, that's what she looked like.
She had a frozen look, and she was looking over Mrs. Badcock's shoulder at the wall. What was on the wall?
Picture. A copy of the Bellini Madonna and Child.
I can't see that a picture could have that effect on her.
Especially as she must see it every day.
There were still people coming up the stairs, I suppose?
Yes, there were. You mean she might have been looking at one of them?
Well, it is possible, isn't it? Who were they, do you remember?
Now, let me see. She'd already met the mayor and the vicar. There was a rather arty-looking girl taking photographs of people having their hands shaken by Marina. There was Dr. Sanford and his wife. There were two people I didn't know at all. A dark, rather forceful-looking man and a woman who might have been an actress. A bit overblown and the minky kind. And then there were the Grices from Lower Farm.
Oh, apart from the strangers, it doesn't sound very promising. What happened next?
I think Jason Rudd must have nudged her or something. Because all of a sudden, Marina seemed to pull herself together and smiled at Mrs. Badcock and began to say all the usual things.
And then?
Jason Rudd gave them drinks.
What kind of drinks?
Daiquiris, I think. I didn't see what happened after that.
Why ever not?
Oh, I had to take a gaggle of tiresome women round the rest of the house. The next thing I knew was when a secretary woman came rushing along and said someone had been taken ill.
And now there's to be an inquest.
And a post-mortem. I suppose the husband's the most likely suspect.
It generally is.
Did you meet him?
Yes, but only for a short time.
Did he look as though he'd like to poison her?
Oh, really, Dolly?
I'll bet you the police will be round on his doorstep like a shot.
I imagine the findings of the inquest must have come as a bit of a shock, Mr. Badcock.
I can't understand it. It's just incredible. What is this stuff she's supposed to have taken? Bi-ethyl?
There's an easier name for it. It's sold under the trade name of Carmo. Ever come across it?
I can't say that I have, Inspector.
It's more commonly used in America than here. Carmo is a happy drug, a tranquilizer, prescribed for people who are under stress or suffering from insomnia. If you stick to the prescribed dose, it's quite safe, but it can be dangerous if you exceed the recommended amount. Your wife had 6 times more than the normal dose.
But Heather would never have taken a thing like that. She was one of the most cheerful women you can imagine. It must have been a mistake of some kind.
It's a very difficult mistake to imagine. What did she have to eat or drink while she was at Gossington Hall?
Well, we had a cup of tea and a bun in the marquee on the lawn. It was a terrible scrum in there. Then this young lady came and said Miss Gregg would be pleased to see my wife. Of course, Heather was delighted. She'd been talking of nothing else for days.
And so you went to meet Miss Gregg?
Heather told her the story of how they'd met in the West Indies years ago. Everything seemed as right as rain. And then Mr. Rudd gave Heather a cocktail, a daiquiri, he said it was. And he brought one for Miss Gregg as well.
And what did you have?
Oh, I had a small sherry.
And you 3 stood drinking together?
Well, no, not exactly. There were more people coming up the stairs. An American couple, I think. So we sort of moved on a bit.
And your wife drank her daiquiri then?
No, she didn't. A woman from the St. John ambulance came up and she put her cocktail down on one of the tables.
So when did she drink it?
The room was getting rather crowded by then, and somebody jogged Heather's elbow and the drink got spilt.
Her glass got spilt?
It went down her dress, and I think it went over Miss Gregg's dress too. Miss Gregg couldn't have been nicer. She gave Heather her handkerchief to wipe her dress, and she passed over the drink she was holding and said, "Have this one, I haven't touched it yet."
She handed your wife her own drink? You're quite sure of that?
Oh, yes. Heather wouldn't take it at first, but Miss Gregg laughed and said, "I've had far too many already."
And then?
Heather turned away and drank it rather quickly. And then we walked a little way along the corridor, looking at the pictures. I met an old pal of mine, Councillor Grigson, and we had a bit of a chat. I happened to look round and saw that Heather was sitting in a chair looking rather odd. Her head was rolling a little, and I asked her what was the matter, and she gave a kind of gasp, and her head fell forward. She was dead. I couldn't believe it.
Dermot Craddock, how are you, my dear boy?
Aunt Jane.
Though you're hardly a boy now. What are you? A chief inspector, or the new thing they call a commander?
Just a chief inspector, Aunt Jane.
I suppose I need not ask what you're doing down here, but I didn't expect our little local murder to be worthy of the attention of Scotland Yard.
The chief constable is not so sure it really is a little local murder. He reckons that if someone simply wanted to get rid of Heather Badcock, then a fete at Gossington Hall was a rather odd occasion to choose.
Why run the risk of someone seeing you slip a deadly dose of a drug into a cocktail?
Exactly. So, as soon as I got down here, I came straight round to headquarters.
Meaning me? I'm afraid I'm not very much in touch with things nowadays. I don't get out very often.
You get out enough to fall down on the doorstep of a woman who gets herself murdered 10 days later.
I don't know where you learn these things.
You should know. You told me yourself that in a village everybody knows everything. And just off the record, did you see a look in her husband's eye that reminded you of Harry Simpson or Davy Jones or somebody you'd known years ago who pushed his wife off a precipice?
No, I did not. And I'm sure Mr. Badcock would never do anything of the kind. At least, I'm nearly sure.
But human nature being what it is...
Exactly.
So, where do you think I should start?
Well, not with Mr. Badcock. If I were you, I would have a word with Marina Gregg.
Oh no, signore. It is not possible. Miss Marina Gregg will see nobody.
Now, look here, Mr...
My name is Giuseppe. I'm the butler.
Look, Giuseppe... Surely she must realize that this is a case of suspected murder.
But she's sick, signore. Her own physician says she must see no one. He has written a certificate. Would you like to see it?
No, don't bother. Does she always have her own doctor in attendance?
Always. Dr. Gilchrist has looked after her for many years.
I see. Then could I see Mr. Rudd?
I'm sorry, he's at the studios. But very soon he will be coming back.
I see. In the meantime, perhaps I could have a word with this Dr. Gilchrist?
But certainly, signore. I will take you to him.
If you were to question Marina now, she'd be in a state of hysteria within minutes. I can't permit that.
And how long is this state of affairs likely to continue?
If you want my opinion, a human one, not a medical opinion, any time within the next 48 hours, and she'll be not only willing, but asking to see you. Marina's got one of those temperaments that swing to and fro all the time. You must understand, Chief Inspector, that the movie actor's life is one of continuous strain, and the more successful you are, the greater the strain.
Is that why she takes this stuff calmo? I presume she does take it.
Lives on it pretty well. They all do. Ella, all of them. There's a bottle of it in most of the bathroom cupboards.
I suppose that it was a considerable shock for her. A sudden death occurring in the middle of a party like that, or might it be something more?
Well, you can't tell, of course, how people are going to react.
What exactly do you mean by that, Doctor?
I must ask you to keep what I'm going to tell you confidential. Not from your colleagues, of course, but from the outer world. Particularly the people in the house here.
I can't bind myself, but in general terms, yes, I agree.
After this thing happened, she broke down completely. I gave her a sedative and stayed there beside her, holding her hand. Just before she went off into unconsciousness, she said, "It was meant for me."
And afterwards, the following day?
She never alluded to it. When I raised the point, she told me I must have imagined it.
But do you think she meant it?
I'm certain of it. She definitely believed the poison was meant for her.
I appreciate what you've told me, and I realize your motive. If what Marina Gregg told you is true, then her life is still in danger.
That is the whole point.
Have you any idea what her reason for believing it was?
No.
Just one more thing, Doctor. Do you know if she has mentioned this to her husband?
I'm sure she hasn't. That is why, when you speak to him, I ask that you keep what I've told you confidential.
Can I offer you a drink, Inspector?
Not just now, thank you.
Not the house to take a drink in, is that what you're thinking?
As a matter of fact, it wasn't what I was thinking.
Oh, please sit down.
Thank you.
Well, what do you want to know? What can I tell you?
Well, I've just been talking to Dr. Gilchrist. He informs me that your wife is not yet strong enough to be asked questions.
I doubt if there is anything my wife could tell you that you could not learn equally from me.
Did you have any previous acquaintance with the dead woman, Heather Badcock?
None whatever.
But she claimed to have known your wife.
Oh, yes. Some 12 or 13 years ago in Bermuda. As soon as Mrs. Badcock was introduced to Marina, she burst into a long rigmarole of how, although she was suffering from flu at the time, she'd managed to go along and get my wife's autograph.
Now, I've been told that your wife looked rather distressed during the time that Heather Badcock was speaking to her. Was that the case?
Very possibly. Marina is not particularly strong. Toward the end of a long day, she is inclined to flag. I do remember that she was a little slow in making her reply to Mrs. Badcock. I think I nudged her slightly on the elbow.
Do you think that something had diverted her attention? Could she have noticed an unwelcome guest?
Not that I know of. As I say, it was probably just tiredness.
Has it occurred to you, Mr. Rudd, that the poisoning of Heather Badcock may have been entirely accidental? That the intended victim was your wife?
Yes, it has occurred to me. In fact, I've been sure of it all along.
But you said nothing to that effect at the inquest. Why not?
I didn't want my wife to think she had narrowly escaped dying by poison.
I'm not sure that I entirely understand your reason for keeping silent.
Well, perhaps it is a little difficult to appreciate. Marina is incapable of taking a rational, prudent view of life. In her previous marriages, she expected, like a child reading a fairy story, to live happy ever afterwards.
And she didn't.
There are some women who can take the failure of a marriage fairly lightly, but Marina wasn't capable of that. She became obsessed with the notion that nothing would ever go right for her. She was wildly anxious to have children, and no children came. A celebrated physician advised her to adopt a child. He thought that that might diminish the tensions that prevented her conceiving. Marina adopted no less than 3 children. But for her, it was never the real thing. Now, you can imagine her joy when 11 years ago she found that she was going to have a child. She was in good health, and there was good reason for everything to go well. As you may or may not know, the child was born mentally deficient and imbecile. Marina couldn't cope with it. She had a complete breakdown and was ill for years.
And it was then that she met you?
Mm-hmm. I managed to get her to take an interest in life again, but the real problem was getting her back into pictures. It was quite a battle, but we managed it, and as you know, shooting has already started. Everything was going well until that woman had to die. Here. I couldn't risk Marina getting to know an attempt had been made on her life. It would have precipitated another collapse. Do you understand now?
Yeah, I see your point of view. But isn't there something you're forgetting? If the poison really was meant for your wife, then the killer will try again.
Well, naturally, I'd considered that. But now that I've been forewarned, I can take precautions for her safety.
And you're sure that she doesn't suspect the poison was meant for her?
Such an idea would never occur to her.
So, whom do you suggest?
I can't tell you.
Do you mean you can't, or you won't?
Can't. It seems impossible that anyone would dislike her enough to kill her.
But surely you can't get where she has in the film business without making enemies.
Oh, yeah, there's plenty of enmity and jealousy in our world. But to do a thing like that...
But there must be something beyond petty dislike and envy. Is there anyone your wife has injured in the past?
Well, honestly, I don't think so. And I may say I've given the matter a good deal of thought.
A love affair somewhere?
I suppose Marina has occasionally treated men badly, but I can think of nothing to cause lasting ill will.
Can you think of any woman who might have a lasting grudge against her?
Nobody offhand. But you can never tell with women.
Who would benefit financially by your wife's death?
Myself, of course. And looking at it from a different angle, the actress who might replace her in the film.
There's one more thing I'd like you to do for me. Now, I need a list of every single person who was in the room and on the stairs at the time of the murder.
Oh, you would do far better to consult my secretary, Ella Zelinsky, about that. She will have a note of all the people who were invited, and she has a most accurate memory.
That's the best I can do, I'm afraid. I can't guarantee that all the local people invited actually turned up.
A very efficient piece of work. What does your job involve exactly? Are you a kind of liaison officer between the studios and Gossington Hall?
No, I've nothing to do with the studios, thank God. My job is to look after Miss Gregg's public and private engagements, and to supervise the running of the house.
You like the job?
It's extremely well paid, and I find it reasonably interesting. I didn't bargain for murder, though. You really are sure it's murder?
6 times the dose of diethyl whatever. It could hardly be called anything else.
But couldn't it have been an accident?
And how could such an accident have occurred?
More easily than you'd imagine. What with all the bottles and powders and capsules these people carry about with them, and what with popping in a tranquilizer here and a pep pill somewhere else, don't you think it would be easy enough for the whole thing to get mixed up?
I don't see how it could apply in this case.
Well, I think it could. Suppose one of the guests wanted a sedative or a reviver and put too much in the glass. Then they put the glass down and go off somewhere, and Mrs. What's-her-name comes along, thinks it's her glass, and picks it up and drinks it.
But we know that the glass that Mrs. Badcock drank out of was Marina Gregg's own glass.
Or what she thought was her own glass. She'd pick up any glass that looked as though it was hers. I've seen her do it again and again.
Is Miss Gregg a difficult person to work for?
I'm sorry.
Bless you.
Blessing won't help. It's hay fever. I'm not used to the country. Marina's a great artist, and because of that it's quite a privilege to work for her. Taken personally, of course, she's hell.
What kind of hell?
She's no kind of moderation. Everything is always terrifically exaggerated, and she changes her mind all the time. And there are an enormous lot of things that can never be mentioned because they upset her.
Such as?
Well, naturally, mental breakdown and anything to do with children.
Children? In what way?
Well, it upsets her to see children or to hear of people being happy with children. I guess you've heard about her own child.
But you'd think that after all these years...
It's an obsession with her. She broods on it.
What does Mr. Rudd feel about it?
Oh, it wasn't his child. It was her previous husband, Isidore Wrights.
And where is he now?
Married again and lives in Florida.
Would you say that Marina Gregg made many enemies during her life?
Not more than most. There are always rows over other women or other men or over contracts. And...
She wasn't afraid of anyone?
Marina? Why should she be?
Well, just a thought. I can see I've got a lot to learn about the film business.
Smiles all round, the happy faces of Marina's adopted children transported to a life of luxury in the Hollywood sunshine of a fabulous Beverly Hills villa.
Well, I never. What on earth are you reading?
It's called Movie News, I think.
News from the stars? Hollywood scandals? Where on earth did you get this lot?
From the hairdressers. Mrs. Jameson was glad to get rid of them.
But what are you reading them for?
I'm trying to instruct myself in the moving picture world.
Oh, fantastic lives they lead.
Specialised lives. It reminds me very much of the things a hospital nurse friend of mine used to tell me. The same simplicity of outlook and all the gossip and the rumours and good-looking doctors causing any amount of havoc.
I suppose it's Marina Gregg coming to live at Gossington Hall set you off on all this.
That and the sad event that happened there.
It's a funny old business, isn't it? I mean, I don't see who could have murdered her except her husband. And he's such a weak type. Still, the worm will turn, as they say.
Poor Mr. Badcock.
And people are saying he was upset and nervy at the fete that day, before it happened. Is that Inspector friend of yours? I'll take the Hoover upstairs. Morning, Inspector.
Good morning. Good morning, Aunt Jane.
Good morning, Dermot.
Doing your homework, I see. Is all that bump giving you any ideas?
Well, yes, there is one question I should like to ask.
And what's that?
What about the children?
Children? There's only one, and he's in a sanatorium somewhere in America.
Oh, no, that's not what I mean. I'm talking about the children in this article here. 2 boys and a girl adopted by Marina Gregg. One was a foreign refugee and one was an American child. I don't know about the other. I'd like to find out what happened to them.
Yes, I did vaguely wonder about them myself. But how do you connect them with this business?
Well, as far as I can find out, they're not living with her now, are they?
I expect they were well provided for.
So when she got tired of them, they were thrown out. Children feel things more than people ever imagine. The sense of hurt, of being rejected, of not belonging anymore. It's the sort of thing that might rankle.
Yes, but isn't it a bit far-fetched to think...
I haven't got as far as that. I just wondered where they were now and how old they would be. Grown up, I should imagine.
Well, there's no harm in checking up.
But do you have any positive leads yourself?
Miss Zelinsky. The secretary at Gossington Hall.
Oh.
She's given me a list of all the people who were in the house at the time of the murder. I've got Cornish checking through it now.
And what about Marina's husband? I believe you went to see him.
There's not much escapes you, is there? I'm not so sure about Jason Rudd. He says that Marina mustn't know that she was the intended victim, but I'm pretty sure she knows very well.
And that she may have an idea who it was that did it.
It could be that the motive behind the attack is something she doesn't want to come to her husband's ear.
And what about the secretary woman? Is she in love with the husband, do you think?
I should imagine so. What put that idea into your head?
Well, it so often happens.
I suppose it's a possible motive.
But I'd still like to know more about those children.
You've got quite a bee in your bonnet about them, haven't you? Look, all right, I'll find out. I suppose it's perfectly possible one of them put in a surprise appearance at the Fete.
It would have been enough to make the mirror crack.
I suppose it might. But I'd better see how Inspector Cornish is progressing with that list.
I suppose it couldn't possibly have been the mayor.
Wishful thinking?
You could certainly call it that. Pompous, canting old hypocrite. He's been knee-deep in graft for years.
Quite tempting. But I think you'll have to banish that rosy picture from your mind, Frank.
Well then, who else have we got? The Grices? I don't think they've ever been away from St Mary Mead. The girl Margot Bentz, who was taking the photographs, had been there at least half an hour, so it doesn't seem likely that she would have come as a surprise to Marina.
What about the film people who were there?
Well, they're certainly more promising. Ardwick Fenn. He's a very big number in the film industry, had some kind of an affair with Marina at the time she was married to her second husband.
Quite possible, I should say. Particularly if he was paying her a surprise visit.
And then there's a sexy-looking blonde. She's Lola Brewster. She was once married to Marina's third husband. He got a divorce from her in order to marry Marina. Not a very amicable divorce, either. I'd put her down as number one.
I'm not so sure. I mean, think of the difficulties, Frank.
How do you mean?
She's a famous film star. All the locals would be looking at her. Well, she wouldn't have much of a chance to slip something in Marina's glass without being noticed.
That's true enough.
I suppose that butler chap, Giuseppe, he might have had a chance to do it. He was helping with the drinks when he wasn't announcing the names of the people who were coming in.
There was a woman helping out too. Gladys somebody or other. We've got a long way to go. Excuse me. Cornish. Yes, he's here, I'll tell him. It's Gossington Hall. Marina Gregg's feeling better and would like to see you.
Tell them I'm on my way, before she has a chance to change her mind.
I've been behaving quite disgracefully, Chief Inspector. I'm ashamed of myself.
It was only natural that you should feel upset.
Well, everyone was upset. I'd no reason to make out it was worse for me than anyone else.
Hadn't you, Miss Gregg?
You're very perceptive. Yes, I had. I'm a coward. Somebody wanted to kill me, and I didn't want to die.
Why do you think someone wanted to kill you?
Because it was my glass that had been tampered with. It was just a mistake. That poor, stupid woman got it. Besides...
Yes, Miss Gregg?
Jason says I must tell you all about it.
You've confided in him, then?
I didn't want to do so at first, and then when I did, I found out that he thought so himself all along.
You haven't told me why you should think someone might want to kill you.
You better look at this.
Don't think you'll escape next time. When did you get this?
It was on my dressing table when I came out of my bath this morning.
So someone in the house?
Not necessarily. Someone could have climbed onto the balcony outside my window. I think they meant to frighten me still more, but actually it made me snap out of it. I just felt furiously angry, and I sent word to you to come and see me.
Is this the first message that you've had?
No, the first one was left in my dressing room at the studio. It said, "Prepare to die." Well, I thought it was one of those religious cranks who have it in for actresses. I just tore it up and threw it into the wastebasket.
And subsequently?
There was one more. On the morning of the Fete, one of the gardeners brought it in. He'd found it on the sundial. "These are your last hours on Earth." I didn't think for a minute that it was a genuine threat.
And have you any idea who might have written these notes?
How can I possibly tell?
I think you might have quite a good idea, Miss Gregg.
I haven't. I assure you, I haven't.
You're a very famous person. You've had great successes. Men have fallen in love with you. Women have been jealous and envied you. Surely you must have some idea of who could have written these notes.
Jason, darling, the chief inspector is insisting that I must know who wrote those horrid notes. You know I don't. None of us knows.
I realize it must seem unbelievable to you, but honestly, neither Marina nor I have any idea about this business.
Very well, Mr. Rudd. There's one more thing I'd like to ask your wife. You remember Mr. and Mrs. Badcock's arrival at the reception? Now, I am told that immediately after greeting them, you looked over Mrs. Badcock's shoulder and saw something which seemed to alarm you. Is that true? And if so, what was it?
Of course it isn't true. What could have alarmed me?
That's what I want to know. There were people coming up on the staircase. There was a Mr. Gryce and his wife who lived in the village for years. There was Ardwick Fenn, who's just arrived from the States, and there was Miss Lola Brewster. Was it the sight of one of those people that upset you?
I tell you, I wasn't upset.
And yet Mrs. Badcock said something to you which you left unanswered because you were staring past her at something else.
If you knew anything about acting in the theatre, you would be able to understand quite easily. There comes a point when you know a part well and you go on playing it mechanically, but your mind isn't on it. And quite suddenly, there comes a horrible blank moment when you don't know where you got to in the play or what your next lines are. Well, that's what happened to me at the reception. My mind went blank. And then I realized Mrs. Badcock had been telling me a long story that I hadn't heard at all and was looking at me in an eager sort of way and that I hadn't answered her. That's all it was. Just tiredness.
Just tiredness. You insist on that?
Yes. I can't see why you don't believe me.
Mr. Rudd, I think you're more likely to understand me than your wife is. I'm concerned for her safety. The only way we can achieve that is for you to give me all the clues you possibly can. I don't say you know who the person is that made the attempt, but I do think you must be able to hazard a guess. If you don't know the truth, will you urge your wife to tell me?
You hear what he says, Marina. If you do know something, then don't be foolish about it. If you've the least suspicion of anyone, tell us now.
But I haven't. You must believe me.
There were two people on the stairs you must have been surprised to see, Mr. Fenn and Miss Brewster. You didn't know they were coming, did you?
No idea they were even in England.
I was delighted. Absolutely delighted.
Delighted? To see Miss Brewster?
Well, of course.
Lola Brewster was, I believe, originally married to your third husband, Robert Truscott.
That is so.
He divorced her in order to marry you.
Oh, everyone knows about that. You needn't think you found out something special. Oh, there was a bit of a rumpus at the time, I'll admit.
Did she make threats against you?
Well, in a way, yes. But no one takes those sort of threats seriously. It was at a party and she'd had loads to drink, and it was years ago.
And what about your other visitor, Ardwick Fenn?
Oh, he is a very good friend of ours. It was some years since we'd seen him.
Was he an old friend of yours too, Miss Gregg?
Oh, yes. He was a friend of mine always. If you think I looked up and saw Ardwick and was frightened of him, oh, that's nonsense. I was just very pleased. It was a delightful surprise.
Thank you, Miss Gregg. If you should feel inclined at any time to take me a little further into your confidence, I should strongly advise you to do so.
Miss Marple speaking.
Jane, this is Dolly.
Dolly.
I thought I should tell you. That secretary woman, Zielinski, I think she's called, was ringing someone from the public call box in the road, and she went out of her way to explain to me, quite unnecessarily, that she was ringing from there because the line at Gossington Hall was out of order. But I've just rung there, and it isn't.
Really? Now, that is interesting.
For what reason, do you think?
Well, clearly she didn't want to be heard.
Exactly. It's suspicious, don't you think?
I'd certainly like to know what she's up to.
I'm off to London, Frank. I've got hold of a piece of information that I think might interest Miss Marple, but I want to be sure of my facts first. And I think it's time I had a word with Ardwick Fenn and Lola Brewster.
Oh, they're still in London, then?
Yes. Yes, they're over here for the summer.
I'd be very interested to hear what Lola Brewster has to say for herself. She's still top of my list.
But it's all such nonsense. Who on earth would want to kill Marina? She's such a sweetie. Everyone loves her.
Including you, Miss Brewster?
Oh, I'm devoted to her. Always have been.
In spite of that bit of trouble 11 or 12 years ago?
Oh, you mean Rob and Marina going off together? It was the best thing that ever happened to me. I already knew that Rob and I couldn't possibly last. And anyway, I was passionately in love with Eddie Groves.
And yet, according to what I've heard, you were threatening to shoot her.
Oh, but people expect you to say things like that. It keeps the papers happy. Of course, I really wouldn't shoot anyone.
In spite of taking a pot shot at Eddie Groves 2 years later.
Oh, that was because we'd had an argument. I lost my temper.
I have it on very good authority. In fact, I made a note of it. The bitch needn't think she'll get away with it. If I don't shoot Marina now, I'll get her in some other way. I don't care how long I have to wait. I'll get even in the end.
I'm sure I never said anything of the kind.
I'm sure, Miss Brewster, that you did.
One says all sorts of things when one's mad at people. But I certainly wouldn't have waited 14 years and then dropped a dose of poison in her cocktail glass within 3 minutes of meeting her again. I mean, she was delighted to see me. I couldn't possibly have killed her.
Do you have any idea who might have wanted to do so?
Nobody would have wanted to kill her. She's such a silly woman. Always changing her mind and making a song and dance about everything. Unhappy love affairs, not being able to have children.
But she adopted children, didn't she?
It didn't work out. She does these impossible things and then wishes she hadn't.
What happened to the children?
I've no idea. They just sort of vanished after a bit. She got tired of them, like everything else.
From what I've read in the newspapers, I gather the idea is that Mrs. whatever her name was murdered by mistake. That the dose was intended for Marina.
That's right, Mr. Fenn.
I really can't think who would want to poison Marina. After all, Lynette Brown wasn't there.
Lynette Brown?
Well, if Marina breaks the contract, Lynette gets the part, and that would mean a great deal to her. Still, I don't imagine she'd send an emissary along to drop poison in Marina's cocktail. Much too melodramatic, even for Lynette.
It does seem a little far-fetched. Tell me, Mr. Fenn, was Marina Gregg very surprised to see you?
She just couldn't believe her eyes when she saw me coming up the stairs.
You hadn't seen her for a long time?
For 4 or 5 years.
There was a time when you and she were very close friends, I believe.
Well, it would be well, I think, if you made it clear exactly what you mean by that.
It seems to have been a matter of common gossip that you were wildly in love with her.
Well, I had a bit of a yen for it one time, yes. Mercifully, these things pass.
I gather that she turned you down and that you resented the fact.
I wonder where you gathered that from. Confidential magazine? I'm never pleased to be thwarted, and most people who do that tend to be sorry afterwards.
You used your influence to get her dropped from a picture, I believe.
She was unsuitable for the role. Now, there was trouble between her and the director. I had money in that picture, and I had no intention of putting it at risk.
She told a friend of hers that she was afraid of you, I believe.
That was very childish of her, but then she is childish.
You think there was no need for her to be afraid of you?
Of course not. I soon got over my little burst of infatuation. I've always gone on the principle that where women are concerned, there are as good fish in the sea as ever came out of it.
You have a wide knowledge of the world Marina Gregg moves in. Can you suggest anyone likely to have such a grudge against her that they would tried to get rid of her?
Probably a dozen. That is, if they didn't have to do anything about it personally. If it were just a matter of pressing a button, I'd say there'd be a lot of willing fingers.
You were there on the day that Heather Badcock died. Do you think any of the people who were around you might have slipped the poison in Marina Gregg's glass?
I wouldn't like to say.
That means you have some idea.
It means I have nothing to say on the subject. I wasn't taking much interest in the people who were there. Why don't you talk to that long-haired girl who was taking all the photographs? She certainly had a good look at everybody.
I had my camera just below the top of the stairs so that I could get the guests as they came up and then swing round to take Marina shaking hands with them.
So you had a fairly clear view of her from where you were standing?
Perfect.
Tell me, Miss Spence, did you notice that while she was talking to Mrs. Badcock, she suddenly looked as if she'd been taken ill?
Ill? I wouldn't say that. I take it someone must have noticed it.
One witness said that she looked startled, another that she had a frozen expression on her face.
Frozen? Just a minute. I got the folder out when I heard you were coming. What you say certainly rings a bell. Where the hell is it? Why can you never find things when you want them? Oh, I've got it. Here. She's certainly staring at something.
Sometimes it's hard to make up your mind as to whether witnesses are exaggerating or if they're just imagining that they saw something. But that's not true in this case. There was something to see, and she saw it. Can I keep this photograph?
Oh, yes. You can keep that print.
You didn't send it to the press. It's rather dramatic.
I wouldn't care to do that. If you look into somebody's soul by accident, you feel a bit embarrassed about cashing in.
Did you know Marina Gregg at all?
No.
You come from the States, don't you?
I was born in England. I was trained in America, though. I came back here about 3 years ago.
And how old were you when you went out there?
Just a kid. I was 5.
I have an idea that you know Marina Gregg rather better than you say.
What do you mean by that?
Don't you think it would be better to tell me the truth, Miss Spence? Why don't you admit that Marina Gregg adopted you as a child and that you lived with her for 4 years?
You nosy bastard. Yes, Marina Gregg took me to America. My mother had 8 kids and lived in a slum. She couldn't wait to get me off her hands.
Marina Gregg adopted 3 children, I believe.
Yes. One was American and the other came from Czechoslovakia. Oh, we had a wonderful life. Clothes and cars and a wonderful house to live in and people to look after us. And our mama crooning over us and having our picture together in all the film magazines.
And this went on till when?
Until she got sick of that particular bit of play acting. No, that's not true. Until she found she was going to have a child of her own. Then we weren't wanted anymore. She didn't really care a damn about us.
You hate her very much.
Why the hell shouldn't I hate her? She did the worst thing anybody can do to another human being. Let us believe we were loved and wanted, and then reveal that it was all a sham.
And was she surprised to see you when you turned up at the Fete?
She didn't even recognize me. Oh, I'd done a lot of lobbying to get that job. I lived with her for 4 years, and she didn't even recognize me.
You didn't tell her who you were?
Of course I didn't tell her.
Did you try to poison her?
What a ridiculous idea. But I suppose it's part of your job. No, I did not. But it wouldn't surprise me if someone has another go at it. Whoever it is out for her blood. And I wouldn't shed a tear for her.
Have you heard the latest? From Gossington Hall?
Well, not exactly. You know my friend Gladys?
The girl who works in the canteen at the film studio?
That's the one. Well, apparently, yesterday was Marina Gregg's first day back on the set, and she created something frightful.
What about?
It seems there was something wrong with her morning coffee. She took one sip and said she didn't like the taste of it. She got quite hysterical.
And was there? Was there what? Something wrong with it?
I've no idea. Mr. Rudd took it away from her and poured it down the sink.
That was rather rash of him.
Do you think it was poisoned?
Well, since Mr. Rudd saw fit to get rid of it, we shall never know. But I would think it is quite likely.
Damn blast! I knew I should never have come out without my atomizer.
Signorina Zielinski, where have you been? Mr. Rudd has been asking for you.
I had to go down to the village for something. Where are you off to, anyway?
To the station, to catch the train. My brother Stefano, he works at the Columbadoro in Soho. He's very ill. He has the fever, and he wants to see me. Mr. Rudd said I could go. I will be back tonight. But I must go, or I shall not catch the train.
Off you go, Giuseppe. I hope your brother's okay. Oh, who the hell would want to live in the countryside?
Ella, I couldn't think where you'd got to.
I had to see one of the gardeners. What's the matter?
I've received an analysis of the coffee that Marina was complaining about.
But you poured it down the sink. I saw you.
I'm pretty good at sleight of hand. I managed to keep some back.
And was there something wrong with it?
You see for yourself.
Arsenic? And I thought she was just being hysterical.
I don't know what to do, Ella. I was so certain I'd be able to make sure nothing else happened to her, and now nothing is safe.
But nobody could tamper with anything here in the house.
People will do anything for money. I doubt if I'd trust Giuseppe too far if it came to that.
But he's been with us for ages.
Yeah, I know. I just don't know where I am anymore.
I'm sorry. I'd better get my atomizer. I think I must have left it in my bedroom.
Ardwick Fenn speaking.
This is Chief Inspector Craddock.
And what can I do for you today?
I'm very sorry to tell you that Mrs. Zielinski died this morning of cyanide poisoning.
Good God. Was it an accident?
Most definitely not. Somebody had put prussic acid in her atomizer.
Oh, I see. But why are you ringing me about it?
Since I understand that you'd known her for some years, I was wondering whether you could suggest any motive for her death.
Well, surely Jason Rudd is the person to talk to about that.
We've done so. But there might be a chance that you know something he does not. Are you still there, Mr. Fenn?
I'm still here, Chief Inspector. Well, I will tell you something that may be of assistance to you. The facts are these. A couple of days ago, I received a telephone call. A voice spoke to me in a whisper. It said, "I saw you put the tablets in the glass. You didn't know there had been an eyewitness, did you? That's all for now. Very soon you will be told what to do."
I see.
Of course, the suggestion is utterly absurd, or I shouldn't be telling you all this. But it would seem that Miss Zielinski was embarking on a little blackmail.
You recognized her voice?
Well, it's difficult to recognize a whisper, but she sneezed before ringing off.
And Ella Zielinski suffered from hay fever.
I think that she got hold of the wrong person at her first attempt. It seems possible that eventually she got round to the right person. Blackmail can be a very dangerous game.
It's too dreadful.
Something has happened?
I really don't like to tell you about it, dear. I really don't. It might be a shock to you.
If you don't tell me, somebody will. Someone else has been killed, is that it?
Oh, that's very sharp of you, dear. I don't know what should put such an idea into your head.
As a matter of fact, I was expecting it.
Were you really?
Somebody always sees something. Only sometimes it takes a little while for them to realize what it is they've seen. Who is it that's dead?
The Italian butler. He was shot last night, though goodness knows why anybody should want to murder a person like that.
I expect that he was trying to blackmail somebody.
He went to London yesterday, they say.
Well, that's very suggestive, too, I think.
But that's not where he was killed. Someone shot him in his own rooms, just after he got back to Gossington Hall. But I mustn't waste time gossiping. I'm neglecting you. You haven't had your 11s. And Cherry, not so much noise. You don't want to disturb Miss Marple, do you?
Cherry, could you come here for a moment?
See what I mean?
I'm sorry, Miss Marple. I didn't mean to disturb you.
Come in and close the door. I called you because I want to talk to you. Have you heard that the butler at Gossington Hall was shot dead last night?
What? Giuseppe?
Yes, I believe that was his name.
Oh, I didn't know about that. I wonder if Gladys got to see him or not.
Why should Gladys want to see him?
There was something that struck her as a bit funny, and she was going to ask him what he thought about it.
What do you mean, a bit funny?
She was helping out with the drinks on the day of the fete.
Yes.
And there was something she saw that struck her as a bit funny.
What did she see?
To be honest, I thought what she told me was just nonsense.
What was it?
She was talking about Mrs. Badcock and the cocktail business, and she said she was quite near her at the time, and she said she did it herself.
Did what herself?
Spilled her cocktail down her dress and ruined it.
Oh, you mean it was clumsiness?
No, not clumsiness. Gladys said that she did it on purpose, that she meant to do it. Well, that doesn't make sense, does it? Whatever way you look at it. It was a new dress, too.
No, I can't see any sense in that.
I don't think there was anything to ask Giuseppe about, do you?
No, I don't. But it's always interesting when one doesn't see. If you don't see what it means, you must be looking at it the wrong way round, which is probably the case here. Why should she deliberately spill the cocktail over her own dress? But if Gladys wanted to talk to Giuseppe about it, there's one thing that's certain. It had something to do with the murder attempt on Marina Gregg.
You've got to help me, Jason. I'm so terribly frightened. The killer is getting closer to me every minute. 3 murders. I was almost certain that it was Ella, but now...
What on earth made you think it was Ella?
Because she hated me. Don't men ever see these things? She was madly in love with you. But it can't be Ella, because Ella's dead. Oh, you've got to get me away from this hateful house, Jason. Get me somewhere I can be safe.
Darling, will running away do any good?
Of course it will. We'll get away. Away from this person who hates me.
If there's anyone who hates you that much, it wouldn't be difficult to follow you.
You mean I shall never get away? I shall never be safe again?
It will be all right. I'll look after you. I'll keep you safe.
Give me my pills. The yellow ones. I must have something to calm me.
Here. Don't take too many, for God's sakes.
Don't worry. Sometimes they don't have any effect anymore. You will take care of me, won't you? Swear you'll take care of me.
Always. To the bitter end.
You look so odd when you said that.
Odd? Like what?
Like a clown. Laughing at something terribly sad that no one else has seen. Stay with me.
2 murders within 24 hours. Not a very distinguished performance on my part. There are times when I think I should have taken up market gardening.
What you need is a good stiff whiskey and soda.
Well, I won't say no.
And what is more, I shall get it for you myself. We don't want Miss Knight fussing about in here.
You are full of surprises. I'd no idea what you kept in your corner cupboard. Are you sure you're not a secret drinker, Aunt Jane?
I have never been an advocate of teetotalism. A bottle of whiskey is always advisable to keep on the premises in case of a shock or an accident. Is that enough?
Exactly right. You never fail to astonish me.
Now, tell me all about it.
I think I rather want you to tell me. You know as much about it as I do. There's something I just don't seem to be able to get to grips with. What am I missing? Who am I looking for? Is this one of those cases where it's the most unlikely person to have committed the crime?
Oh, no, I don't think so. I have said over and over again, not only to you, my dear Dermot, that it is always the most obvious person who commits the crime. One thinks so often of the wife or husband, and very often it is the wife or husband.
Meaning Jason Rudd. But he adores Marina Gregg.
So it would appear. But that might be very clever acting.
Acting. That's just the point. I have to admit I feel rather out of my depth in this film world. All these scandals and divorces. It must be difficult for you, too.
Oh, I don't find it all that difficult. Human nature is just the same everywhere. One comes back, I think, to the question of who could have wanted to kill Marina Gregg? To want to kill her so much as to make a second attempt to do so.
And to kill the secretary and the Italian butler into the bargain.
I understand that the butler went to London on the day of his death. Does anyone know what he did there? If you're allowed to tell me, that is.
None of his relatives saw him, so the story about his brother being dangerously ill was obviously a lie. We have no knowledge of what he was doing until 1:45 when he visited his bank and made a deposit of £500 in cash.
£500? Quite an interesting sum. I should imagine it would be the first instalment of a good many others, wouldn't you?
It rather looks that way. And we have in London Ardwick Fenn, Lola Brewster, and Margot Bence. All three were present at the reception, and all three could have met Giuseppe at a prearranged rendezvous somewhere in London. Oh, by the way, there's something I have to tell you.
Oh, yes? What is that?
Your hunch was right. Margot Bence was one of the children that Marina Gregg adopted.
Margot Bence. I was certain that it had something to do with children.
Even so, I can't believe that after all these years...
I know, one never can. But think back to your own childhood. Can't you remember some incident, some happening that caused you grief, or a passion quite incommensurate to its real importance?
Odd you should say that. When my mother died, I was having dinner in the nursery. My favourite, jam roll pudding. And one of the servants came and told my governess that my mother had been killed in an accident. And now, whenever I see a portion of jam roll pudding in a shop or a restaurant, a great wave of horror and despair comes over me. I don't know, it sounds silly, but...
No, it isn't silly at all. It's given me a sort of idea. But I want you to tell me, if you have notes of it, exactly what Heather Badcock said to Marina Gregg at the reception. I know the gist of it. It is the actual words I need.
Let me see. We've got accounts from your friend Mrs. Bantry, from Jason Rudd and Mr. Badcock. They vary a little.
Exactly, it's the variations I want.
Well, according to Mrs. Bantry, she said something like, I can't tell you how wonderful this is for me. You won't remember, but years ago in Bermuda I got up from bed when I had chickenpox and came along to see you, and you gave me your autograph. It was one of the proudest days of my life.
I see. She mentioned the place and not the date. And Mr. Rudd?
He said that Mrs. Badcock told his wife that she'd got up from bed when she had the flu and had come to meet Marina, and she'd given her her autograph.
No time or place?
No.
And Mr. Badcock?
He was rather vague about it all. She told him that when she was ill as a girl, she'd managed to get up and go to meet Miss Gregg. He didn't go into any particulars. It was evidently in the days before he met her.
I see.
What do you see?
Not as much as I'd like to yet, but I am thankful that girl is safe in Bournemouth.
That girl? What girl?
Gladys, the girl who works in the canteen at the film studios.
How do you know she's in Bournemouth?
Because I sent her there. I gave her some money and told her to take a holiday, but not to tell anybody where she had gone.
Why on earth did you do that?
Because I didn't want her to get killed, of course.
You're quite sure you don't want another lovely cup of tea, dear?
Quite sure, thank you.
I've had such a sweet letter from Lady Conway. You remember my telling you about her? Her memory's getting bad. Can't remember her relatives sometimes and tells them to go away.
Very shrewd of her, I should have thought.
Now, we mustn't be naughty. She's going to spend the next 6 months at the Belgrave in Llandudno, and is most anxious for me to join her there.
But, please, if you are wanted, if she needs you there, and you would like to go...
No, I couldn't possibly do that. What would your nephew say?
Oh, don't you worry about Raymond. I'll take care of him. I am not going to stand in your way. You write to Lady Conway and tell her you'll go. And could you send Cherry in to see me, please?
Well, if you're really sure.
Yes, I'm quite certain. And pass me the telephone, could you?
Thank you, Miss Marple. Lady Conway will be so pleased.
Good morning, Vicar. This is Miss Marple.
Ah, Miss Marple.
Yes, I wonder if you could help me on a small point.
Certainly.
You were at the reception at Gossington Hall the other day, I believe?
Yes, I was. And Miss Gregg was most charming. She said she would make a contribution to the roof fund.
I believe you were standing quite near when Mrs. Badcock was introduced to her.
Yes, indeed. Mrs. Badcock told her a long story about meeting her in Bermuda and how she got out of her sickbed.
And did Mrs. Badcock mention the illness that she was suffering from?
Oh, yes. She said it was measles. At least not real measles. Much less serious. German measles. I remember my cousin Cornelius.
Thank you so much, Vicar.
Yes, Miss Marple?
I want you to get Inch. I want him to come round as soon as possible.
Yes, of course. Shall I say where?
Tell him I want to go to Gossington Hall.
Yes, Miss Marple.
I think you were mentioning the other day that you were thinking of leaving the development.
That's right. It's that Mrs. Hartnell next door. She complains about the slightest noise.
Well, Cherry, how would you like to come and live here? You and your husband could move into the rooms over the old stables.
Oh, that would be just marvellous. But what about Miss Knight?
Miss Knight will be leaving shortly.
Oh, Jim would just love it. There'd be such a lot of room and he'd be able to... But I'm forgetting. I haven't told you the news.
What news?
About Mr. Badcock.
What has happened to him?
He's been taken off to the police station. I think he's going to be charged with murder.
Miss Marple?
Yes, I am Miss Marple.
I'm Dr. Gilchrist. I believe you wish to see Mr. Rudd.
It is necessary that I should.
I'm afraid that's just not possible.
Then I shall stay here until it is possible.
I'm afraid you don't understand, Miss Marple. Marina Gregg died last night in her sleep.
Died? How?
An overdose of her sleeping medicine.
Was it an accident?
Well, that is definitely my view.
But it could be suicide?
It could, but that is most unlikely.
Or someone could have given it to her.
A most remote contingency. And a thing like that would be quite impossible to prove.
I'm sorry, Dr. Gilchrist, but it is now more imperative than ever that I should see Mr. Rudd. There is something I have to tell him.
I'll see what I can do.
I understand that you insist on seeing me, Miss Marple. What is it that can be so important?
I am sorry about your wife's death. I must ask you to believe that I should not intrude upon you unless it was absolutely necessary. I wish to prevent an injustice being done to an innocent man.
An innocent man?
Arthur Badcock. He's being questioned by the police now.
A question in connection with my wife's death? But that's absurd. He didn't even know her.
Oh, yes, Mr. Rudd. He knew her. He was married to her.
Arthur Badcock? You sure you haven't...
He was married to your wife when she was very young, before she went into pictures.
My wife was first married to an Alfred Beadle. He was in real estate.
And he changed his name to Arthur Badcock. He's still in real estate. He could never really have kept up with Marina Gregg.
So, what do you want me to do for you, Miss Marple?
I want, if I may, to stand on the spot where you and your wife received the guests on the day of the fete, if that is not too much trouble.
My wife stood just here. People came up the stairs. She shook hands with them and passed them on to me.
She was facing that picture, Giacomo Bellini's Laughing Madonna, a painting of a happy mother with her child. I understand now. The whole thing is really quite simple, isn't it?
Simple? I don't think I understand you.
Oh, that will be Chief Inspector Craddock. Perhaps it would be as well if he joined us.
Miss Marple was talking, Chief Inspector, of the day when Mrs. Badcock was murdered.
I think you should carry on, Miss Marple.
I was saying that it is all really quite simple. My friend Mrs. Bantry quoted some lines from a poem by Tennyson. The mirror cracked from side to side. The curse is come upon me, cried the Lady of Shalott. She saw this frozen look come over your wife's face.
Haven't we been over this a great many times?
Yes, but we will have to go over it once more. The reason for that expression was because your wife was looking not at Heather Badcock, but at the picture of a happy mother holding up a happy child. The moment Heather Badcock began her story about that meeting in Bermuda, she was doomed. The curse had fallen upon her.
Could you make yourself a little clearer?
Of course. The difficulty was that nobody told you what Heather Badcock actually said.
But they did. I read it all out to you.
But no one told you the most important fact. Heather Badcock was suffering from German measles.
What on earth has that got to do with it?
It's not a very serious illness, really, but it is extremely infectious. And there's one thing you have to remember. If a woman contracts it in the first weeks of pregnancy, there is a chance that it may have a very serious effect. It can cause a child to be born blind or mentally defective. And that, I believe, is what happened to your wife's child, Mr. Rudd.
It's quite true. Marina told me that she developed German measles early on in her pregnancy. She never knew how or from whom she caught the disease.
And then a perfectly strange woman came up the stairs and told her, with an air of being quite proud of what she'd done. I think, Mr. Rudd, that you understood quite well what that moment meant to Marina Gregg.
Oh, yes. I understood.
It was too much for her. Here was this woman who had ruined her happiness and destroyed the sanity and health of her child. She wanted to punish her, to take her life. And unfortunately the means were ready to hand.
The Carmo.
She was carrying it with her. It was very easy to do. She put the stuff into her own glass. She put the glass down on the table, and presently she managed to jog Heather Badcock's arm so that her drink was spilt down her new dress.
But I thought you said it was Heather Badcock.
That is what I understood from what Cherry said. But when Gladys told her that she did it on purpose, she didn't mean Heather Badcock. She meant Marina Gregg.
Of course. It's so obvious when you think about it.
I imagine, Mr. Rudd, that your wife did not realize the seriousness of what she'd done, and certainly not the risk she was running until afterwards. But when she did realize it, she was horribly afraid. Afraid that someone had noticed her. She could see only one way out.
To make it appear that she was the intended victim.
She did fantastic things. She wrote threatening letters to herself. She put arsenic in her own coffee. But there was one person who could see through it all.
This is only a theory of yours.
You may put it like that if you wish. But you know quite well, don't you, that I am speaking the truth. You knew from the first, when you heard the mention of German measles. You knew, and you were frantic to protect her. But you didn't realize how much you would have to protect her from. You didn't realize that there would be other deaths. Ella Zelensky, who was just wildly guessing. Giuseppe, who was trying his hand at blackmail. You were frantic to prevent her from doing more harm. I'm very sorry for you. You cared for her very much, didn't you?
That, I believe, is common knowledge.
And you know, don't you, Chief Inspector, that poor Arthur Badcock had nothing at all to do with it. He came to the Fete because he wanted to catch a glimpse of the girl he had married long ago.
She didn't even recognize him. At least, well, she said nothing to me.
We didn't really suspect him. But after we found out, and after Miss Gregg's death, naturally we had to have him in for questioning. You don't have to worry about him, though, Miss Marple.
Would you allow me to see her, Mr. Rudd?
Yes. You can see her. You seem to understand her very well.
She was a great actress, and a beautiful and very unhappy woman. Death was really the only way of escape left open to her. It is very fortunate for her that she happened to take an overdose, or was given it.
She was so lovely, and she had suffered so much.
He said, "She has a lovely face. God in his mercy lend her grace. The Lady of Shalott."
In Agatha Christie's The Mirror Cracked from Side to Side, Miss Marple was played by June Whitfield. Chief Inspector Craddock, Ian Lavender. Marina Gregg, Gail Honeycutt. Jason Rudd, James Lawrenson. Dolly Bantry, Pauline Jameson. Miss Knight, Susie Aitchison. Cherry, Jane Whittenshaw. Heather Badcock, Jilly Bond. Arthur Badcock, David Timpson. Lola Brewster, Joanna Munro. Ardwick Fenn, Nigel Anthony. Ella Zielinski, Liz Golding. Dr. Gilchrist, John Hartley. Margot Bence, Sarah Jane Home. Giuseppe Saverio Deodato. Inspector Cornish, David Antrobus. Other parts were played by members of the cast. The Mirror Cracked from Side to Side was dramatized for radio by Michael Bakewell and directed by Enid Williams.
It was the summer of 1916. I had been invalided home from the front, and after spending weeks in a rather depressing convalescent hospital, I was given a month's sick leave. But having no near relations in England, I was rather at a loss what to do with myself.
Why don't you come and spend your sick leave with us? We'd love to have you.
And then, quite by chance, I ran across John Cavendish. I hadn't seen him for ages, and he insisted on taking me off to his club in Pall Mall.
It must be years since you last stayed at Styles. The mater will be delighted to see you. I suppose you heard that she married again?
I certainly had not. Years ago, John's father had taken a second wife. He was a widower with 2 sons. Emily Cavendish was a handsome woman in her 40s, and she had immediately taken charge of everything. So much so that when John's father died, he had left Styles Court to her for her lifetime, as well as the greater part of his fortune.
Mary and I are living there at the moment. Oh, you haven't met my wife, I think?
No, I haven't had the pleasure.
And Lawrence is there as well, of course. You remember my brother?
Yes. Wasn't he going to be a doctor or something of the sort?
Oh, yes, and he qualified all right, but his heart really wasn't in it. So now he just whiles away the time writing his verses, though he can never get anyone to publish them. Doesn't earn a penny, of course.
And your mother's new husband?
Alfred Inglethorpe is an ingratiating little weasel, not to put too fine a point on it. And his being at Styles is making life very difficult for all of us.
How did she come to meet him?
Through Evie. Oh, she was after your time, I think.
Yes, she must have been.
Evelyn Howard. She's the mater's companion and general factotum. Not exactly young and beautiful, but as game as they come. Well, this man Inglethorpe...
your mother's new husband?
He turned up out of nowhere on the pretence of being a second cousin of Evie's, although she didn't seem to be particularly keen to acknowledge the relationship. The fellow's an absolute outsider. Well, you only have to look at him to see that. Uriah Heep in a bushy black beard.
Most unappetizing.
Well, the mater took him on as her secretary. You know, she's always running hundreds of societies, and of course it's got much worse with the war, and no doubt this fellow was quite useful to her. But you could have knocked us all down with a feather when, 3 months ago, she announced that the 2 of them were going to be married.
How old is this chap?
Oh, he's at least 20 years younger than the mater. And he's beginning to have the most abominable influence over her. She can't make a decision without him. But you'll be able to see for yourself when you come down.
Life at Styles Court did not sound exactly promising, but John had always been rather prone to look on the gloomy side of things. He met me at the absurd little station at Styles St Mary and drove us through the quiet Essex lanes. It seemed almost impossible to believe that, not all that far away, a great war was being fought.
I'm afraid you'll find it pretty quiet down here.
Oh, but my dear fellow, that's exactly what I want.
It's pleasant enough if you're content to lead the idle life. Have you got the time on you?
Just after 5.
Oh, too late to pick up Cynthia then. She'd have left the hospital by now.
Cynthia? That's not your wife?
No, Cynthia's a protégée of the mater's, the daughter of a school friend of hers. She married a rascally solicitor who came a cropper. He killed himself, his wife died, and the poor girl was left an orphan and penniless. The mater came to the rescue, and she's been living with us ever since, nearly 2 years now. She works at the dispensary in the hospital in Tadminster.
We turned off through the lodge gates of Styles Court and drove up the long drive. As we stopped in front of the house, a lady in a sturdy tweed skirt straightened up from the flower bed.
Back from the station already?
I've collected our wounded hero, Evie. This is my old friend Hastings.
Welcome to Styles Court, Captain.
Thank you, Miss Howard. The garden's keeping you busy, I see.
Weeds grow like a house on fire. You'd better watch your step or I'll get you working on them too.
I'm sure I'll be only too delighted to make myself useful.
Don't say it. Soon wish you hadn't.
Where's tea, inside or out?
Out. Too fine a day to be cooped up in the house.
Come on then, Evie, and be refreshed. The labourer is worthy of his hire, you know.
Tea was spread out under the shade of a great sycamore. Lawrence was stretched on the grass reading.
You remember my brother, of course.
Very well. Good to see you, Lawrence.
And you. All things considered, you're looking remarkably well.
And this is my wife, Mary.
How do you do, Captain Hastings? Sit yourself down. That chair's probably the most comfortable.
I shall never forget my first sight of Mary Cavendish. The vivid sense of slumbering fire that seemed to find expression only in those wonderful tawny eyes of hers.
You must be glad to be out of your convalescent home at last. Dreadfully depressing places, I've always thought.
Oh, I don't know. One learns to make the best of things, and a sense of humour helps a good deal.
Then you will write to the princess, won't you, Alfred? She should be at Windsor, I think.
Here comes the mater.
There's no mistaking that voice, is there? As long as I've known her, she's been trying to persuade someone to open something or other.
I'll drop a line to Lady Tadminster for the second day. Or should we wait until we hear from the princess?
My dear, do you think it might be better to delay writing to her ladyship? If the princess declines, she will be a perfectly suitable person to open the Fete.
And that's Inglethorpe. You see what I mean about that preposterous beard?
How right you always are, Alfred. Ah, but here is Captain Hastings. How delightful to see you at Styles again after all these years. Alfred, darling, this is Captain Hastings.
A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Is soldiering your regular profession, Captain?
No, before the war I was at Lloyd's.
And you will return there when the war is over?
Well, perhaps. I might well make a fresh start altogether.
And what would you choose if you could do exactly as you wished?
Well, that depends.
What would you really like to do, Captain Hastings?
Well, to tell the truth, I've always had a secret hankering to be a detective.
Be better than Lloyd's, at any rate.
But what kind, Captain? A chief inspector or a Sherlock Holmes?
Oh, Sherlock Holmes every time.
And have you had any experience of detective work?
Well, I can't say I have, but I came across a chap in Belgium before the war, a very fine detective, and he said it all depended on method.
Don't mind a good detective story now and then. But it's all a load of rubbish, really. Keep you waiting to the last chapter for the criminal to be unmasked. In real life, you'd know at once.
You mean that if you were involved in a crime, Evie, you'd know the murderer straight away?
Of course I would. I'd feel it in my fingertips the moment he came near me.
It might be a she.
Might be, but murder's more of a man's business.
Not in a case of poisoning. Isn't that supposed to be the woman's weapon? Dr. Bauerstein, who knows all about these things, says there are probably dozens of murders that go unsuspected because the medical profession knows next to nothing about uncommon poisons.
Oh, what a very gruesome conversation. I feel as if a goose were walking over my grave. Ah, but here's Cynthia. You're very late today, my dear.
I'm sorry.
There was a last-minute rush at the dispensary.
Cynthia Murdoch looked delightfully fresh in her VAD uniform. She sat down on the grass by my chair, and I handed her the plate of sandwiches.
Why don't you come and sit here beside me? It's so much nicer.
What a very good idea. You work in the dispensary at Tadminster, I gather, Miss Murdoch.
For my sins.
And how many people have you poisoned?
Oh, simply hundreds.
When you've finished your tea, Cynthia, could you come and write a few notes for me?
Of course, Aunt Emily. I'll come straight away.
And perhaps we might have a little chat, Captain Hastings, before dinner. I'd love to hear your views about the war. I shall be in my boudoir.
Of course, Mrs. Inglethorpe. I'll be delighted. My bedroom was in the left wing and looked over the park. From my window I saw John walking slowly across the grass, arm in arm with Cynthia Murdoch. She looked so full of life and vigour, in contrast to John, who seemed gloomy and worn out.
Cynthia? Cynthia, where are you?
The girl rushed off back into the house. From the shadow of the trees I noticed Lawrence looking after her, very melancholy and every inch the wistful poet. It was time for me to go down and talk to Mrs. Inglethorpe.
Such a comfort to have a real soldier in the house at last. I could hang my head in shame at the way those stepsons of mine carry on, as if the war had nothing to do with them.
Oh, but surely...
Oh, I know. Lawrence is slightly lame, and John is technically too old for service, but as you well know, Captain Hastings, there are older men than John at the front, and boys more disabled than Lawrence. John goes out drilling with the Territorials once a week, but what good does that do?
And Lawrence?
He writes those miserable little poems of his, oozing with self-pity. Oh, why can't he write something stirring and patriotic? Sons of mine, I hear you thrilling to the trumpet call of war.
Oh.
Well, at least Mary works with the land volunteers, gets up every morning before 5 and works till lunchtime. And there's darling Alfred, simply straining at the leash to be out there at the front, but I can't spare him. I really can't.
You need him for your bazaars and charities.
I simply do not know what I would do without that man. And he's put this house on a real war footing. Nothing is wasted at Styles, not a scrap of food, not a single piece of paper. And we've given up late dinner, of course, as has Lady Tadminster, our member's wife. You'll have to be content with a rather Spartan supper this evening, Captain Hastings.
But for all her talk of economy, supper seemed a positive feast after so many cheerless meals at the convalescent home. That night I was kept awake by the unrelentingly beautiful song of the nightingales, and all my thoughts were of the enigmatic Mary Cavendish. But there was no sign of her in the house the following morning, and it was not until after lunch that she made an appearance.
You can't possibly waste a glorious afternoon like this sitting in the library.
So we set off on a charming walk through the woods and across the fields.
I try to get out as much as I can. It can get quite claustrophobic at times. 2 married women shouldn't have to share the same house.
Mrs. Inglethorpe can't be an easy woman to live with.
Oh, don't misunderstand me, Captain Hastings. I have a great affection for Emily. But she does insist on having her own way. And she treats John and Lawrence as if they were still schoolboys. It wasn't too bad until Alfred Inglethorpe came on the scene, but now she won't listen to anyone except darling Alfred. Oh, sometimes I wish...
What do you wish?
No, don't let's talk about it anymore. It's much too lovely a day. We'll cut across down to the stream. We might see a kingfisher, but we mustn't be too long. I promised John we'd be back by 5.
Thank God you're here at last. It's the very deuce of a mess. Evie's had a row with Inglethorpe and she's been given her marching orders.
But why? What actually happened?
Apparently she went to the mater and... but here she is. She can tell you herself.
Well,
Well, I've spoken my mind at any rate.
Evie, this simply can't be true.
It's true enough. I said a few things to Emily she won't forget in a hurry. There's no fool like an old fool, I told her. That man's 20 years younger than you, and don't kid yourself he's after anything but your money. And why do you think he's spending so much time down by Long Farm? Mrs. Rakes is a very pretty woman, and he doesn't go over there just to talk about how our crops are doing.
Good Lord, and what did she say to that?
She said I was a wicked woman to tell such terrible lies about darling Alfred, and the sooner I left the house, the better. So I'm off.
But not now, surely.
This very minute. Do you think you could run me down to the station, Mr. Cavendish?
I'll go and check the times of the train.
At least wait until I've had a word with Emily, Evie. I can't believe this is happening.
Captain Hastings, you're an honest man, I can tell that. Look after my poor Emily if you can. There are a lot of sharks here, all of them. They're only waiting for her to die so they can get their hands on her money. I've protected her as much as I can, but I tremble to think what may happen when I'm gone. Just keep your eyes open, and above all, watch out for that devil, her husband.
Evie went upstairs and brought down her luggage. The Inglethorpes did not appear. As John drove her off down the drive, I noticed Mary going out to meet a tall, bearded man who was evidently heading for the house. Who's that chap kissing Mary Cavendish's hand?
Oh, that's Dr. Bauerstein. He's staying in the village. He's a London specialist who's apparently come down here to recover from some kind of nervous breakdown.
Is that the chap Mrs. Cavendish said knew so much about poisons?
One of the greatest living experts, so they say. He's a great friend of hers.
I didn't care for the look of him very much. Too many black beards round Styles, and I cared even less for his being a great friend of Mary's. When John came back from the station, we took a walk through the plantation. As we came to one of the gates, a young gypsy-looking woman, coming in the opposite direction, bowed her head and smiled.
Afternoon.
What an astonishingly pretty girl.
That is Mrs. Rakes.
The woman Evie was trying to warn your mother about.
Exactly.
Will Styles come to you when your stepmother dies?
It should be mine now, by rights. If my father had only made a decent will, then I shouldn't be so damned hard up.
Nothing's really that bad.
My dear Hastings, I don't mind telling you I'm at my wit's end for money. The mater's always kept us on a pretty tight rein, and she still doles out our allowance as if it were pocket money. So humiliating. I'm a middle-aged married man, for goodness sake. And of course, since the war broke out, she can't think about anything but her bazaars and charities. Darling Alfred is at the centre of it all, of course, and he believes he can twist her round his little finger. But I'll be damned if he's going to get his hands on Styles.
The days drifted lazily by without anything particular to mark their passing, but I began to feel that something had changed with the departure of Evelyn Howard. Her presence had spelt security. But now that security had been removed, the air seemed rife with suspicion. A vague distrust of everyone and everything filled my mind. It was quite a relief to get a letter from Evie.
I've got a job as a nurse in the hospital in Midlingham. It's only 14 miles from Styles, and I can be over in half an hour if I'm needed. Please keep an eye on Emily, Captain Hastings, and let me know if she shows any sign of a change of heart. Sooner or later, she must see that devil for what he is, and realise what a fool he's made of her.
A spell of extraordinarily hot weather set in. Mary Cavendish went off for longer and longer expeditions with Dr. Bauerstein. What could she possibly see in the fellow? On the 16th, which was a Monday, there was a charity concert in the village hall.
We've all got to rally round. The mater wants to make a real splash with this one.
We spent all day arranging and decorating the place. Supper was served early, but we all had rather a scramble to be ready on time. And before the meal was over, the car was waiting at the door.
But, ma'am, you haven't had your medicine. Oh, don't bother me with that now, Dorcas.
Dr. Wilkins said that on no account was you to miss taking it, ma'am. He was most insistent.
It will do me no harm to go without it for once. I've more important things to attend to.
The really important thing was a patriotic poem which Mrs. Inglethorpe delivered with considerable gusto.
Who's for the trench? Are you, my laddie? Who'll follow French? Will you, my laddie? Who's fretting to begin? Who's going to win? And who wants to save his skin? Do you, my laddie?
Of course, it was all a tremendous success. Cynthia took part in some of the tableaux and looked quite stunningly pretty.
No, I'm not coming back to Styles tonight, Captain Hastings. I've already arranged to stay with some friends.
The following morning, Mrs. Inglethorpe kept to her room, saying she was overtired. Mary Cavendish said she was going off somewhere with Dr. Bauerstein. I felt rather at a loose end.
Why don't we pay a surprise visit to Cynthia in her dispensary? We could take the trap, since the mater won't be using it.
Wow, what a lot of bottles. Do you really know what's in them all?
Oh, for goodness sake, say something original. Every single person who comes here says that, and the next thing they say is...
How many people have you poisoned? I said it the first time we met.
If you really knew how fatally easy it is to poison somebody by mistake, you wouldn't joke about it. We have to be very careful who we let loose in here.
So, where do you keep all these poisons of yours?
In the little cupboard by the window. And in the one next to it, there are all kinds of secret treats.
Ah, chocolate biscuits and the remains of a seed cake.
We can have tea out on the balcony. It's a lovely day and there's a beautiful view along the river.
I'll join you in a moment.
The view wasn't all that remarkable, but it was a warm afternoon, the sun was shining, and it was pleasant to have Cynthia to myself for a moment or two.
Where on earth has Lawrence got to? His tea will be getting cold. Lawrence, what are you doing? Come and have your tea.
Sorry, just taking a look around. Fascinating place.
Fortunately, Lawrence went off to see a friend after tea, and Cynthia and I took the trap back to Styles. As we drove through the village, I remembered I needed some stamps. As I was coming out of the post office, I cannoned into a little man who was just entering.
Oh, la la.
A little man with a head exactly the shape of an egg and a stiff military moustache.
Ah, mon ami Hastings! I cannot believe it. What a marvellous surprise to see you here.
Poirot! Miss Murdoch, this is my old friend Hercule Poirot. I haven't seen him for years, and here he is in Style St. Mary.
Oh, we all know Monsieur Poirot, but I'd no idea he was a friend of yours.
I have met Mademoiselle Cynthia many times with the good Madame Inglethorpe.
You know Mrs. Inglethorpe?
Oh, yes, my friend. It is by her charity that I am here.
How's that?
When the Germans invaded Belgium, I joined the resistance. But I was forced to take refuge in France, and then made my way to your country. I had heard that Madame Inglethorpe had given shelter to a number of my compatriots in this village, and I came here. She made me welcome, and found a room for me in the house she had taken for Belgian refugees. I shall be eternally grateful to her.
Oh, you must tell me the whole story. I shall come and see you as soon as possible. It'll be just like old times.
I shall look forward to it, my friend.
Goodbye, Monsieur Poirot.
Goodbye, mademoiselle.
He's such a dear little man. How did you come to meet him?
I needed no encouragement, and all the way back I regaled her with stories of my old friend. The heat of the day still lingered at Styles Court when we returned that evening. As we walked into the house, Mrs. Inglethorpe came out of her boudoir. She looked flushed and upset.
Are you all right, Aunt Emily? Is there something the matter?
Oh, certainly not. Why should there be? Dorcas! Oh, Dorcas.
Yes, madam.
Can you find me some stamps and bring them up to my bedroom?
Yes, ma'am. But don't you think you ought to rest? You're looking very tired.
You must not fuss, Dorcas. I need to finish my letters in time to catch the post. Have you lighted the fire in my room, as I told you to?
Yes, madam.
Good. Well, I shall go to bed directly after supper.
Yes, ma'am.
Goodness gracious. I wonder what's up.
Oh, Mrs. Inglethorpe does look a bit grim, but I suppose it's none of our business. Do you think there's time for a quick game of tennis before supper?
I'm sure there is. My racket's in the conservatory. I'll go and get it.
Mine's in my room. I'll see you on the court.
Oh, good evening, Captain Hastings.
Good evening. Did you have a pleasant walk with Dr. Bowerstein?
I didn't go, as it happens. Do you know where Mrs. Inglethorpe is?
She's in her boudoir, I believe.
I must speak to her.
She looked as if she was nerving herself for a particularly grim encounter. As I was making my way towards the tennis court a few minutes later, I couldn't help overhearing a scrap of conversation from the open window of Mrs. Inglethorpe's boudoir.
Then you won't show it to me.
My dear Mary, it has nothing to do with that.
In that case, you can show it to
There
me.
is nothing in it that concerns you.
Of course, I might have known you would shield him.
Fascinating though it all was, I could hardly stand and listen to a private conversation, and Cynthia was waiting for me on the tennis court.
I say, there's been the most frightful row. I got it all out of Dorcas.
What kind of row?
Between Aunt Emily and Inglethorpe.
What about?
Well, she's obviously found him out at last, and she was making it very clear that she wasn't going to let him get away with it.
Get away with what?
Dorcas doesn't know exactly. She just happened to be near the door. I'm praying that Aunt Emily will give him his marching orders and never speak to him again.
Supper was a distinctly chilly affair. John sat there in stony silence. Mary appeared nervous and agitated. Lawrence gazed abstractedly into space, and Inglethorpe, who as a rule fussed over his wife with little attentions, sat there staring gloomily down into his big black beard.
Mary, will you send my coffee into the boudoir? I've just got 5 minutes to catch the post.
Cynthia and I went and sat by the open window in the drawing-room.
Do you young people want the lamps on, or do you prefer to sit here in the twilight?
Oh, I'd much rather watch it growing dark.
Will you take Emily her coffee, Cynthia? I'll pour it.
Do not trouble yourself, Mary. I'll pour it.
As you wish, Mr. Inglethorpe. Oh, it's almost too hot. We shall have a thunderstorm.
Who on earth can that be at this time of night?
Of course it had to be Dr. Bowerstein, who spun some cock and bull story about falling into a pond while trying to get at a rare species of fern. His trousers were thick with mud, and he looked completely ludicrous. But Mary seemed quite unperturbed, and John was remarkably affable.
You must sit down and have a coffee and tell us all about it.
Cynthia!
Yes, Aunt Emily?
Carry my dispatch case up for me, will you? I'm going to bed.
Yes, Aunt Emily. Have you finished your coffee?
No, I haven't touched it yet. I'll take it up with me. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
The evening had been completely spoiled by the wretched Bowerstein. It seemed as if he would never go. But eventually he rose and prepared to take his leave.
I'll walk down to the village with you, Doctor. I must have a word with our agent about the estate accounts before I go to bed. There's no need for anyone to wait up, John. I take the latchkey with me.
As he went out, there was a clap of thunder, and he looked more than ever like the Demon King in a pantomime. But as the summer storm drew nearer, I felt a strange premonition of evil, of some fate that was to break in on us and change Styles Court forever.
In Part 1 of Agatha Christie's The Mysterious Affair at Styles, Hercule Poirot was played by John Moffat, Captain Hastings, Simon Williams. Emily Inglethorpe, Jill Balkan, Alfred Inglethorpe, Hugh Dixon, Evelyn Howard, Nicola McAuliffe. John Cavendish, Sean Arnold, Mary Cavendish, Susan Jameson, Lawrence Cavendish, Nicholas Bolton, Cynthia Murdoch, Annabel Dowler, Dorcas, Hilda Schroeder. The original music was composed by Tom Smale. The Mysterious Affair at Styles is dramatized for radio by Michael Bakewell and directed by Enid Williams.
It was 1916. I had been invalided home from the front and was spending my convalescent leave at Styles Court at the invitation of my friend John Cavendish. But it was not a happy household. John's stepmother, Emily, had married again, married Alfred Inglethorpe, whom the family intensely disliked. But on an afternoon of searing summer heat, Emily and her husband had been overheard having a bitter quarrel. As I went to bed that night, I had a distinct premonition of disaster.
John Moffat as Hercule Poirot and Simon Williams as Captain Hastings in Agatha Christie's The Mysterious Affair at Styles.
What is it? What's the matter? No, come in, for goodness sake. Lawrence, what is it?
It's Mother. She seems to be having some kind of fit, but she's locked herself in her room.
I sprang out of bed at once and followed Lawrence along the gallery to the right wing of the house. The servants were standing around in a state of awe-stricken excitement.
Oh, Hastings, what shall we do? Oh, the door's either locked or bolted.
Oh, poor mistress. Why don't you try going through Mr. Inglethorpe's room, sir?
Of course, Dorcas. Why didn't I think of that?
Where is Inglethorpe, anyway?
Oh, God only knows. Let's hope his door's not locked.
His bed's not been slept in. Where the devil has he got to?
Oh, the connecting door's locked on the other side.
She must be in agony.
Isn't there a connecting door to Cynthia's room?
It's always kept locked, sir.
Well, it's still worth trying. Come on.
Mary?
Cynthia's sound asleep. I've been trying to wake her for ages. It's no good trying the connecting door, Lawrence. It's locked.
She was dressed ready for work in her land volunteer's smock. I realised that it must be 5 o'clock, much later than I had thought.
There's nothing for it. We'll have to break in. The door from Inglethorpe's room is probably our best bet.
Oh.
Dorcas, go and tell Bailey to get the trap and fetch Dr. Wilkins at once.
Yes, Mr. Lawrence.
The door looks pretty solid to me, but the two of us ought to be able to manage it. Again. And again.
She's having convulsions of some sort. Annie, go down to the dining room and get the brandy.
Yes, sir.
I'll unbolt the door to the corridor. Best not to have too many people standing around her, Lawrence. I'll go back to my... What's the matter, man?
Nothing. It's just...
His face was as white as chalk. The candle he held in his shaking hand was spluttering on the carpet. His eyes, petrified with terror, stared fixedly beyond me to some point on the wall.
Cynthia's all right now. It's all been a bit of a shock for her.
I was in such a deep sleep I couldn't come out of it. Poor Aunt Emily.
Sorry to cause so much fuss. Stupid of me. Lock myself in.
Don't try to talk. Dr. Wilkins will be here soon. Just try to...
What on earth's the matter with her?
Let me talk. I will see if...
Alfred! Alfred!
Stand back from the bed, if you please.
But his expression gave us little cause for hope. I think we all knew in our hearts that there was nothing Dr. Bauerstein could do to help her.
I came too late. I am sorry.
But how did you come to be here?
I happened to be passing by the lodge gate when I met Bailey on his way to get the doctor from the village. Why did you not send for him earlier?
Mother was locked in her room. We didn't know what was the matter.
Please, sir. Dr. Wilkins is here.
Then bring him in here at once. And if the rest of you have no objection, I would like you to leave Dr. Wilkins and myself alone in here for a short while.
Of course.
Why is Dr. Bauerstein behaving so strangely, do you think?
I have a suspicion.
Yes?
He thinks Mrs. Inglethorpe may have been poisoned.
Poison? But that's impossible. It can't be true. Leave me alone for a minute or two, will you, Captain Hastings? Go down and join the others.
Where on earth is Inglethorpe? Has anyone seen him?
Well, he went down to the village last night to have a word with the land agent. I suppose he must have stayed there.
It's quite light already. What time is it?
Nearly 6 o'clock.
Mr. Cavendish, may I have a word?
Yes, Dr. Bauerstein.
Dr. Wilkins and I have examined the body, and we would like you to give your consent to a post-mortem.
Is that really necessary?
I am afraid that neither Dr. Wilkins nor I could give a death certificate under the present circumstances.
Well, then you leave me no alternative but to agree.
I think it would be best if the post-mortem were to take place later today. I have locked both Mrs. Inglethorpe's room and that of her husband. Here are the keys.
All my detective instincts were aroused. I hurried down to the library to consult Lawrence's old medical textbooks.
So that's where you've got to.
I'm sorry to have let you in for this terrible business, Hastings. It's hardly the kind of rescue I had in mind.
No, don't you worry yourself about that. There's something I want to ask you.
Yeah.
You remember my speaking of my old friend Hercule Poirot? He's staying at the Belgian house in the village. He used to be a famous detective.
Well?
I want you to let me call him in.
What now, before the post-mortem?
The sooner the better, if there's been any foul play.
You surely can't believe that. It's just a wild notion of Bauerstein's. Poisons are his speciality. He sees them everywhere.
I only wish I could believe that, Lawrence, but I can't. You're sure there won't be any unnecessary scandal?
Poirot is discretion itself.
Then I leave it all in your hands. So if there has been foul play, there's not much doubt who's responsible.
I'll go straight away. I'll cut across the park.
Captain Hastings, I've only just heard about my poor Emily. Is it really true?
I'm afraid it is, Mr. Inglethorpe. But where have you been all this time? Everyone's looking for you.
I was going over the accounts late last night with the agent, Denby. And when I came to leave, I found I'd forgotten to take the latchkey. I did not wish to wake the household, so I spent the night there.
So how did you hear the news?
Wilkins knocked up Denby to tell him. But I must not stay here talking. Poor Emily, she must have overtaxed her strength.
Fortunately, he did not ask me where I was going, and in a few minutes I was sitting in Poirot's room at Leastways Cottage, telling him the whole story.
Now, one little moment, my friend. What makes you think this is a case of strychnine poisoning? Did Dr. Bauerstein say so?
No, I looked up the symptoms in a medical textbook of Lawrence's.
Good. Pray continue.
All the time I was speaking, he was making a careful and elaborate toilet. I fear I was not always as clear as I could have wished.
The mind is confused, is it not? You are agitated, you are excited. To that I attribute the circumstance that you have omitted one most important fact.
Oh, what's that?
You have not told me whether Mrs. Inglethorpe ate well last night.
I don't see why it's that important. As far as I can remember, she didn't eat very much at all. She was obviously upset and had lost her appetite. It was very natural.
Yes, as you say, it was natural. And now I am ready. Un moment, mon ami. You dressed in haste, and your tie is crooked. Allow me.
But you still haven't told me why it's so important to know whether Mrs. Inglethorpe ate well or not.
It is not my habit to explain such things until the end is reached. But in this case, I will make an exception. In looking through your friend's textbook, you probably did not observe that the effects of strychnine poisoning usually show themselves in about 1 hour. But with Mrs. Inglethorpe, they appear to have taken nearly 9 hours. A heavy meal might have retarded the effect. However, since you say that she ate very little, we are faced with a most curious circumstance.
Has Hastings explained to you, Monsieur Poirot, that we are most anxious to avoid any publicity?
I comprehend perfectly.
Good, then I'm at your service.
May I have the keys to the room in which your mother died?
Of course. Consider yourself free to go wherever you wish.
Once inside the room, Poirot relocked the door and put his attaché case down on a little round table, which promptly collapsed.
Oh la la.
He darted about with the agility of a grasshopper, tried the bolts on both doors, found something which he scraped into a tiny envelope. On the chest of drawers was a tray with a spirit lamp and a small saucepan on it, containing some dark fluid, with an empty cup and saucer nearby.
Cocoa with, yes, I think a little rum in it. And observe, on the floor, a smashed coffee cup.
Obviously someone trod on it.
Rather more than that, I think.
He went over to the mantelpiece where he stood straightening the spill holders and ornaments, a trick of his when he was agitated.
That cup has been deliberately ground underfoot, almost to powder, either because it contains strychnine or, which is far more serious, because it did not contain strychnine.
He continued his examination for the best part of half an hour, and then he took out a little notebook.
We have found in this room 6 points of interest. Shall I enumerate them?
Please, go ahead.
1. The coffee cup. 2. A purple dispatch box containing papers which must be examined as quickly as possible, but which at present I have no authority to look at. 3. A stain on the carpet.
That may date from some time ago.
No. It is still perceptibly damp and smells of coffee. 4. A thread of some dark green fabric caught on the bolt of the door to Mademoiselle Cynthia's room.
You think that may be relevant?
At this stage, mon ami, everything is relevant. 5. This large splash of candelabres on the floor by the writing table.
That was probably Lawrence. He was carrying the only candle, and he was very agitated. He kept on staring at something over on that wall.
Ah, that is very suggestive. But it was not his candle that did it. This is white grease. His candle, which is still on the dressing table, is pink.
So how do you account for it?
Oh, you must choose your own natural faculties, mon ami.
And I suppose your 6th point is the cocoa.
No, the 6th point I shall keep to myself for the moment.
So, does this conclude your examination?
I think so. Unless there is something in the ashes of the fireplace. Oh, mon Dieu, there is. The forceps Hastings. There. What do you make of that?
A tiny scrap of charred paper with the remains of someone's handwriting. Not much to go on.
Look more closely, my friend.
It might be a double L followed by an and.
And what does that suggest to you?
But, well, nothing much.
No. Think of words ending in double L, my friend.
Call. Pull. Pill? Will.
Exactly. Will.
Will and testament. It's the fragment of a burnt will.
I had rather expected to find something of the sort. And now, Hastings, we will go. I would like to have a little word with the housekeeper. Dorcas, is it not?
I took him down to the boudoir and went off to fetch Dorcas. When I returned, he had opened the French windows and was gazing down at the beds of begonias.
Ah, admirable! What symmetry! The neatness of the work of the gardeners rejoices the eye.
Dorcas is here.
Oh, no, do not begrudge me a moment's satisfaction, mon ami.
But surely it's more important that you speak to Dorcas.
But how do you know that these flower beds are not of equal importance? But let us talk with the good lady.
I just can't get over it, sir. She was a very good mistress to me.
Then I hope you will not object to answering a few questions. I put them to you with the full approval of Mr. Cavendish.
Yes, sir.
Let us begin with the events of yesterday afternoon. I understand that you heard your mistress having some sort of quarrel.
Well, I just happened to be passing through the hall when I heard angry voices coming from this room.
And what time was this, mademoiselle?
It's about 4 o'clock, I think. You must understand that I didn't intend to listen, sir.
Oh, I do understand, Dorcas. Pray continue.
The door was shut, but the mistress was speaking very loud and clear. "You've lied to me and deceived me," she said. I didn't hear what Mr. Inglethorpe said in reply. He spoke a good deal lower than she did. But then she said, "Nothing you can say will make any difference. I see my duty clearly. You need not think that fear of publicity of scandal between husband and wife will deter me." And then I thought they were coming out, so I went off quickly.
Now, you are sure it was Mr. Inglethorpe's voice you heard?
Oh, yes, sir. Whose else could it be?
So what happened next?
Well, it was 5 o'clock. Mrs. Inglethorpe rang the bell and asked me to bring her a cup of tea to the boudoir. She was looking dreadful. "Dorcas," she says to me, "I've had a great shock." "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, ma'am," I says. "You'll feel better after a nice cup of tea." She had something in her hand. I don't know if it was a letter or just a piece of paper, but it had writing on it, and she kept staring at it, almost as if she couldn't believe what was written there. She whispered to herself, as if she'd forgotten I was in the room. "These few words," she says, "and everything's changed." And then she says, "Never trust a man, Dorcas. They're not worth it."
So what did you do then?
Well, I hurried off and got her a good strong cup of tea, and she thanked me. And then she says, "I don't know what to do. Scandal between husband and wife is a dreadful thing, Dorcas. I'd rather hush it up if I could. But Mrs. Cavendish came in just then, so she didn't say any more.
And what became of the letter, or whatever it was?
Well, I don't know, sir. She probably locked it up in that purple case of hers.
Is that where she normally kept important papers?
Yes, sir, she brought it down with her every morning and took it up every night.
Now tell me, did your mistress possess a green dress?
Oh, no, sir. She couldn't abide green.
Does anyone else in the house have a green dress?
Miss Cynthia has a green chiffon evening gown.
Oh, no, chiffon is not what I want. Let us pass on. Do you know whether your mistress had a sleeping powder last night?
Not last night, sir. The box was empty. She took the last one 2 days ago, and she didn't have any more made up.
Now, I understand that your mistress was busy writing letters yesterday evening. Can you give me any idea to whom they were addressed?
Well, I'm afraid I can't, sir. I was out in the evening, and as a result, Annie never cleared away the coffee cups after dinner. That's what happens when I'm not here to look after things.
Well, since they have been left, Dorcas, leave them a little longer. They might have something to tell us. Well, I have nothing more to ask. Thank you, Dorcas. Now, will you please send Annie here?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
How did you know Mrs. Inglethorpe took sleeping powders?
I found an empty box in the washstand drawer in her bedroom. That was my 6th point of interest. And what was very curious was that there was no chemist's name on the label.
That's certainly very odd.
There may be a perfectly simple explanation. But here is Annie. Come in, mademoiselle, and please sit down.
Thank you, sir.
Now, I want to ask you about the letters Mrs. Inglethorpe wrote last night. Can you remember any of the names and addresses?
There was one to a lawyer, Mr. Wells. I remember that. And there was one to Ross's, the caterers in Tabminster. And... that's all I can remember.
You're sure?
Well, there was another. It slipped my memory.
Well, it will come back to you. Now, I want to ask you about the little saucepan in Mrs. Inglethorpe's room.
The one for the cocoa, sir?
Yes. Tell me, how did she take her cocoa?
With milk and 1 teaspoonful of sugar and 2 teaspoonfuls of rum.
And who took it to her room?
I did, sir.
And did you bring the saucepan straight up from the kitchen?
No, sir. There's not much room on the gas stove while dinner's cooking, so cook used to make the cocoa early. I put it on the table by the swing door and took it up to the mistress later.
So how long was the cocoa left standing on the table?
From about 7:15 until 8, when I took it up to her. And there was no salt in it, so it wasn't me.
What makes you think there was salt in it, Annie?
There was some on the tray, sir.
You noticed some salt on the tray?
Yes, sir. Common kitchen salt, it looked like. I couldn't see any in the cocoa, so I dusted the salt off with my apron and took the tray up. I hope I did right, sir.
But this explains everything. It was the cocoa and not the coffee that was poisoned.
Do you think that the cocoa contained strychnine?
Of course. The salt on the tray, what else could it have been?
It might have been salt.
Oh, for goodness sake, Poirot.
Oh, you are not pleased with me, mon ami.
My dear Poirot, it's not for me to dictate to you. You have a right to your opinion, as I have a right to mine.
Good. So, let us examine the coffee cups.
What on earth's the good of that now we know about the cocoa?
Come, my friend. Ne vous fâchez pas. Allow me to interest myself in the coffee cups, and I will respect your cocoa. Is it a bargain?
He was so quaintly humorous that I was forced to laugh. And so we went into the drawing-room, where the coffee cups had been left from the previous evening.
So Mrs. Cavendish stood by the tray and poured out. Then she came across to the window where you were sitting with Mademoiselle Cynthia. Yes, here are the cups. And the cup on the mantelpiece, half drunk. That would be the cup of Mr. Lawrence. And the one on the tray?
John Cavendish's. I saw him put it down there.
But where is the cup of Mr. Inglethorpe?
He doesn't take coffee.
Ah, good. Then all are accounted for.
With infinite care he took a specimen from the grounds of each cup, sealing them in separate little test tubes, tasting each in turn. There was a strange expression on his face, half puzzlement and half relief.
I trust I'm not disturbing you, Monsieur Poirot, but breakfast is ready. Will you join us?
It would be a pleasure.
Can you tell me whether you think my mother died a natural death, or must we prepare ourselves for the worst?
I think you would do well not to deceive yourself with any false hopes. What are the views of the other members of your family?
My brother Lawrence is convinced we're all making a fuss about nothing.
And Mrs. Cavendish?
I haven't the least idea of my wife's views on the subject. But what the devil are we going to do about Inglethorpe? One's gorge rather rises at sitting down to eat with a man who's probably a murderer.
At breakfast there were no red eyes, no signs of secretly indulged grief. Inglethorpe acted the bereaved widower. Mary Cavendish was as enigmatic as a sphinx. Cynthia Murdoch appeared tired and ill, and greatly disconcerted Poirot when she told him she did not take sugar in her coffee.
Excuse me, Mr. Cavendish, but Mr. Wells is here to see you.
You'll show him into my study, will you, Dorcas?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wells is my mother's lawyer. Perhaps you would like to come with me, Monsieur Poirot, and you too, of course, Hastings.
This is a most unhappy business, Mr. Cavendish.
I'm sure you understand, Wells, that this must all be kept strictly private. We're still hoping there will turn out to be no need for an investigation of any kind.
I should be failing in my duty if I were to encourage you in that hope. There is no chance of sparing you the pain and publicity of an inquest. It's quite unavoidable in the absence of a doctor's certificate.
I suppose it is. When will it be?
Well, if you've no objection, I thought of Friday. That'll give us plenty of time after today's post-mortem. Will that arrangement suit you?
Oh, yes. The sooner we get it over with, the better.
I need not tell you how distressed I am by the whole tragic affair.
Could you perhaps give us some help in solving the mystery, Mr. Wells?
I would be only too delighted to do so if it's in my power.
Apparently Mrs. Inglethorpe wrote a letter to you last night. You should have received it this morning.
I did, but it was merely a note asking me to call on her today, as she wanted my advice on a matter of great importance. But she gave no hint as to what the matter might be.
That is a pity.
Mr. Wells, if it is not against professional etiquette, can you tell us who inherits Mrs. Inglethorpe's fortune in the event of her death?
If Mr. Cavendish does not object.
Not at all. Go ahead.
By her last will, dated April of last year, she left her entire fortune to her stepson, Mr. John Cavendish. It's possible, of course, that somewhere there may be a later will.
There is a later will, Mr. Wells.
Or rather, there was.
What do you mean? Where is it now?
This charred fragment is all that remains of it. Hastings and I found it in the grate of Mrs. Inglethorpe's bedroom earlier this morning.
But when did she make it?
Sometime yesterday afternoon, I believe. You can ask the gardeners who were working just outside the window. She must have called them in to witness it. There was mud on the step of the French window.
So that was why you were so interested in the begonias.
Mm-hmm.
But it is an extraordinary coincidence she should make a new will on the day of her death.
Not that extraordinary, surely.
What do you mean by that?
But you told me that your stepmother had a violent quarrel with somebody yesterday afternoon. And in consequence, she might well have made another will.
Good Lord.
What's all that noise?
It's Evelyn Howard. She's come back.
Well, in that case, since I'm sure you'll want to speak to her, let's take a short break. I need to examine some of the papers in your mother's room.
Thank you, Wells. Perhaps you would care to come with me, Monsieur Poirot?
I'd just come off duty when I heard the news. Hired a car. Quickest way to get here.
I'll get Dorcas to find you some breakfast. Evie, this is Monsieur Poirot. He's helping us.
Helping you do what?
Investigate my mother's death.
Nothing to investigate. Why isn't Inglethorpe in prison?
I can hardly drag him down to the police station by the scruff of the neck.
Well, find out how he did it. Dare say he soaked fly papers. Ask Cook if she's missed any.
I'll make a point of it.
Mademoiselle, may I ask a favour of you?
Ask away.
I want to be able to count on your help.
I'll help you to hang Alfred Inglethorpe with pleasure.
Oh, believe me, if Mr. Inglethorpe is the man, I will hang him as high as Haman. But I must ask you to trust me. Your help will be invaluable, and I will tell you why. Because in all this house, yours are the only eyes that have wept.
I watched over her, you see. I guarded her from the rest of them. And then this scoundrel came along and all my years of devotion went for nothing.
Will you come up to my stepmother's room, Monsieur Poirot? Dorcas says Mr. Wells is ready to go through the papers in her dispatch case, and I believe you still have the keys.
If you will permit me, Mr. Wells, I locked it earlier this morning as a precaution.
That's very odd.
What is odd, Mr. Wells?
The case is unlocked.
Impossible.
Well, see for yourself.
Oh, the lock has evidently been forced.
But the door was locked. I'm afraid that most of the keys to the rooms in this corridor would have fitted it.
Fool that I am, I should never have left the case out of my hands.
He walked over to the mantelpiece. His hands were trembling violently as they mechanically straightened the vases of paper spills.
There was something in that case which linked the murderer to the crime. It was obviously vital that it should be destroyed. But it was a great risk for the murderer to take.
What do you think it could have been?
A document of some kind. Perhaps the paper that Dorcas saw in Mrs. Inglethorpe's hand. And now, imbecile that I am, I have allowed it to be snatched away. The good lady was very generous to us Belgians, and I am greatly in debt to her. And now, through my thoughtlessness, her murderer may never be brought to justice.
In Part 2 of Agatha Christie's The Mysterious Affair at Styles, Hercule Poirot was played by John Moffat, Captain Hastings, Simon Williams, Emily Inglethorpe, Jill Balkan, Alfred Inglethorpe, Hugh Dixon, John Cavendish, Sean Arnold, Mary Cavendish, Susan Jameson, Lawrence Cavendish, Nicholas Bolton, Cynthia Murdoch, Annabel Dowler, Dorcas, Hilda Schroeder, Evelyn Howard, Nicola McAuliffe, Dr. Bauerstein, Robert Portal, Mr. Wells, Richard Sims. The music was composed by Tom Smale. The Mysterious Affair at Styles is dramatised for radio by Michael Bakewell and directed by Enid Williams.
I had gone down to Styles Court at the suggestion of John Cavendish to spend my convalescent leave. But his stepmother, Emily Inglethorpe, had suddenly died, apparently from strychnine poisoning, and I had asked my old friend, Hercule Poirot, to look into the case.
John Moffat as Hercule Poirot and Simon Williams as Captain Hastings in Agatha Christie's The Mysterious Affair at Styles.
What has happened to your extraordinary little friend, Captain Hastings? He's just rushed past me like a mad bull.
He's rather upset about something. Tell me, have Mr. Inglethorpe and Miss Howard run into one another since she came back?
John's been trying to keep them apart, I think.
I can't imagine Inglethorpe's very keen to see her again.
Do you think it would be such a disaster if they did meet?
Well, don't you?
No. I should like to see a really good flare-up. It would clear the air. At present, we're all thinking too much and saying too little. Oh, but here comes your friend. I shall leave him to you. Au revoir, Monsieur Poirot.
Au revoir, madame. Well, at least I have alerted everyone, Hastings. The servants will know now what to look for.
But is this wise, Poirot? Surely you don't want the whole house to know that someone has broken into Mrs. Inglethorpe's dispatch case? Aren't you playing into the murderer's hands?
You think so, Hastings?
I'm sure of it.
Oh, very well, my friend. I will be guided by you.
Unfortunately, it's rather too late now.
You may be right.
Are you leaving so soon, Monsieur Poirot?
Yes, mademoiselle. I am going back to my cottage to put my little grey cells to work on the problem.
What a funny way to put it.
But there is something I would like to ask you, Mademoiselle Cynthia.
Yes? What is it?
In the drawer of the washstand in Mrs. Inglethorpe's room, I discovered an empty box which had contained sleeping powders.
Yes?
Did you make them up for her, mademoiselle?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell me what they were? Sulfonal? Veronal?
No, they were bromide powders.
Thank you. I was curious, voyez-vous, because of the label on the box being blank.
I'm sure they were perfectly harmless.
I never doubted it. Come, Hastings. Au revoir, mademoiselle.
There can't really be very much doubt as to the identity of the murderer.
You think not?
It can only be Inglethorpe. It stands to reason.
And yet, my friend, there are certain points in his favour.
I can only think of one.
And what is that?
That he was not in the house last night.
On the contrary, you have chosen the one point that counts against him.
How's that?
If Mr. Inglethorpe knew that his wife would be poisoned, he would certainly have arranged to be away from the house.
So, if the coroner's jury returns a verdict of wilful murder against Alfred Inglethorpe...
I should not allow it.
You would not allow it?
No, Hastings, I would not.
I say, Mr. Poirot.
Yes, what is it?
You remember me, Mr. Mace from the chemist's shop?
Of course, Mr. Mace.
Have you just come from the hall?
Yes, we have.
And is it true what they're saying? That Mrs. Inglethorpe has been poisoned?
That is for the doctors to decide.
It wasn't strychnine, was it?
If you have any information on that point, Mr. Mace, I think you should report it to the coroner.
In the days preceding the inquest, I saw remarkably little of Poirot. He spent most of his time taking long walks around the countryside, very uncharacteristic for a man who took such obsessive pride in the polish of his shoes.
You're in from the hall, aren't you?
Yes, I'm looking for a friend of mine, as a matter of fact.
That Belgy bloke?
Yes, that's the one.
Well, he's been here, all right. The gentlemen from the hall don't seem to be able to keep themselves away from Rake's farm.
Why? Do other gentlemen come this way, then?
One does. And more than one. Not that I'm naming any names, mind.
Is it possible that Mrs. Inglethorpe could have swallowed the poison by accident?
The inquest was heard in the Stylites Arms. Poirot and I sat together listening to the evidence of the toxicology expert witness, Mary's friend, Dr. Bauerstein.
I would consider it most unlikely. Strychnine is not used for domestic purposes, and there are restrictions placed on its sale.
Then could it have been administered in Mrs. Inglethorpe's after-dinner coffee?
It is possible, but strychnine is a fairly rapid drug in its action. The fact that the symptoms did not manifest themselves until nearly 4 o'clock in the morning would seem to point to the coffee having been drunk long after Mrs. Inglethorpe took it up with her.
I understand she was in the habit of drinking a cup of cocoa in the middle of the night. Could the strychnine have been administered in that?
Now we're coming to it.
Cocoa could never conceal the bitter taste of strychnine. But to make certain, I took a sample of the cocoa remaining in the saucepan, and the analysis showed no trace of the poison.
What did I tell you, mon ami?
Thank you, Dr. Bauerstein.
And then Lawrence Cavendish was called. He came up with a quite extraordinary suggestion.
Of course, I may be wrong, but it still seems to me that my stepmother's death might be accounted for by natural means.
And how do you make that out, Mr. Cavendish?
At the time of her death, and for some time before it, she was taking a tonic which contained strychnine. I believe there have been cases where the cumulative effect of the drug administered for some time has ended by causing death.
Why, I wondered, was Lawrence so anxious to prove his stepmother's death was an accident? But Bauerstein made short work of his theory.
What Mr. Cavendish suggests is utterly impossible. Any doctor would tell you that. The whole thing is absurd.
And then Mary Cavendish was called. She looked pale, but very self-assured.
I was woken by my alarm clock at 5:15, as usual, and as I was getting dressed, I heard something being knocked over.
Would that have been the table in Mrs. Inglethorpe's bedroom?
I believe so. I opened the door, and Dorcas came running down the corridor to wake my husband.
I really do not think we need trouble you further on this aspect, Mrs. Cavendish, since we know all we need to know of what happened next. But I should be obliged if you could tell us what you overheard of a particular quarrel on the day before.
Quarrel?
Yes, Mrs. Cavendish. I understand from the deposition of the maid, Annie, that you were sitting on the bench just outside the long window of the boudoir.
That is so.
And the boudoir window was open, was it not?
Yes.
Then you cannot fail to hear the voices inside, since they were raised in anger. will you repeat to us what you overheard of the quarrel?
I really do not remember hearing anything very much. I'm not in the habit of listening to private conversations.
Even so, you must have caught some word or phrase that made you realise it was a private conversation.
I remember Mrs. Inglethorpe saying something about causing a scandal between husband and wife.
Which corresponds to what I understand Dorcas heard. But although you realised it was a private conversation, you did not go away.
I caught the momentary gleam of her tawny eyes. I felt certain that she would willingly have torn him into little pieces, but she replied quietly enough.
I was very comfortable where I was. I fixed my mind on my book.
The coroner did not seem very satisfied with her reply, but he let it go at that. But then came the real sensation of the day, the evidence of Mr. Mace, the chemist.
Tell me, have you lately sold strychnine to any unauthorised person?
Yes, sir.
And when was this?
On Monday the 16th.
The day before Mrs. Inglethorpe's death. And will you tell us to whom you sold it?
To Mr. Inglethorpe.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Are you quite sure of that?
Quite sure.
Are you in the habit of selling strychnine indiscriminately over the counter?
No, sir. But seeing as it was Mr. Inglethorpe at the Hall, I thought there was no harm in it. He said it was to poison a dog.
Is it not customary for anyone purchasing poison to sign the book?
Yes, sir. Mr. Inglethorpe did so. I have the book here.
Mr. Inglethorpe, on Monday evening last, did you purchase strychnine for the purpose of poisoning a dog?
No, I did not. There is no dog at Styles except for a sheepdog, which is in perfect health.
Do you deny that this is your signature in the chemist's poison book?
This is not my handwriting. It is not even remotely like my signature. Let me show you. There. Do you see? It is totally different.
Then what is your explanation for Mr. Mace's statement?
Mr. Mace must have been mistaken.
Mr. Inglethorpe, would you mind telling us where you were on the evening of Monday, July the 16th?
I cannot remember. I have an idea. I was out walking.
In which direction?
I cannot remember.
Did you meet anyone on your walk?
No.
Am I to take it that you declined to say where you were when Mr. Mace positively recognised you entering the chemist's shop?
If you like to take it that way, yes.
Does this imbecile want to be arrested?
I believe you had a discussion with your wife on Tuesday afternoon.
You have been misinformed. The whole story of the quarrel is absolutely untrue. I was absent from the house all afternoon.
Have you anyone who can testify to that?
You have my word.
There are two witnesses who will swear to having heard your disagreement with Mrs. Inglethorpe.
Those witnesses were mistaken.
Mr. Inglethorpe, when your wife was on the point of death, she cried out, "Alfred! Alfred!" Why should she do that?
The room was dimly lit. My wife caught sight of Dr. Bauerstein. He wears a beard and is much of my height and build. She obviously mistook him for me and cried out to him.
But it is an idea, that.
I believe, Miss Inglethorpe, that it was you who poured out the coffee that evening and took the cup to your wife?
I poured it out, yes, but I did not take it to her. I was told that Dr. Bauerstein had arrived, and I put the coffee cup on the table in the hall while I went to talk to him. When I came back, the cup was gone.
Thank you, Mr. Inglethorpe.
Do you see that man sitting near the door?
The sharp, ferret-faced chap?
Yes. That is Detective Inspector Japp. He and his companion are both from Scotland Yard. Things are moving quickly, my friend.
And then came the verdict, though it was almost a foregone conclusion.
Willful murder against some person or persons unknown.
Nonsense! We all know who the murderer is, and he's standing there.
Well, if it isn't Monsieur Poirot. There's no mistaking you, is there? This is my colleague, Inspector Summerhays.
And this is my good friend, Captain Hastings.
Pleased to meet you, Captain.
How do you do?
How do you do, sir? You must have heard me speak of Monsieur Poirot, Summerhays. We worked together on the Abercrombie forgery case, and our friend here ran him to earth in Brussels. Long before the war, that was. And do you remember the so-called Baron Alterat? He thumbed his nose at half the police in Europe, but thanks to Monsieur Poirot, we nailed him in Antwerp.
I am sure there is no need to ask why you are here, gentlemen.
No, there's not. Pretty clear case, I should say.
There I differ from you.
Oh, come off it, monsieur. The whole thing's as clear as daylight.
Hold your horses, Summerhays. If I'm not mistaken, you've got something up your sleeve, haven't you, Monsieur Poirot?
Well, let us say I am very anxious that Alfred Inglethorpe should not be arrested.
But it's as plain as the nose on your face.
If you do arrest him, the case will be dismissed at once.
Well, Monsieur Poirot, I'm prepared to take your word for it, but my superiors won't. Can't you give me a bit more to go on?
It can be done. I would have preferred to work in the dark for a little longer, but I can see that the word of a Belgian policeman whose day is past is not enough. Are you going at once to Styles Court?
Just as soon as we've had a word with the coroner.
Then call for me at the cottage as soon as you have finished. We will go together.
But I still don't understand. If Inglethorpe is innocent, how do you account for him buying the strychnine?
Very simply. He did not buy it.
But Mace recognised him.
No. Mace saw a man with a black beard like Inglethorpe's and glasses like Inglethorpe's. He did not really know him. Why should he doubt that the man was not the genuine article?
But if that's the case, why did he not say where he was at 6 o'clock on Monday?
Can you not guess?
No. Can you?
Oh, yes. I have a little idea. But there is Japp. Let us go to Styles and hear what Alfred Inglethorpe has to say for himself when he is not taking the stand in court.
I have nothing to say.
But you are in grave danger, Mr. Inglethorpe. You are accused of murdering your wife, and these gentlemen have come from Scotland Yard.
Afternoon, Mr. Inglethorpe.
Will you not say where you were at 6 o'clock on Monday?
I will not. The accusation is monstrous.
Mr. Inglethorpe, I must warn you
A moment, I beg you, Inspector. If Mr. Inglethorpe will not tell you, then I must speak for him.
How can you speak? You do not know.
The man who purchased strychnine at the chemist's shop cannot have been Mr. Inglethorpe because at 6 o'clock on that day he was escorting Mrs. Rakes back to her home at Abbey Farm. I can produce at least 5 witnesses who will swear they saw them together.
You really are the goods and no mistake. I'm much obliged to you, Monsieur Poirot.
But if that's the case, Mr. Inglethorpe, why on earth couldn't you say this at the inquest?
Because a most malicious rumour had been spread about me, and with my poor Emily not yet buried. Can you wonder I was anxious that no more lying rumours were started?
Between you and me, sir, I'd sooner have any amount of tales about me than be arrested for murder. And if it hadn't been for Monsieur Poirot here, you would have been, as sure as eggs is eggs. So, perhaps we could now take a look at the scene of the crime.
Quick, Hastings. Go upstairs to the other wing. Stand there just this side of the base door.
Right.
Do not move until I come.
And he followed the others upstairs. I went and took up my position and stood there for the next 20 minutes.
You have not left your post?
I have been here all the time. What exactly is this in aid of?
Did you perhaps hear a loud thump?
Nothing at all. Should I have done?
I have been very clumsy. I knocked over a table in Mrs. Inglethorpe's room.
I'm sure it's of no consequence. But I did remember something while I was standing there like an idiot. I should have told you before. Dr. Bauerstein was here on Tuesday night.
Huh? He was here on the night of the murder?
Yes, he took coffee with the rest of us.
Oh, but that changes everything. We must take Mr. Cavendish's car and go down to Tadminster at once.
So, now that Inglethorpe's out of the running, where do we go from here?
Is there no one you yourself suspect, mon ami?
Well, you'll probably think this far-fetched, but I can't help worrying about Evelyn Howard's fanatical hatred of Inglethorpe. You don't think she could have tried to poison him and that Mrs. Inglethorpe somehow got hold of it by mistake?
But Miss Howard had been away from Styles for more than a week. It is hardly a very plausible theory.
So I suppose that leaves us with John and Lawrence. But I can hardly believe...
You did not think there was something rather strange about Lawrence's theory concerning his mother's tonic?
It was quite a reasonable suggestion for a layman.
But Lawrence Cavendish is not a layman. He is trained as a doctor. Why should he be the only one to suggest that his mother died of natural causes?
It is a bit odd, I admit.
And Mary Cavendish was certainly not telling all that she knew about the conversation she overheard. Is she trying to protect someone? Or is she perhaps trying to protect herself? Yeah, but here we are. There is something I must leave with the analytical chemist.
What?
A sample of the cocoa from the saucepan in Mrs. Inglethorpe's room.
But Dr. Beilstein has already had it tested.
I know that, mon ami, but I have a fancy to have it analyzed again. And by the way, when you are next alone with Lawrence Cavendish, say to him, I have a message from Hercule Poirot. Find the extra coffee cup, and you can rest in peace.
Needless to say, when I mentioned this to Lawrence, he hadn't the foggiest idea what I was talking about. The funeral of Mrs. Inglethorpe took place the following day, and to the great relief of all of us, her husband moved to the Stylites Arms.
Excuse me, Captain Hastings.
Yes, Dorcas.
Will you be seeing the Belgian gentleman today?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I'm expecting him here any minute.
He was particularly inquiring about a green dress. He seemed to think it was important.
You mean you found it?
Well, no, sir, but I have just remembered the young gentleman used to have a dressing-up box, and all kinds of old cast-offs found their way into it. It occurred to me there might be a green dress in there. It's up in the front attic.
A crimson kimono, a cardboard breastplate, a very threadbare shooting jacket.
Yeah, what about this scarf? Could it be what we're looking for?
No. Quite the wrong shade. We are not looking for emerald green.
Scabbard? A bead necklace?
A blue cloak. Oh. Look at this, my friend.
Black beard.
And observe, Hastings, it has been trimmed to make it look like the beard worn by Inglethorpe.
A good place to hide it. Apart from Dorcas, the only people who appear to have known about the dressing-up box are John and Lawrence.
And the beard is new. Everything else in the chest has been used over and over again, but this was obviously bought quite recently. I need someone to find out how it came here.
You could always ask John.
No, not John.
Miss Howard might know, or she could certainly find out.
An excellent idea. But I am in her black books because I prevented Inglethorpe being arrested. Can she be persuaded, I wonder?
Well, Monsieur Poirot, what do you want? Out with it. I'm busy.
Do you remember, mademoiselle, I once asked you to help me?
Yes, I do. And I told you I'd help you with pleasure to hang Inglethorpe.
Miss Howard, my friend Hastings told me of something you said that impressed me very much.
Well, what was that?
That if somebody close to you had been murdered, you would instantly know who had committed the crime.
And I suppose you think that's nonsense.
Not in the least.
And yet you don't believe me when I tell you it was Inglethorpe that killed poor Emily.
No, because you really do not believe that he did it. You are trying to shut out the name of the person your instinct tells you is the murderer.
No, that's not true.
I know you have too high a regard for justice to deceive yourself. Help me to unmask the real killer of your beloved Emily.
Yes, you are right. Nothing must be allowed to stand in the way of justice. Tell me what you want me to do.
Miss Murdoch, the very person I wanted to talk to. Monsieur Poirot wants to know if he can come and have a look round your dispensary.
Of course he can. But tell him I'm not there on Wednesdays. He's such a funny little man. The other day he made me take the brooch out of my tie and put it straight.
Yes, that kind of thing is rather an obsession with him.
Captain Hastings, you're always so kind and know such a lot. I want to ask your advice.
Go ahead.
You see, Aunt Emily always told me I should be provided for. I suppose she forgot, or didn't think she would die so soon. But the long and short of it is, I'm not provided for. Do you think I ought to go away from here at once and stop living at Styles?
Oh, good heavens, no. I'm sure they don't want to get rid of you.
Mrs. Cavendish does. She hates me. And so does he.
I'm quite sure you're wrong about Mary. And as for John...
Oh, I didn't mean John. I meant Lawrence. Not, of course, that I care whether he hates me or not. But he's been behaving so strangely lately and tries to avoid speaking to me. It's rather horrid when no one loves you. I don't know what to do.
I know what you should do, Cynthia. Marry me.
Don't be silly.
I'm not being silly. I'm asking you to do me the honour of becoming my wife, Miss Murdoch.
You funny dear. It's perfectly sweet of you, but you know you don't really want to.
Yes, I do. And there's nothing to laugh at. I don't see anything funny about a proposal.
No, indeed. But next time somebody might accept you. Good morning, Captain Hastings. And thank you. You've cheered me up very much.
Thinking over our little interview, it all struck me as being profoundly unsatisfactory. After lunch, I went for a stroll through the woods and sat down under an old beech tree, trying to work out the whole mystery. In a couple of minutes, I was sound asleep.
It's no concern of yours, anyway.
John and Mary Cavendish were standing only a few feet away, totally unaware that I was there.
I won't have it, Mary. Do you understand?
You won't have it. What right do you think you have to criticise my conduct?
It's the talk of the village. My mother was buried only yesterday, and you spend all your time gadding about with that fellow.
Oh, well, if it's only village gossip you're worrying about...
Do you intend to go on seeing Bowerstein?
If I choose. I deny your right to criticise my actions. Do you think I don't know what you're up to?
What do you mean?
You know very well what I mean.
Mary, are you in love with this Bowerstein fellow?
Perhaps. But if I am, it is no concern of yours.
I stood there, not daring to make a move until Mary had gone. And then I stepped ostentatiously forward. John took it for granted that I'd only just come on the scene.
Oh, hello, Hastings. Have you been seeing the little fellow back to his cottage? Is he getting any further, do you think?
Well, if he is, he's keeping it to himself.
Well, is he really any good, do you think?
He was considered one of the finest detectives of his day.
Oh, it's all such a nightmare. Scotland Yard men in and out of the house all the time. They were there again this morning. Screaming headlines in every paper in the country. There was a whole crowd of journalists outside the lodge this morning. It's like being in an exhibit in the Chamber of Horrors. I don't know whether I shall ever be able to hold my head up again.
It'll pass. These things always do.
But who could have done it? It's horrible to think that now Inglethorpe's out of it, it can only be one of us.
But how could it be?
Well, that's just it. There isn't anyone.
You don't think...
Yes?
You don't think it could be Bowerstein?
But what possible interest could he have in Mother's death?
I've no idea, but Poirot got very excited when he heard Bowerstein had been at Styles when the coffee was poured out. And then again, it might have been the cocoa. I know for a fact that Poirot is not at all happy about the analysis Bowerstein had carried out.
But cocoa couldn't have concealed the taste of strychnine.
Well, we've only got Bowerstein's word for that. And after all, he knows more about poisons than anyone else in the country. He could have used something else.
Even so, I'm damned if I can see what his motive could have been. And in any case, he would have needed an accomplice.
John went off back towards the house. And then a terrible thought struck me. Could Bowerstein's accomplice have been Mary? Had Mrs. Inglethorpe found out that she was having an affair with Bowerstein and threatened to tell John all about it? Was that why she'd been killed? Or had Mary cold-bloodedly used Bowerstein to get rid of a woman who was in her way?
Two married women shouldn't have to share the same house.
I must confess the whole idea made me feel rather sick. And I remembered what Mary had said on the very first afternoon we met.
Not in a case of poisoning. Isn't that supposed to be the woman's weapon?
I was in a very gloomy state of mind all the way back to Styles. As I reached the garden, Evie came rushing towards me.
Captain, have you heard the news?
What news, Evie?
About Bowerstein.
What's happened to him?
He's been arrested.
Good Lord.
If you ask me, they've got the wrong black beard.
In Part 3 of Agatha Christie's The Mysterious Affair at Styles, Hercule Poirot was played by John Moffat, Captain Hastings, Simon Williams, Detective Inspector Japp, Philip Jackson, Alfred Inglethorpe, Hugh Dixon, Evelyn Howard, Nicola McAuliffe, John Cavendish, Sean Arnold, Mary Cavendish, Susan Jameson, Lawrence Cavendish, Nicholas Bolton, Cynthia Murdoch, Annabel Dowler, Dorcas, Hilda Schroeder. The coroner, Peter Howell, Dr. Bauerstein, Robert Portal, Mr. Mace, Harry Myers. Inspectors Summerhays, Don McCorkindale. The music was composed by Tom Smale. The Mysterious Affair at Styles is dramatised for radio by Michael Bakewell and directed by Enid Williams.
Emily Inglethorpe had died of strychnine poisoning at Styles Court. We were all certain that her husband Alfred was the murderer, but Poirot had proved that the man had a strong alibi. So, could the murderer have been one of her stepsons, my friend John Cavendish, or his brother Lawrence? Then it had occurred to me that it might be the mysterious Dr. Bauerstein, and now he'd been taken into custody.
John Moffat as Hercule Poirot and Simon Williams as Captain Hastings in Agatha Christie's The Mysterious Affair at Styles.
It does not surprise me. After all, we are only 4 miles from the coast.
What has that got to do with it?
Well, surely it is obvious, mon ami.
Well, no doubt I'm very dense, but I cannot see what the proximity of the coast has to do with the murder of Mrs. Inglethorpe.
Unless the good Inspector Japp has taken leave of his senses, the matter has nothing to do with Mrs. Inglethorpe.
Then why has Bauerstein been arrested?
For espionage, mon ami. What else?
You mean he's a German spy?
What, did you not suspect it?
The idea never entered my head.
It did not strike you as peculiar that a famous London doctor should bury himself in a little village like this and should be in the habit of walking about at all hours of the night?
You mean that's how he came to fall in the pond on the night of the murder?
Which is very likely, mon ami. And he is, of course, a German by birth.
Oh, the blackguard.
No, not at all. He is, on the contrary, a patriot. And despite the fact that Belgium has been devastated by his fellow countrymen, I must confess I rather admire his courage.
This is the man with whom Mary Cavendish has been wandering about all over the place.
Yes. I fancy he found her very useful. So long as everyone was gossiping about the pair of them, no one paid much attention to what Bauerstein was really doing.
Then, do you think he never really cared for her?
Oh, that I cannot say, but I will tell you one thing.
What's that?
I do not believe Mrs. Cavendish cares or has ever cared one jot about Dr. Bauerstein.
Do you really think that?
I'm quite sure of it. And I will tell you why.
Yes?
Because she cares for someone else.
What did he mean? I'm not a vain man where women are concerned, but in spite of myself an agreeable warmth spread over me.
We must waste no more time and hurry on to the house. I have had a message from Miss Howard. She has discovered something.
Here you are, Monsieur Poirot. Is this what you were looking for?
I believe it is. Where did you find it, mademoiselle?
On top of a wardrobe. But I've no time to stand here chatting. Meeting of the Charities Committee at the village hall, and Lady Tadminster's in the chair. Wouldn't do to keep her waiting.
She's brown paper. Not very much to get excited about.
Ah, but do you not see the label?
Mrs. Parkson, theatrical costumiers. Is that what the beard came in?
So it would seem. And it is addressed to, is it J. Cavendish or is it an L?
Well, it's certainly not a J. What was it doing on top of a wardrobe?
Oh, Monsieur Poirot. Nobody told me you were in the house. Good morning, Captain Hastings.
Good morning, Inspector.
What's that you got there? Oh, theatrical costumiers, eh? Where did this come from?
Miss Howard found it on top of a wardrobe.
Have you any objection to my hanging on to this, Monsieur Poirot?
None at all, Inspector. It has told me all I wish to know. How is the investigation progressing?
Oh, we've turned up a thing or two. As a matter of fact, we've come across another will.
A will?
Dated before Mrs. Inglethorpe's marriage, and leaving her entire fortune to Mr. Inglethorpe.
But why did her solicitor not know of this?
That's the funny thing about it. It was written on one of those printed will forms.
And where did you find it, Inspector?
In the desk in the boudoir.
But I understood that Mr. Wells had gone through all Mrs. Inglethorpe's papers very carefully.
I must have missed it. We found it stuffed into one of the drawers at the back. But I'd better be off, if you'll excuse me. Things are beginning to warm up. Goodbye, Mr. Poirot, Captain Hastings.
Goodbye, Inspector.
The poor chap. He has no method. Nevertheless, it is strange about the will. But here is the good Dorcas. A little word with you, mademoiselle, if I may.
Yes, Mr. Poirot.
Tell me, on the day before the tragedy, did anything go wrong with Mrs. Inglethorpe's bell?
Oh, as a matter of fact, it did. Though I don't know how you came to hear of it. A mouse or some such must have nibbled the wire through. The man came and put it right on Tuesday.
Thank you, mademoiselle. That is all I wanted to know.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Poirot.
One should never ask for outside proof. But the flesh is weak, and it is good to know one is on the right track. I am like a giant refreshed.
A very small giant.
Your little friend seems very pleased with himself. What's it all about?
I really haven't the faintest idea.
Is he quite mad?
I believe there's method in his madness.
Captain Hastings, I need to talk to you. Will you come into the garden?
Oh, of course, I'd be only too happy.
Tell me, do you think my husband and I are happy together?
I don't think it's any of my business to have an opinion.
Well, whether it's your business or not, I will tell you that we are not happy. You don't know anything about me, do you?
Well, no, not really.
My father was English, but my mother was Russian.
Ah, now I understand.
What do you understand?
Well, there's a hint of something, rather different about you.
My mother was very beautiful, I believe. But she died when I was a little child. I was told she'd taken an overdose of sleeping pills by accident. My father was in the consular service. I went all over the world with him. It was a splendid life, and I loved it.
I can understand that.
And then my father died. He left me badly off, and I had to go and live with some old aunts in Yorkshire. The deadly monotony of life with them was getting too much for me, and then I met John. I wasn't in the least in love with him. I married him to get away from the terrible boredom of my existence.
I see.
Don't misunderstand me. I was quite honest with him. I told him that I liked him very much, and that I hoped to come to like him more. I'm sure he cared for me at first, but we drifted apart. It is not a pleasant thing for me to admit, but he tired of me very soon.
Oh, but surely...
Not that it matters now. I believe we may have come to the parting of the ways. I'm not going to remain at Styles.
And John?
I've no idea what he intends to do.
You're going to leave him?
I want to be free, Captain Hastings. You can have no idea what a prison this place has been to me.
I hope you won't do anything rash.
Rash?
You know that Dr. Bauerstein has been arrested.
My husband was so kind as to break the news to me this morning.
So, what do you think?
What should I think? Apparently he's a German spy, or so one of the gardeners told John. But I must go back to the house now. Thank you for listening to me so patiently.
Just before tea time, I went to look for Poirot and was told that he had gone to Cynthia Murdoch's dispensary. But he knew very well that Wednesday was her day off. What on earth was happening to the man?
I say, Hastings, if you happen to see your Belgian friend...
Yes, Lawrence?
Will you tell him I think I've found the extra coffee cup?
I must admit I've forgotten all about it. By the end of the afternoon, Poirot had returned. I found him sitting by the table in his cottage, his head buried in his hands.
To speak or not to speak, that is the question, as your great poet puts it.
What on earth are you talking about?
The most serious of all things hangs in the balance.
And what is that?
A woman's happiness. The moment has come, and I do not know what to do.
I see. By the way, Lawrence asked me to tell you he thinks he's found the extra coffee cup.
That is good. He has more intelligence than would appear, this long-faced Monsieur Lawrence. Now, there is something on which I need your opinion. Are you a good judge of finger marks?
Well, I know that none are ever alike.
Then take a look at these. I have numbered the photographs 1, 2, and 3. Will you describe them to me?
Number 1, I would guess, is a man's fingerprint, that of the index finger. Number 2 is a lady's, quite different in every way. Number 3, well, it's all rather confused, but there are 2 very distinct prints which appear to be the same as the man's finger in number 1.
You are sure of that?
As sure as I can be.
Good. Now, number 1 is the fingerprint of Lawrence Cavendish. Number 2, that of Mademoiselle Cynthia. And number 3 is the highly magnified surface of a small bottle in the poison cupboard of the dispensary at Tadminster.
You mean you deliberately went there when you knew Cynthia Murdoch wouldn't be around? But Lawrence was never near the poison cupboard on the day we were there. We stayed together all the time.
Are you certain of that?
No, I remember now. Cynthia and I were having tea out on the balcony, and she suddenly realised Lawrence wasn't with us and called out to him to join us. But it could only have been for a moment.
Long enough.
Long enough for what?
Long enough for a man who had once studied medicine to gratify a very natural interest.
What was in that particular bottle?
Hydrochloride of strychnine.
Good Lord.
There is far too much strychnine in this case. Strychnine in Mrs. Inglethorpe's tonic, strychnine sold across the counter to someone wearing a false beard, and now we have a strychnine bottle handled by Lawrence Cavendish. It is all very confusing. And as you know, I do not like confusion. Entrez.
I hope you will forgive my intruding, but they told me that you were here with Monsieur Poirot, Captain Hastings, and I thought I would call for you.
Oh, madame, I hoped you had called to honour me with a visit.
I would be only too happy to come whenever you wish.
If you should ever need a father confessor, madame, remember that Papa Poirot is always at your service.
I won't forget, Monsieur Poirot. Will you walk back with us to Styles?
I should be enchanted, madame.
The weather had broken, and it felt more like autumn than early summer. Mary shivered and buttoned her coat close. As we went through the great door of Styles, we came upon Dorcas. She was trembling and very pale.
They've arrested him, ma'am. They've arrested Mr. Cavendish.
They've arrested Lawrence?
No, sir, not Master Lawrence. Master John.
John?
I just can't believe it. After what you said about the strychnine bottle, I was certain it must be Lawrence. But John, my old friend John.
Every murderer is probably someone's old friend.
No, I must say, you might have given me a clue.
Perhaps I did not do so simply because he was your old friend. Did you never suspect him at all?
Never.
Did you not realize that if it was not her husband who Mrs. Inglethorpe was quarrelling with that afternoon, it must have been either Lawrence or John?
And it was John. Is that what you're saying?
Why else should Mary Cavendish have pretended not to remember the conversation at the inquest?
Do you think they'll find him guilty?
On the contrary, I think there is a chance he may be acquitted. But I cannot be certain. It is one thing to know that a man is guilty, but it is quite another matter to prove him so. I lack the last link in the chain, and I do not know where to look for it.
Did that mean Poirot believed John to be guilty or not? It was 2 months before John was committed for trial at the Old Bailey, and during those weeks all my admiration and sympathy went out to Mary Cavendish. All thoughts of leaving John had been cast aside. She was determined to fight for him tooth and nail.
Yes, she is one of those women in whom adversity brings out the best. Her jealousy and her pride...
But her jealousy?
Have you not realized that she is a passionately jealous woman? But now she thinks only of her husband and of the terrible fate that is hanging over him.
Of course he wouldn't tell me why she was jealous. It was another of those little mysteries Poirot persisted in keeping to himself. By the time the case came into court, I had been given a job at the War Office. Mary had taken a house in Kensington and invited Poirot and myself to stay with her. On September the 15th, John appeared in the dock to answer the charge of the wilful murder of Emily Inglethorpe. Mr. Phillips opened for the Crown.
Rarely in the course of my career have I been confronted with a more ruthless or cold-blooded crime. The callous and deliberate poisoning, gentlemen of the jury, of a fond and trusting woman by a stepson to whom she had been more than a mother, who had supported him ever since his boyhood, a kind and generous benefactress to both the prisoner and his wife.
Mr. Phillips, a KC of the old school, began to build up a formidable and rather alarming case for the Crown.
I shall call witnesses to show that the prisoner, a profligate and spendthrift, had been at the end of his financial tether and, furthermore, had been carrying on an intrigue with the wife of a neighbouring farmer, a certain Mrs. Ricks.
No wonder poor Mary was so wretchedly unhappy.
This having come to Mrs. Inglethorpe's ears, she confronted the prisoner on the afternoon before her death, and a bitter quarrel ensued, part of which was most fortunately overheard. On the day previous to this, the prisoner had purchased strychnine at the village chemist's, wearing a disguise by which he hoped to throw suspicion upon another. The man, he believed, stood between himself and his stepmother's fortune, her husband, Alfred Inglethorpe. Fortunately, Mr. Inglethorpe had an unimpeachable alibi.
Provided by Mrs. Ricks, who had evidently been rather free with her favours.
On the afternoon of July the 17th, immediately after the quarrel with her stepson, Mrs. Inglethorpe made a new will. A fragment of this was found in the ashes of a bedroom fire the following morning, but it was undoubtedly drawn up in favour of her husband. This will had been almost certainly destroyed by the prisoner, but little did he know that the deceased had already drawn up a will in favour of her husband at the time of her engagement, which she had evidently forgotten about.
He got himself into rather a tangle over the various wills, and it was with considerable relief that he came to the end of his exposition and called to the stand his first witness, Inspector Japp.
Acting on information received, I searched the prisoner's room during his temporary absence from the house. In his chest of drawers, hidden under a pile of underwear, we found first a pair of gold-rimmed pince-nez, similar to those worn by Mr. Inglethorpe, and secondly, this file.
And you will see, gentlemen of the jury, that the file is labelled strychnine hydrochloride poison. And I believe you came across another piece of vital evidence, Inspector.
A piece of blotting paper in Mrs. Inglethorpe's chequebook. On being reversed in a mirror, one could discern the words, "Everything of which I die possessed, I leave to my beloved husband, Alfred Inge."
Which proves beyond question that the destroyed will had been in favour of the deceased's husband.
The counsel for the defence, Sir Ernest Heavyweather, was renowned for his bullying tactics, but it took him quite an effort to make any impression on the imperturbable Japp.
Tell me, Inspector, what day did you say it was that you searched the defendant's room?
Tuesday, the 24th of July.
Exactly a week after the tragedy. And you say that you found the pince-nez and the phial of strychnine in the chest of drawers. Was the drawer unlocked?
Yes, it was.
Does it not strike you as unlikely that a man who is supposed to have committed murder should keep such incriminating pieces of evidence in an unlocked drawer where anyone could find them?
He was probably in a hurry.
But it was a whole week after the crime. He would have had ample time to take them out of the house and destroy them.
Perhaps.
There is no perhaps about it. Would he or would he not have had time to take them out of the house and destroy them?
Yes.
Now, you say you found these things underneath a pile of underwear.
That is correct.
Heavy or light?
Heavy or light what?
Underclothing?
Heavy-ish.
Winter underclothing. Obviously, the defendant would not be likely to go to that drawer.
Perhaps not.
Kindly answer my question. Would the defendant, in the hottest week of an exceptionally hot summer, be likely to go to a drawer containing winter underclothing, yes or no?
No.
In that case, Is it not possible, Inspector, that the articles in question might have been put there by a third person, and that the defendant was totally unaware of their existence?
I should not think it likely.
But it is possible.
Yes.
That is all.
There followed what seemed to be an interminable wrangle over the parcel containing the black beard sent by the theatrical costumiers.
I believe, Miss Howard, that it was you who found this sheet of brown paper.
Yes, I did.
And where did you discover it?
On top of a wardrobe.
On top of the prisoner's wardrobe?
I believe so.
Did you not find it yourself?
Yes.
Then you must know where you found it.
Yes, it was on top of Mr. Cavendish's wardrobe.
The prosecution then further established that an assistant at the costumiers had sent a black beard to a Mr. L. Cavendish on receipt of his letter and a postal order. Sir Ernest made short work of him.
And where was the letter sent from?
From Styles Court.
The same address to which you sent the parcel?
Yes.
How do you know?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
How do you know that the letter came to you from Styles Court? Did you notice the postmark?
No, but...
Did you keep the envelope?
No,
So you did not notice the postmark nor retain any proof of it. And yet you affirm so confidently that it came from Styles. It might, in fact, have been any postmark.
I suppose it might.
In fact, the letter might have been posted from anywhere. From Wales, for instance.
The significance of that last question only became apparent when Lawrence Cavendish took the stand, for at the date when the beard had been ordered, he had in fact been in Wales.
Do I understand that you deny having sent an order for a black beard on the 25th of June?
I do.
Then how do you account for the fact that it was ordered in your name and sent in your name to Styles?
I cannot account for it.
In the event of anything happening to your brother John, Mr. Cavendish, who will inherit Styles Court? Answer my question, if you please.
I suppose I should.
What do you mean, you suppose? Your brother has no children. You would inherit, wouldn't you?
Yes.
That's better. Now, on Tuesday, the 17th of July, you went, I believe, to visit the dispensary at the Red Cross Hospital in Tadminster.
Yes.
Did you, while you happened to be alone there for a few seconds, unlock the poison cupboard and examine some of the bottles?
I may have done so.
I put it to you that you did.
Yes.
Did you examine one bottle in particular?
No, I do not think so.
Be careful, Mr. Cavendish. I am referring to a phial of hydrochloride of strychnine.
No, I am sure I didn't.
Then how do you account for the fact that you left the unmistakable imprint of your fingers on it?
I suppose I must have taken up the bottle.
I suppose so, too. Did you abstract any of the contents of the bottle?
Certainly not.
Then why did you take it up?
I once studied as a doctor. Such things naturally interest me.
So, poisons naturally interest you, do they, Mr. Cavendish? But you waited until you were alone before gratifying this interest of yours?
Well,
I have nothing further to ask you, Mr. Cavendish.
He is a clever man, Sir Ernest.
Do you think he really believes Lawrence is guilty?
I do not think he believes anything. What he is trying to do is to create such confusion in the minds of the jury that they cannot be certain which of the brothers did it. He is trying to make out that there is as much evidence against Lawrence as there is against John. And I think he may well succeed.
But on the following day, when John took the stand, things began to go badly against him, particularly when he was asked why he did not come forward at the inquest to explain that it was he and not Alfred Inglethorpe who had been overheard quarrelling with his stepmother.
It never occurred to me that anyone could have mistaken my voice for that of Mr. Inglethorpe. I was told there had been a quarrel between him and my mother, and I simply did not think this had any connection with my own disagreement with her.
Not even when the housekeeper, Dorcas, repeated certain fragments of the conversation. Fragments which you must certainly have recognized.
I did not recognize them.
You must have a curiously selective memory, Mr. Cavendish.
The fact is that we were both angry and said more than we meant. I paid very little attention to my mother's actual words.
Mr. Phillips's incredulous sniff was a triumph of forensic art. But then he drew John onto far more dangerous ground. The question of his alibi for the time when the person disguised as Inglethorpe had purchased strychnine from the chemist's shop.
Your explanation is that you had been summoned to a place called Marston's Spinney by an anonymous letter threatening blackmail.
That is correct.
And is this the letter in question?
Yes, that is the letter.
You have produced this very opportunely, Mr. Cavendish. Tell me, is there nothing familiar about the handwriting?
Not that I know of.
Do you not see it bears a remarkable resemblance to your own handwriting, ineptly disguised?
No, I do not think so.
I put it to you that this is your own handwriting.
I deny that absolutely.
Is it not a fact that at the time you claim to have been at this solitary and unfrequented spot, you were, in fact, in the chemist's shop at Styles St. Mary, disguised as Alfred Inglethorpe, and that you purchased strychnine, signing the register in his name?
That is utterly false.
Then I will leave the remarkable similarity between this letter, the forged signature in the chemist's poison book, and this specimen of your own handwriting to the consideration of the jury.
The case was adjourned until the following Monday. When they got back to the house, Poirot waved aside Mary's offer of a cup of tea and went straight upstairs. After a while I followed him, and to my utter amazement found him building a house of cards.
No, Hastings, I am not yet in my second childhood. Sherlock Holmes had his violin, I have my house of cards. It requires precision of the fingers, and with precision of the fingers comes precision of the brain, and never have I needed it more than now.
You've certainly got a remarkably steady hand. It's almost as if you were performing a conjuring trick.
I need a steady hand, mon ami. The slightest tremble would bring the whole house tumbling down.
I've only seen your hand shake once.
On an occasion when I was enraged, perhaps?
You certainly were. It was when you found that the dispatch box in Mrs. Inglethorpe's room had been forced open. You stood by the mantelpiece, fiddling with the spill vases, and your hand was shaking like a leaf.
Oh, mon Dieu!
What's the matter?
It is that I have an idea. A stupendous idea. And you, my friend, have given it to me.
Steady on.
Where can I find a garage?
Why do you want a garage?
I must return to Styles at once.
In Part 4 of Agatha Christie's The Mysterious Affair at Styles, Hercule Poirot was played by John Moffat, Captain Hastings, Simon Williams. Detective Inspector Japp, Philip Jackson. John Cavendish, Sean Arnold. Mary Cavendish, Susan Jameson. Lawrence Cavendish, Nicholas Bolton. Evelyn Howard, Nicola McAuliffe. Dorcas, Hilda Schroeder. Mr. Phillips, Johan Meredith. Sir Ernest Heavyweather, Michael Mears. The costumier's assistant, Richard Katz. The music was composed by Tom Smale. The Mysterious Affair at Styles is dramatized for radio by Michael Bakewell and directed by Enid Williams.
John Cavendish had been put on trial at the Old Bailey for the murder of his stepmother, Emily Inglethorpe, and things were going badly against him. But then Poirot had a sudden flash of inspiration and rushed off back to Styles in a state of high excitement.
John Moffat as Hercule Poirot and Simon Williams as Captain Hastings in Agatha Christie's The Mysterious Affair at Styles.
I've had a telegram from Monsieur Poirot. He says we must all return immediately to Styles. Everyone who was in the house at the time of the murder must be present.
What on earth for?
He wants to hold a little reunion, as he puts it. Even Inspector Japp has been invited.
Ours not to reason why, I suppose. There's no point in trying to argue with him when he's like this, and even less point in asking him what it's all about.
Now, Miss Howard, if you will kindly sit here.
Wherever you like. What's all this in aid of?
All will be revealed in good time. And you next to her, Mademoiselle Cynthia.
Certainly, Monsieur Poirot. This is all rather exciting.
And the good Dorcas will sit here. And Annie, will you please sit next to her? And if you would be so good as to sit here, Madame Cavendish.
Of course.
And you next to her, Monsieur Laurence.
Wherever you wish. I'll sit over by the window if it's all the same with you. Don't want to cramp your style.
But you must all be patient for a little while longer. We must delay the proceedings until Monsieur Inglethorpe arrives.
If that man comes into this room, I leave it.
But mademoiselle, it is most important that you remain here. You wish to see your dear friend, Madame Emily, revenged, do you not?
Well, if you put it like that.
A few minutes later, Alfred Inglethorpe arrived.
I understand you've organised a little get-together, monsieur.
Poirot ushered him to his seat and then turned to his little audience with the complacent air of a popular lecturer.
Mesdames, Monsieur, as I am sure you all know, I was called in to investigate this case by Mr. John Cavendish. There were two questions to be resolved. How did Mrs. Inglethorpe die, and why?
There's no mystery about that. She was poisoned by her husband for her money.
Monsieur Poirot, we know that you have a great reputation in Belgium as a detective, but we have been at the Old Bailey for a week being questioned and cross-questioned. Why do we have to go through it all again?
Because, Mr. Inglethorpe, we still have to arrive at the truth. Now, let us go back to the beginning.
If we must.
My first action on coming to Styles was to examine the bedroom of the deceased. I found first a fragment of green material, secondly, a stain on the carpet near the window, and thirdly, an empty box which had contained bromide powders. To take the fragment of green material first, I found it caught in the bolt of the door communicating between the room and the adjoining one occupied by Mademoiselle Cynthia. It was a piece torn from a land worker's green armlet.
It must have been yours, Mary. You're the only one on the land.
And it could mean only that Mrs. Cavendish had entered Mrs. Inglethorpe's bedroom through the room of Mademoiselle Cynthia.
But the door was always kept bolted on the inside.
It would have been easy enough for Mrs. Cavendish to unbolt it earlier and then to slide the bolt back in the confusion around Mrs. Inglethorpe's deathbed. Now, at the inquest, Mrs. Cavendish, you declared, did you not, that you had heard from your room in the left wing the fall of the table by Mrs. Inglethorpe's bed?
Yes, I did.
I took the opportunity of testing that statement by stationing my friend Hastings outside the door of your room while I was showing Inspector Japp the scene of the crime.
And you proceeded to knock over a table by the bed. A clumsy accident, you said at the time.
So that's what it was about. And of course I didn't hear a thing.
This confirmed my suspicion that Mrs. Cavendish was not in her bedroom at the time of the tragedy, but was actually in Mrs. Inglethorpe's room.
I looked at Mary. Never had I seen her so proudly beautiful. It was inconceivable that she could have murdered Mrs. Inglethorpe. And then I remembered once again the gleam in her wonderful tawny eyes when she'd said that poison was a woman's weapon.
So, let us assume that Mrs. Cavendish is in her mother-in-law's room under the impression that she is sleeping peacefully. She is searching for something. Suddenly, Mrs. Inglethorpe wakes and is seized by an alarming paroxysm. She flings out her arm, overturning the bedside table, and then pulls desperately at the bell. Thoroughly alarmed, Mrs. Cavendish drops her candle, and the grease spills onto the carpet. She picks it up and retreats back to the room of Mademoiselle Cynthia, closing the door behind her.
You mean she didn't lift a finger to help poor Emily?
Patience, mademoiselle. Mrs. Cavendish hurries out into the passage, but already the footsteps of the servants are echoing along the gallery. Quickly she goes back into the young girl's room and starts to shake her awake while the servants are battering on Mrs. Inglethorpe's door. When Mr. Lawrence discovers her there, she joins the others, and it occurs to no one that she has not arrived with the rest of the family. Am I right, madame?
Yes, Monsieur Poirot, you are quite right. You must understand that if I'd thought it would do my husband any good to reveal these facts, I would have done so.
It showed a callous disregard for my poor wife's suffering.
But what I don't understand is why I didn't wake up while all this was going on.
Because you had been drugged, mademoiselle.
Drugged?
And with this in mind, I examined all the coffee cups from which everyone had drunk that evening, remembering that it was Mrs. Cavendish who had given you your coffee. I took a sample from each cup, but I had made a serious miscalculation.
You hadn't realised that Dr. Beilstein was there that evening, so there were 7 cups instead of 6.
So the missing cup could only be Cynthia's.
Oh, I know, because I'm the only one who doesn't take sugar.
But then my attention was caught by something you said, Annie, that there was a substance that looked like salt on Mrs. Inglethorpe's cocoa tray. Accordingly, I sent a sample of the cocoa to be analysed.
But Dr. Beilstein had already done that, hadn't he?
Aha, but he had asked the analyst to look for traces of strychnine. I wanted to find out whether it contained a narcotic.
And, of course, it did.
You had administered a safe but effective narcotic both to Mademoiselle Cynthia's coffee and to Mrs. Inglethorpe's cocoa.
You can imagine my feelings when the poor soul died in agony and everyone said she'd been poisoned. It was the most awful hour of my life, and I shall never forget it. Now I understand why you offered your services as a father-confessor, Monsieur Poirot. I should have told you everything.
So now we are able to explain why the symptoms of strychnine poisoning took so long to make their appearance.
You mean that the drugged cocoa taken on top of the poisoned coffee would have delayed its effect?
Exactly, Monsieur Lawrence. But we come now to a little difficulty. Mrs. Inglethorpe never drank her cup of coffee. Do you remember the stain on the carpet of Mrs. Inglethorpe's room? It was still damp and smelled strongly of coffee. I realized what must have happened when I put my little case on the table near the window and it instantly tipped up. The same thing must have happened when Mrs. Inglethorpe put her coffee down on it, and so she heated up her cocoa instead.
So she never drank any coffee at all?
No. And yet the strychnine must have been administered between 7 and 9 that evening.
So how was it done?
Through a substance so suitable for disguising its taste that it is extraordinary that no one thought of it. Her medicine.
You mean the murderer introduced the strychnine into her tonic?
No, there was no need for that.
Her tonic already contained strychnine. I pointed that out at the inquest.
And it was perfectly harmless, but when a bromide is introduced into the mixture, the strychnine will be precipitated and collect at the bottom of the bottle, and the last dose will contain all of it and prove fatal.
So those bromide powders I made up for...
were added to her medicine. But you were not to know that they were to be used in that way.
No. I had no idea they could have that effect.
And the person who habitually poured out Mrs. Inglethorpe's medicine was always careful not to shake the bottle, so as not to disturb the deadly sediment at the bottom.
Quite ingenious, really, when you think about it. But please go on, Monsieur Poirot.
Throughout the case, there have been indications that the tragedy was intended to take place on the Monday evening. Mrs. Inglethorpe's bell wire had been severed. Mademoiselle Cynthia was spending the night with friends.
So she would have been quite alone in her room in the right wing, completely cut off from everyone. She would have died long before medical help could have reached her.
And there would have been no one to observe the unmistakable effects of the strychnine poisoning.
Exactly. But on that Monday night, in her hurry to be on time for the concert, Mrs. Inglethorpe forgot to take her medicine.
Oh, she didn't forget it, sir. I told her she ought to take it, but she said it'd do her no harm to go without it for once.
And alas, she was right. For by not taking that last fatal dose until the following evening, She prolonged her life for another 24 hours, and it is to the events of those 24 hours that I shall now turn.
Is this really necessary? None of it's getting us anywhere.
It is necessary, Mr. Inglethorpe, and as you will see, it is getting us somewhere. Let us now consider the matter of the will.
Was it the will you were looking for in Emily's room, Mary? Did you destroy it?
No, I wasn't looking for the will, Lawrence, and the only person who could have destroyed it was Mrs. Inglethorpe herself.
That's ridiculous. I thought she was supposed to have made it on the afternoon before her death. You can't tell me she destroyed it on the same day.
Nevertheless, mademoiselle, that is what happened. How else can you account for the fact that on one of the hottest days of the year, Mrs. Inglethorpe ordered a fire to be lit in her room?
Sounds out like a sore thumb, really.
Mrs. Inglethorpe would have ordered a fire only because she wanted to destroy something so that no one would ever see it and could think of no other way. In fact, Hastings and I found a charred fragment of it in the ashes of her fireplace.
But why should she destroy a will she'd only just made?
That is what I asked myself. I thought at first it was the consequence of the quarrel she had had earlier that afternoon, but now I realize I was wrong. Can you remind us, Dorcas, of what you overheard your mistress say?
She said, "You need not think that any fear of publicity, of scandal between husband and wife will deter me."
Those words were addressed not to Mr. Inglethorpe, as you supposed, but to her stepson, John Cavendish. And now, will you tell us what she said to you an hour later?
I've had a great shock, she said to me. I don't know what to do. Scandal between a husband and wife is a terrible thing, Dorcas. And she was holding a piece of paper in her hand.
But this second scandal she spoke of was not the same as the scandal with which she had confronted John Cavendish earlier that afternoon. Then she had been speaking of his liaison with Mrs. Raikes, but now she was referring to a scandal which concerned herself. What did she do then?
She ordered me to light the fire in her room.
So, let us reconstruct what happened. At 4 o'clock, Mrs. Inglethorpe quarrels with her stepson and threatens to tell his wife about the affair with Mrs. Raikes. I believe you overheard the greater part of that conversation, madame.
Yes, I did. And you can understand why I chose to say nothing about it.
Immediately afterwards, Mrs. Inglethorpe makes a new will in favour of her husband, cutting out John Cavendish. But then, at 5, she tells Dorcas to light a fire so that she can destroy the will she has just made.
So what happened in between, do you reckon?
I believe that Mrs. Inglethorpe had been anxious to send the new will off to her lawyers immediately, but she had no stamps. In the corner of her room stood her husband's desk. It was locked, but she had a key and opened it. In searching for the stamps, she came across a sheet of paper that she was never meant to see. This was the paper that Dorcas saw her holding in her hand shortly afterwards, and this, I believe, Mrs. Cavendish, was what you were searching for in her room on the night of her death.
I was certain that it was a letter from Mrs. Raikes to my husband. Mrs. Inglethorpe told me that it had nothing to do with him, but I didn't believe her.
So, what was this paper?
It was a letter written in haste by the murderer to his accomplice when he realized that Mrs. Inglethorpe's death would take place 24 hours later than they had planned. I will read it to you. Dearest Evelyn, you will be anxious about hearing nothing. It is all right, only it will be tonight instead of last night. There's a good time coming once the old woman is dead and out of the way. No one can possibly bring the crime home to me. That idea of yours about the bromide was a stroke of genius, but we must be careful. One false step, here the letter breaks off. But there is...
You devil! How did you get hold of it?
I don't think that need concern us now, Mr. Inglethorpe. There's a Black Maria outside. We don't want to keep it waiting, do we? You too, Miss Howard.
The moment I set eyes on you, I knew you were going to be trouble, you little egg-shaped monster.
So did you really suspect Inglethorpe from the word go, Monsieur Poirot?
Oh, yes. There was no getting away from the fact that whoever stood to gain from his wife's death, he would benefit the most. I had no idea how the crime had been committed, but from what I knew of Mr. Inglethorpe, it would be very difficult to connect him with it. And then, when I began to investigate the Mrs. Raikes affair, my suspicions became a certainty.
How do you mean?
If he had been seriously involved with her, his stubborn silence at the inquest would have been perfectly comprehensible. But when I discovered that it was known all over the village that it was John Cavendish who was enamoured of the pretty lady, Inglethorpe's behaviour took on a very different meaning. It was nonsense to pretend that he was afraid of a scandal, and so I was forced to the conclusion that by constantly refusing to say where he had been when the strychnine was purchased, he was doing his utmost to get himself arrested. And from that moment, I was equally determined that he should not be.
But why on earth should he want to be arrested?
Because we have a very curious law in this country, that if a man is once acquitted of a crime, he can never be tried again for the same offence. And if it hadn't been for Monsieur Poirot, I should have fallen headlong into the trap. I would have arrested Inglethorpe, he would have revealed his irreproachable alibi, and he would have been safe for life.
But even so, he was actually seeing Mrs. Raikes.
Oh, yes, they took harmless little walks together along the lanes at times when Inglethorpe particularly wanted to establish an alibi for himself.
Like the time he was supposed to have bought the strychnine from the chemist's shop.
But I still don't see how he managed that. I mean, how could he be in two places at once?
Oh, is it possible? Huh? My poor friend. Have you not realized it was Miss Howard who went to the chemist's shop?
Miss Howard? In that black beard?
Who else? She is of a similar height, her voice is rather manly, and remember that she and Inglethorpe are cousins, and that there is a distinct resemblance between them.
And do you think the use of the bromide really was her idea?
I am inclined to think she was the mastermind in the whole affair, and had been planning Mrs. Inglethorpe's murder from the moment she first arrived at Styles. I fancy that she and Inglethorpe were already passionately involved with one another.
So, all she had to do was to introduce him into the household at Styles and let him work his wicked will on Mrs. Inglethorpe.
Poor Emily. She saw herself as such a forceful character, but underneath it all she was lonely and terribly gullible.
But would Evelyn Howard really have the medical know-how to set up the poisoning?
Oh, no special knowledge was needed, my friend. All that she had to know she could have picked up from one of Lawrence Cavendish's medical textbooks. She knew that Mrs. Inglethorpe had a box of bromide powders and would occasionally take one at night. What could be easier than to dissolve one of them in her bottle of medicine?
And by the time Mrs. Inglethorpe had swallowed the last fatal dose, Miss Howard would have engineered her silly quarrel with her and left the house.
Ah, yes, it was a clever idea, and if they had left it alone, the murder would probably never have been linked to them.
What do you mean, if they'd left it alone?
They wanted a scapegoat, and decided to throw suspicion on John Cavendish. That is the sole reason for Evelyn Howard putting on the black beard and obtaining the strychnine.
So that she could sign Inglethorpe's name in John's handwriting?
I presume it must also have been Miss Howard who wrote the note telling Cavendish to go to Martin's Spinney, or wherever it was.
And again, she wrote it in his handwriting.
But then all their careful planning was thrown into confusion because Mrs. Inglethorpe did not take her medicine on the night they had calculated she would.
Even so, it was pretty stupid of Inglethorpe to write that letter.
I think his wife actually came into the room while he was writing it. He slipped it into his desk and went off for a walk.
And it was only by the merest chance she happened to find it. Poor Emily. It must have been a terrible shock for her.
I suppose Inglethorpe couldn't have realised it was missing until after her death. But how on earth did he know where she'd put it?
She always kept personal and important documents in her dispatch case. Just imagine the feelings of Mr. Inglethorpe the following morning when he hears that John Cavendish and Mr. Wells are to examine the contents of the case and that I have the key. He panics and breaks it open. Every moment is vital. So what do you think he does with the letter?
I haven't the foggiest.
Do not forget, the fire is not lit, so he cannot burn it. Instead, he tears it. He tears it into long, thin strips, rolls them into spills, and puts them among the others in the jars on the mantelpiece.
Oh, however did you work that out?
So you, mon ami.
Me?
Yes, you told me that my hands were shaking after I discovered that Mrs. Inglethorpe's dispatch case had been broken into and that I was straightening the spill jars on the mantelpiece. But then, you see, I remembered that I had already straightened them earlier that morning. So someone else must have moved them.
And that is why you rushed back to Styles.
So you see, Captain Hastings, we owe it all to you. But I'd better be off. I must see these precious cousins off to their respective jails. Thank you, Monsieur Poirot. Once again, you've saved me from making an ass of myself.
I do think you might have given me a few hints instead of leading me up the garden path like that.
Oh, I did nothing of the kind, mon ami. At most, I permitted you to deceive yourself.
But why?
Because you have a nature so honest and a countenance so transparent that if I told you my ideas the very first time you looked upon Alfred Inglethorpe, that astute gentleman would, in your charming English phrase, have smelt a rat.
I think I have more diplomacy than you give me credit for.
Oh, no, do not enrage yourself, my friend. Your help has been most invaluable. It is but your beautiful nature that gave me pause.
I still think you might have given me a few clues. As it was, you left me to flounder about on my own, suspecting practically everybody. Bowerstein, Mary Cavendish, Lawrence, well, particularly Lawrence. After all, he was behaving very strangely.
You realize, of course, what was behind all that?
No.
Well, you did not see that he believed Mademoiselle Cynthia to be guilty of the crime?
But that's ridiculous.
No, not in the least. The possibility was in my mind when I asked Mr. Wells about the provisions of the will. And it was Mademoiselle Cynthia who made up the bromide powders. Shall I tell you what made Monsieur Laurence turn so pale when he first entered his dying stepmother's room?
What?
He saw that the door into Mademoiselle Cynthia's room was unbolted.
But he swore it was bolted.
Exactly. And that confirmed my suspicion that it was not. He could not have realized that Mary Cavendish had opened it. He believed that Cynthia had done so, and he was determined to shield her.
But why?
Because he is in love with her.
Oh no, Poirot, you're quite wrong there. I know for a fact that he doesn't care for her at all.
Who told you that?
Cynthia herself.
They are like that, les femmes. Why else did he grind Mrs. Inglethorpe's coffee cup into the floor with his heel? Because he suspected that Mademoiselle Cynthia may have had something to do with the poisoning, and he was determined there should be no chance of analyzing its contents.
Was that why he kept on insisting that his stepmother had died from natural causes?
Of course. He hoped, as a trained doctor, his opinion might carry some weight.
And what about the extra coffee cup you wanted him to find?
I was fairly certain that Mary Cavendish had hidden it to conceal the fact she had put a sleeping draught into Mademoiselle Cynthia's coffee. If I could prove that, then the young lady would be in the clear.
Well, I'm glad it's all ended happily. Even John and Mary seem to be reconciled.
And they have me to thank for that.
You?
What, do you not realize it was the trial that brought them together again? I was convinced that John Cavendish loved his wife and she him, but they had drifted far apart. You remember the day of John Cavendish's arrest, when you found me deliberating over a major decision?
Yes, but I had no idea what it was all about.
I was trying to decide whether or not I should clear John Cavendish at once.
You mean you could have saved him from being brought to trial at all?
Oh, yes, my friend. But in the end I decided in favor of a woman's happiness. Nothing but the great danger through which they have passed could have brought these two proud souls together again.
I looked at him with silent amazement. The colossal cheek of the man. Who but Poirot would have thought a trial for murder would restore conjugal happiness?
One moment, Hastings. Do you see? Over there, by the fountain.
Lawrence and Cynthia. Good Lord, she's kissing him. And he's kissing her.
So perhaps he does not dislike her quite as much as she supposed.
They make a pretty pair, don't they? Thank goodness they've realised at last what was obvious to the rest of us.
It wasn't obvious to me.
I'm going back to London. Inspector Japp says John will be set free tomorrow morning. Thank you, Monsieur Poirot. Without you, he would be facing the gallows.
I am happy to have been of service, madame.
And thank you, Captain Hastings. You helped me through my darkest hour. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Ah, mon pauvre ami. You were in love with both of them, were you not?
Yes, they were two delightful women.
Console yourself, mon cher Hastings. One day this terrible war will be over, and we will hunt together again. And then, who knows what the future will bring.
In the final part of Agatha Christie's The Mysterious Affair at Styles, Hercule Poirot was played by John Moffat, Captain Hastings, Simon Williams, Detective Inspector Japp, Philip Jackson, Evelyn Howard, Nicola McAuliffe, Alfred Inglethorpe, Hugh Dixon, Mary Cavendish, Susan Jameson, Lawrence Cavendish, Nicholas Bolton, Cynthia Murdoch, Annabel Dowler, Dorcas, Hilda Schroeder. The music was composed by Tom Smale. The Mysterious Affair at Styles was dramatized for radio by Michael Bakewell and directed by Enid Williams.
We present Agatha Christie's The Murder of Roger Ackroyd, with John Moffat as Hercule Poirot and John Woodvine as Dr. Shepherd, the storyteller.
Mrs. Ferrers died on the night of the 16th to the 17th of September, a Thursday. I was sent for at 8 o'clock on the morning of Friday the 17th. There was nothing I could do. She had been dead some hours. It was just a few minutes after 9 when I reached home once more.
Is that you, James? What are you doing out there?
Just hanging up my overcoat.
Why don't you come and get your breakfast?
Just coming.
You've had an early call?
Yes, King's Paddock, Mrs. Ferrers.
I know.
How did you know?
The milkman told me. Well?
Bad business. Nothing to be done.
What did she die of? Heart failure?
She died of an overdose of Veronal. She's been taking it lately for sleeplessness. Must have taken too much.
Nonsense. She took it on purpose.
Now, why on earth should Mrs. Ferrers wish to commit suicide? A widow, still fairly young, very well off, and nothing to do but enjoy life. Now, what possible reason could
Remorse.
she have? Remorse?
Yes. You're always so preoccupied, tinkering about with your electric gadgets. You don't notice what's going on under your nose. You never would believe me when I told you she poisoned her husband. I'm more than ever convinced of it now. She's been haunted by what she did. 10 to 1 she's left a letter confessing everything.
She didn't leave a letter of any kind.
You'd thought she'd have left something for Roger Ackroyd. After all, they were practically man and wife.
Caroline.
And who could blame them? I mean, after all, Mrs. Ackroyd died of drink, and Mrs. Ferrers, his husband, was an alcoholic. If his sister-in-law hadn't descended on him from Canada, they'd have been married by now. Now, where are you going?
I'm going down to the village, Caroline. I've got better things to do than sit around here listening to gossip.
Shepherd! Just the man I wanted to get hold of. This is a terrible business.
You've heard then. I'm very sorry, Ackroyd.
It's worse than you know. Look here, I've got to talk to you. Can you come back with me now?
Hardly. I've got 3 patients to see, and I must be back by 12 to see to my surgery.
Then dine with me tonight. My sister-in-law will be there, and Flora. Oh, and Hector Blunt's coming along. But I'll think of some excuse to get away from them. I must talk to you.
I went home thoughtful, to find several patients waiting in the surgery. I had dismissed the last of them, as I thought, when I perceived one more patient, Ackroyd's housekeeper, Miss Russell.
Good morning, Doctor. I should be much obliged if you'd look at my knee.
I took a look, but I was very little wiser when I had done so. I prescribed some liniment, but she seemed inclined to linger.
Not that I believe that anything will do me much good. I don't believe in all these drugs. Drugs do a lot of harm. Look at the cocaine habit. Suppose you are a slave of the drug habit. Is there any cure?
I answered her as best I could, but for the life of me I couldn't understand what she was getting at. Then she asked me whether there were any poisons so rare that they baffled detection. I wondered whether in some roundabout way she was trying to question me about Mrs. Ferrers. I was quite relieved when Caroline sounded the gong for lunch.
What's the trouble with Ralph Peyton?
There isn't any.
And why is he staying at the Three Boars instead of Fernley Park with his foster father?
Ackroyd didn't mention him.
He arrived at the Three Boars yesterday morning and he's still there. Last night he was out with a girl.
One of the barmaids?
No, that's just it. He went out to meet her. I don't know who she is, but I can guess.
Flora Ackroyd. But why not see her at Fernley?
Secretly engaged. Old Ackroyd won't hear of it, and they have to meet this way. And there's another thing. I was walking through the wood this morning when I heard voices.
Did you?
I did. One of them was Ralph's. And do you know what he said?
I can't imagine.
He was talking to a girl. I didn't manage to see who it was.
How deeply frustrating for you.
And he said it was on the cards that the old man, I suppose he meant Ackroyd, was likely to cut him off without a shilling. And he said he needed the money and didn't want the will to be altered. What do you make of that?
Good Lord!
What is it?
An enormous vegetable marrow has just landed on the lawn.
It must have come over the garden wall. Our new neighbour, I suppose.
Oh, Mr. Poirot.
The man you say looks like a retired hairdresser.
I'd better go and have a word with him.
Of you 1,000 pardons, monsieur. I suddenly became impatient with the marrows. I seized the biggest and hurled him over the wall.
Well, I sincerely hope that doesn't mean you...
No, do not disquiet yourself. It is not with me a habit. But can you figure to yourself, monsieur, that a man may work towards leading at last a life of leisure, and then, when he has attained it, he yearns for the old busy days and the old occupations he thought himself so glad to leave?
Oh, yes, I understand it well enough. A year ago I came into a legacy, enough to enable me to realize a dream. I've always wanted to travel, to see the world. Oh, that was a year ago, and I'm still here.
Ah, but you can still realize that dream whenever you choose.
No longer, alas. I was foolish, and worse than foolish. Greedy.
Oh, you speculated.
An Australian gold mine.
And now?
I have nothing.
Well. I would be very pleased if you would present that marrow to your sister.
Oh, thank you.
By the way, I should like to ask you a question. You doubtless know everyone in this tiny village. Who is the young man with the very dark hair and eyes and the handsome face?
Well, that must be Ralph Peyton, the adopted son of Mr. Ackroyd.
Of course, I should have guessed.
You know Mr. Ackroyd?
Mr. Ackroyd knew me in London when I was at work there. Oh, I have asked him to say nothing of my profession down here.
Indeed.
And so... Ralph Peyton is going to marry Mr. Ackroyd's niece, the charming Miss Flora.
Who told you so?
Mr. Ackroyd. About a week ago. But there is something about that young man I do not understand.
Hello, Sarah.
Oh, hello.
Do you know where I can find Mr. Peyton?
Oh, he's just...
Shepherd, glad to see you. One person I am glad to see in this infernal place.
What's the place been doing to you?
It's a long story. Things haven't been going very well with me, Doctor. Not to mince matters, I'm in the devil of a mess. In fact, I haven't the least idea what to do next.
What's the matter?
It's my confounded stepfather.
What's he done?
It isn't what he's done yet, but what he's likely to do. I'm fairly up against it this time.
It was just a few minutes before 7:30 when I reached Fernley Park. The night was such a fine one that I had preferred to come on foot. Parker, the butler, relieved me of my overcoat and then withdrew. Raymond, Ackroyd's secretary, was passing with a handful of papers.
Good evening, Doctor. Coming to dine, or is this a professional call?
Good evening, Raymond. I brought the black bag, just in case. I'm expecting a summons to a confinement.
Why don't you go into the drawing room? You know the way. I must take these papers to Mr. Ackroyd. I'll tell him you're here.
Just as I was turning the handle of the door into the drawing room, I noticed a sound from within. The shutting of a window, I took it to be.
Oh, I was just coming out.
Miss Russell, I'm afraid I'm a few minutes early.
I don't think so. It's after 7:30. I must be going now. They'll all be down in a moment. I only came in here to see that the flowers were all right.
My eye was caught by what I believe is called a silver table, the lid of which lifts, and through the glass of which you can see the contents. There were 1 or 2 pieces of old silver, a baby shoe that was said to have belonged to King Charles I, and some Chinese jade figures. Wanting to examine one of these more closely, I lifted the lid. It slipped through my fingers and fell. And that was the sound which I had heard.
Admiring the family curios, Doctor?
Flora, how lovely you look.
I don't believe Charles I ever wore that nasty little thing at all. But you haven't congratulated me yet. Haven't you heard?
Well, I have heard rumours.
I'm going to marry Ralph. Uncle is very pleased. It keeps me in the family, you see.
Excuse me, Miss Flora, Doctor, dinner is served.
Dinner was not a cheerful affair. Ackroyd was visibly preoccupied. His sister-in-law gushed in an ice-cold way. Hector Blunt looked as if he'd rather be out on the veldt shooting big game, and Flora was unusually silent. When the meal was over, Ackroyd slipped his arm through mine and led me off to his study.
Bring your bag with you. Then they'll think it's a professional consultation. Make sure the window's closed, will you? And put the latch across.
Closed and latched. Now, what on earth's the matter?
Come here and sit down. No one can hear us, can they?
No, the door's closed. What's the trouble?
Shepherd, you attended Ashley Ferrers in his last illness, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Did it ever enter your head that he might have been poisoned?
I'll tell you the truth. At the time, I had no suspicions whatever, but since... Well, it was mere idle talk of my sister's that first put the idea into my head.
He was poisoned.
Who by?
His wife.
How do you know that?
She told me so herself.
When?
Yesterday. Oh, my God, yesterday. It seems 10 years ago. I want your advice, Shepherd, in absolute confidence, of course. I can't carry the weight of all this by myself.
Why don't you tell me the whole story? Now, how did Mrs. Ferrers come to make this confession to you?
3 months ago, I asked her to marry me, and she refused. I asked her again, and she consented, but wouldn't allow me to make the engagement public until her year of mourning was up. Yesterday, I called upon her to remind her that it was a year and 3 weeks since her husband's death. And without the least warning, she broke down, completely. She told me everything, her hatred of her brute of a husband, her growing love for me, and the dreadful means she had taken. Poison. Oh, my God.
I'm very sorry. It must have been terrible for you.
It seems that there is one person who has known all along, who has been blackmailing her for huge sums. It was the strain of that which drove her nearly mad.
Who was the man?
She wouldn't tell me his name. She asked me for 24 hours, made me promise to do nothing until the end of that time. She told me that I would hear from her. It never entered my head what she meant to do. Suicide.
But the responsibility for her death doesn't lie at your door.
The question is, what am I to do now? How am I to get hold of that scoundrel who drove her to her death as surely as if he'd killed her? Is he to go scot-free?
You mean you want to hunt him down?
I'm convinced that by deliberately choosing death, she wanted the whole thing to come out, if only to be revenged on the man who drove her to desperation. Yes? Who is it?
The Evening Post, sir.
Yes, thank you, Parker. This is her writing, Shepherd. She must have gone out and posted it last night, just before she...
Read it.
My dear, my very dear Roger, a life calls for a life. Shepherd, forgive me, but I must read this alone. It was meant for my eyes and my eyes only.
At least read it through while I'm here.
No, I'd rather wait.
Well, at least read the name of the man.
I'm sorry, Shepherd, no.
And so I left him there, with the letter still unread. I hesitated with my hand on the door handle, looking back and wondering if there was anything I had left undone. I told Parker that his master did not wish to be disturbed, and stepped out into the night. The clock of the village church was striking 9 as I passed through the lodge gates.
Is this the way to Fernley Park, sir?
Oh, these are the lodge gates.
Oh, thank you, sir. I'm a stranger in these parts, you see.
10 minutes later, I was at home once more.
That'll be Mrs. Bates. The baby might at least have waited till the morning.
Ah, no peace for the wicked. Yeah? What did you say? What? Certainly, I'll come at once.
What is it, James?
That was Parker telephoning from Fernley. They've just found Roger Ackroyd. Murdered.
Where is Dr. Shepherd?
Where is he?
I beg your pardon, sir?
Mr. Ackroyd, don't stand there staring at me, man. Have you notified the police?
The police, sir?
What's the matter with you, Parker? You said your master had been murdered.
The master murdered? That's impossible.
Didn't you telephone me not 5 minutes ago and tell me that Mr. Ackroyd had been found murdered?
No, indeed, sir. I wouldn't dream of doing such a thing.
You mean to say that this is all a hoax? That there's nothing the matter with Mr. Ackroyd? Where is he?
He's still in the study, I fancy, sir. The ladies have gone to bed, and Major Blunt and Mr. Raymond are in the billiard room.
I think I'll just look in and see him for a minute. I know he didn't want to be disturbed again, but this practical joke has made me uneasy.
Quite so, sir, yes. Well, if you don't object to my accompanying you as far as the door.
Not at all. Come along. Ackroyd! Ackroyd! The door's locked. Ackroyd! Ackroyd! It's Shepherd! Let me in! Look here, Parker. I'm going to break the door down, or rather we are. Now, I'll take responsibility.
Oh, well, if you say so, sir, yes. Oh, my God. There's a dagger in the back of his neck.
Don't touch it. You must go at once to the telephone and ring up the police station. Tell them what has happened.
A bad business, Doctor. No possibility of accident or suicide?
None whatever.
You say you had a telephone message from the butler.
A message I never sent. I've not been near the telephone the whole evening.
Very odd, that. Did it sound like Parker's voice, Doctor?
Well, I can't say I noticed. I took it for granted, you see.
And how long do you think he's been dead?
Half an hour at least, perhaps longer.
And the door was locked on the inside. What about the window?
I closed and bolted it earlier this evening, at Mr. Ackroyd's request.
Well, it's open now, anyway. This is the way he went, all right, and got in. See the footmarks? Rubber studs in the shoes, plain as a pikestaff. Has anyone seen any suspicious-looking strangers hanging about? Mr. Raymond, have you?
No. As a matter of fact, I have. I met a man this evening, just as I was turning out of the gates. He asked me the way to Fernley Park.
And what time would that be?
Just 9 o'clock. I heard the church clock.
And did he come here, Parker?
No, sir, no. No one's been to the house at all this evening.
Except through the window. When was Mr. Ackroyd last seen alive?
Oh, probably by me, when I left at around 10 minutes to 9. He told me he didn't wish to be disturbed, and I repeated the order to Parker.
Just so, sir, yes.
Mr. Ackroyd was certainly alive at 9:30, for I heard his voice in here talking.
Who was he talking to, Mr. Raymond?
At the time, I took it that it was Dr. Shepherd who was with him, but now it appears that the doctor had already left.
You didn't happen to catch any of the conversation, did you?
I did catch just a fragment, and it struck me as distinctly odd. He said something like, the calls on my purse have been so frequent of late that I feel it is impossible for me to accede to your request.
A demand for money. It could be that we have here a very important clue. Still, one thing's clear. Mr. Ackroyd was alive and well at 9:30.
If you'll excuse me, sir, Miss Flora saw him after that.
Miss Flora?
Yes, sir, yes, about 9:45, that would be. I was bringing a tray with whisky and soda when Miss Flora, who was just coming out of this room, you see, she stopped me and she said her uncle didn't want to be disturbed.
I must see Miss Ackroyd at once, but I don't want to worry her about the murder just yet. Ask her to come to the billiard room, would you?
I don't understand. What has happened? I mean, what do you want me to tell you?
It's just this, Miss Ackroyd. Parker says you came out of your uncle's study at about 9:45. Is that right?
Quite right. I'd been to say good night to him.
Do you mind telling us what passed between you and your uncle?
I went in to say good night and kissed him, and he said something about my frock looking nice, and then he told me to run away as he was busy. But why are you asking me these questions? What's happened?
It's bad news, I'm afraid, my dear. Your uncle...
Yes?
This is going to be a shock for you. Your uncle is dead.
When?
Very soon after you left him, I'm afraid. Catch her, Doctor. She's going to faint. How is the young lady, Doctor?
Coming round nicely. Mrs. Ackroyd's with her.
Mrs. Ackroyd?
Her mother. Ackroyd's sister-in-law.
Ah, yes. Now take a look at the murder weapon, Doctor. Something of a curio, I should think.
The edge is razor sharp. A child could drive that into a man.
Where did it come from, I wonder?
I gave it to him.
Did you? And who are you, sir?
This is Major Blunt, an old friend of Mr. Ackroyd's.
You identify the dagger positively, Major Blunt?
Absolutely. No doubt about it whatever. I bought it in Tunis. I knew it was the kind of thing he would like.
And where was this curio usually kept?
In the silver table in the drawing room.
Good Lord.
Yes, Doctor?
It's probably of no importance. But when I arrived for dinner, I heard the lid of the silver table being shut down in the drawing room.
How did you know it was the silver table lid?
I made a long, tedious explanation to the inspector, who then took it into his head to take the fingerprints of Raymond and Parker and Major Blunt and myself. And that concluded the night's proceedings. In the morning, I hurried unforgivably over my round, and I returned to find Caroline in a state of great excitement. Flora Ackroyd had come to see me.
Dr. Shepherd, I have come to ask you to help me.
Of course he'll help you, my dear.
What can I do for you?
I want you to come to the Larches with me.
The Larches? It's only next door.
To see that funny little man?
Yes. You know who he is, don't you?
We fancied he might be a retired hairdresser.
A hairdresser? He's Hercule Poirot, the private detective. He's supposed to have been one of the greatest criminal investigators in Europe.
So that's who he is. But why do you want to go and see him?
To get him to investigate this murder, of course.
Oh, Ralph may have done foolish things in the past, but he wouldn't murder anyone.
What has Ralph got to do with it?
Oh, Flora, you must believe me. I never thought it of him.
Well, then why did you go to the Three Boars last night, on your way home, after Uncle's body was found?
How did you know about that?
I went there this morning. I heard from the servants that Ralph was staying there.
You had no idea that he was in King's Abbot?
No, I was astounded. I went there and asked for him. They told me what I suppose they told you last night, that he went out at about 9 o'clock yesterday evening and never came back.
And that's why you want to go to Hercule Poirot. Now, isn't it better to leave things as they are? The police don't suspect Ralph in the least.
But that's just it. They do suspect him. A man from Cranchester turned up this morning. Inspector Raglan, a horrid, weaselly little man. I found he'd been to the Three Boars this morning before me. Oh, please let us go to this Monsieur Poirot.
But what is it that you wish me to accomplish, mademoiselle?
I want you to find the murderer.
I see. But the police will do that, will they not?
They might make a mistake. I want the truth.
All the truth?
All the truth.
Then I accept. And I hope you will not regret those words. Now, tell me all the circumstances.
Dr. Shepherd had better tell you. He knows more than I do.
I told Poirot the facts as I saw them, and then took him off to meet the officer in charge of the case.
Inspector Raglan, monsieur. We've no need for amateurs to come butting in.
It is true that I have retired from the world. I never intended to take up a case again. Above all things, I have a horror of publicity, so I must beg that In the case of my being able to contribute something to the solution of the mystery, my name may not be mentioned.
Well, of course, I've heard you've had some very remarkable successes.
I have had much experience, and I admire enormously your English police. If you would permit me to assist you, I would be honored and flattered.
Then I'd better tell you about the latest development, Mr. Poirot. We've been able to fingerprint all those present in the house at the time of the murder, and none of their prints correspond to what we found on the murder weapon.
And those of Captain Ralph Patton?
I see you don't let the grass grow under your feet, Mr. Poirot. It'll be a pleasure to work with you, I'm sure. We're going to take that young gentleman's fingerprints as soon as we can lay hands upon him.
What have you got against Mr. Patton, Inspector?
He went out just on 9 o'clock last night. Was seen in the neighbourhood of Fernley Park somewhere about 9:30. Not been seen since. Believed to be in serious money difficulties. I've got a pair of his shoes here. Shoes with rubber studs on them. He had 2 pairs, almost exactly alike. I'm going up there now to compare them with the footmarks found at the window. Care to come along to the scene of the crime, Mr. Poirot?
And this is where the body was found?
In this chair, yes.
And this letter you spoke of, where was it when you left the room?
Mr. Ackroyd had laid it down on this little table at his right hand.
And apart from the letter being missing, everything was in its place?
Yes, I think so.
There was a fire in the grate, I see. When you found Mr. Ackroyd, how was the fire? Was it low?
I really can't say. Perhaps...
Could you ring for the butler, Doctor?
Yes, of course.
Now, tell me, Monsieur le Docteur, when you broke down the door, was the hilt of the dagger plainly visible from the door?
Yes.
Both you and Parker could see it at once?
Yes.
The bell rang, sir.
Come in, Parker. This gentleman wants to ask you something.
When you broke down the door with Dr. Shepherd last night and found your master dead, what was the state of the fire?
It had burned very low, sir. It was almost out.
Look around you, my good Parker. Is this room exactly as it was then?
The curtains were drawn, sir, and the electric light was on.
Anything else?
Yes, sir, yes. The chair to the left of the door was drawn out a little more.
Just show me.
Yes.
The chair was facing the door.
Yes, sir, yes.
Voilà, ce qui est curieux. No one would want to sit in a chair in such a position, I fancy. Now, who pushed it back into place again, I wonder? Did you, my friend?
No, sir. I was too upset with seeing the master.
Did you, Doctor?
Can't help you, I'm afraid.
Curious.
Well, surely it isn't important.
No, it is completely unimportant. That is why it is so interesting.
Will that be all, sir?
Yes, Parker, for the moment.
Yes.
Thank you.
I wish you'd tell me about your methods, Monsieur Poirot. The point about the fire, for instance.
Oh, that was very simple. You leave Mr. Ackroyd at 10 minutes to 9, was it not?
Yes, exactly, I should say.
Now, the window at that time is closed and bolted, and the door unlocked. At 10:15, when the body is discovered, the door is locked, and the window is open. Who opened it? Well, clearly only Mr. Ackroyd himself could have done so, and for one of 2 reasons. Either because he was unbearably hot, or because he admitted someone that way. Now, we know from the excellent Parker that the fire was nearly out. So, he must have opened the window to let someone in, someone known to him, since he had previously shown himself uneasy on the subject of that same window.
Put like that, it sounds so simple.
Here is the good Inspector Davis.
That telephone call has been traced. It did not come from here. It was put through to Dr. Shepherd at 10:15 last night from a public call box at King's Abbot Station. And at 10:23, the night mail leaves for Liverpool.
And there's precious little chance of anyone being noticed telephoning at that time of night.
But why telephone at all? That's what I find so extraordinary. Seems no rhyme or reason in the thing.
Be sure, Inspector, there was a reason.
But what reason could it be?
When we know that, we shall know everything. This case is very curious and very interesting. Now, you say it was 9 o'clock, Dr. Shepherd, when you met the stranger outside the gate.
Yes, I heard the church clock chime the hour.
How long would it take him to reach the house, to reach the window, for instance?
5 minutes at the outside. 2 or 3 minutes only, if he took the path at the right of the drive.
But to do that, he would have to know the way.
That's true.
We could find out, doubtless, if Mr. Ackroyd had received any strangers during the past week.
The secretary, Raymond, could tell you that.
Or Parker.
Why don't we talk to them both?
No, I can't remember anyone. Can you, Parker?
There was the young man who came on Wednesday, sir, from Curtis and Trout, I understood he was.
But that's not the kind of stranger that Monsieur Poirot means. Mr. Ackroyd had some idea of purchasing a dictaphone. The firm in question sent down their representative, but nothing came of it. Mr. Ackroyd did not decide to purchase.
Oh, well, there is nothing in that, then. Thank you, gentlemen.
Good day, Monsieur Poirot.
It doesn't look as if this is going to be much of a case, Mr. Poirot. I'm sorry, too. A nice enough fellow gone wrong.
But tell me, how have you been able to pinpoint the murderer so precisely in so short a time?
Let me show you my method, Monsieur. The doctor here says that Mr. Ackroyd was dead by 10 o'clock at the latest. You stick to that, Doctor?
Oh, certainly.
And Mr. Ackroyd was last seen alive by his niece at 9:45. On this sheet of paper, I have a list of where everyone in the house was in that crucial quarter of an hour. Apart from a couple of maids who I think we can rule out on the grounds of motive, we know exactly where everyone was.
A very complete list. May I keep it?
Of course, Mr. Poirot. I have a copy. But now we come to the essential point. The woman at the lodge, Mary Black, was pulling the curtains when she saw Ralph Peyton turn in at the gate and go up to the house.
She is sure of that?
Quite sure. She knows him well by sight.
And what time was that?
25 minutes past 9. It all fits in without a flaw. At around 9:30, Mr. Raymond hears Mr. Ackroyd refusing to give someone some money. Captain Peyton leaves, as he has entered through the window. He walks along the terrace, angry and baffled. He comes to the open drawing-room window. While Miss Flora is saying good-night to her uncle, he steals in and takes the dagger from the silver table. And then he returns to the study. I needn't go into details. He goes straight to the station, rings up from there.
Why?
It's difficult to say exactly why he did that, but murderers do funny things. But come along, I'll show you those footprints. We got these shoes from Peyton's room at the Three Boars. They're not the same pair that actually made these prints, but you can see they're almost exactly the same.
But surely a great many people wear shoes with rubber studs in them.
That's so, of course. I shouldn't put so much stress on the footmarks if it wasn't for everything else.
A very foolish young man, Captain Ralph Peyton, to leave so much evidence of his presence.
The cleverest of them makes mistakes sometimes. And now, gentlemen, if you'll excuse me, I'll be getting back to Cranchester to make my report.
Good day, Inspector.
Au revoir. Do you see the little summer house over there, Doctor? It arouses my curiosity. If you can spare the time, shall we investigate it together?
It doesn't look as if we're going to find anything interesting in here. Deck chairs, croquet set.
Well, perhaps it was not to be expected. But, what is this?
What have you found?
A scrap of stiff white material. Cambric, I think you call it. What do you make of it, my friend?
A scrap from a torn handkerchief,
And what is this? Do you see, Doctor?
A goose quill, by the look of it.
A goose quill and a fragment of a handkerchief. But remember, a good laundry does not starch a handkerchief. Shall we go back to the house? Une belle propriété, Fernley House. Who inherits, I wonder? You had not thought of that before, eh?
No, I wish I had.
I wonder just what you mean by that.
Simply
that... No. You would not tell me your real thought. Everyone has something to hide.
You believe that?
Of course, my friend. But it is not easy to hide things from Hercule Poirot. He has a knack of finding out. But let us walk a little further. The air is pleasant today. England is very beautiful. Oh, and so are English girls. Do you see, my friend, the pretty picture below us?
Flora Ackroyd and Major Blunt.
How charming they look, sitting together by the goldfish pond. Like Pelleas and Melisande. But we must interrupt their little idyll, I fear. I must talk with the Major.
Flora.
Hello.
Major.
This is Monsieur Hercule Poirot, Hector. I expect you've heard of him.
And I know Major Blunt by reputation from his exploits in Africa. I'm glad that I've encountered you, monsieur. I am in need of some information that you can give me.
Only too glad to be of assistance.
When did you last see Mr. Ackroyd alive?
At dinner.
And you neither saw nor heard anything of him after that?
Didn't see him. Heard his voice.
Oh, pardon me, what time was that?
About 9:30. I was walking up and down smoking in front of the drawing-room window. I heard Ackroyd talking in his study.
To whom was he talking?
Haven't the faintest idea. I only heard Ackroyd's voice.
Can you remember what the words were?
I'm afraid I can't. Something quite ordinary and unimportant. I didn't give it much attention. Oh, I thought I saw a woman disappearing into the bushes. Just a gleam of white, you know. I must have been mistaken.
Ah, that is most interesting. Thank you, Major.
It's nearly lunchtime. We'd better be getting back.
Oh, you will lunch with us, Monsieur Poirot? I should like you to meet my mother. You'll stay too, won't you, Doctor?
I'd be happy to.
And I shall be delighted.
Oh, we'll see you in a few minutes, then.
What hair. The real gold. They will make a pretty pair. She and the handsome Captain Peyton. And there is something gold that glistens in the water. Do you see, Doctor? There, among the weed.
What have you found?
A wedding ring. And there is something written inside it. From R. March 13th.
This is Monsieur Poirot, Mother. I told you about him this morning.
Oh, yes, he is to find Ralph, is he not?
He is to find out who killed Uncle.
Such a dreadful thing to happen. I can't help feeling it must have been an accident of some kind. Roger was so fond of handling queer curios. His hand must have slipped or something.
And this is Mr. Hammond, our solicitor.
Mr. Hammond, I desire a little information from you.
You are acting on behalf of Captain Ralph Peyton?
Not so. I am acting in the interests of justice. Miss Ackroyd has asked me to investigate the death of her uncle. I take it you will not object to telling me the terms of Roger Ackroyd's will?
I have no objection, Monsieur Poirot, but perhaps we should have Mr. Raymond in with us.
I'll go and fetch him.
The terms of the will are quite simple. After paying small legacies to Miss Russell and Mr. Raymond and certain charitable bequests...
Now, the charitable bequests, they interest me not.
Oh, quite so. The income on £10,000 worth of shares to be paid to Mrs. Cecil Ackroyd during her lifetime. Miss Flora Ackroyd inherits £20,000 outright. The residue, including this property and the shares, to his adopted son, Ralph Peyton.
Mr. Ackroyd possessed a large fortune?
A very large fortune. Captain Peyton will be an exceedingly wealthy young man. Now, as to the question of money, Mrs. Ackroyd, have you all you need for the present? Ready money. If not, I can arrange to let you have whatever you require.
There shouldn't be any problem there.
Mr. Ackroyd cashed a cheque for £100 yesterday for wages and other expenses due today. At the moment, it is still intact.
Where is this money? In his desk?
No, he always kept his cash in his bedroom. In an old collar box, to be accurate.
I think we ought to make sure the money is there before I leave.
Certainly, I'll take you up there. Inspector Ragland will have the key for the door.
He kept his money like that, in an unlocked drawer.
Mr. Ackroyd had perfect faith in the honesty of all his servants.
Ah, quite so.
Here is the money.
Sure.
You will find the 100 intact, Mr. Hammond. Mr. Ackroyd put it in the collar box in my presence last night.
£100? There is only 60 here.
Impossible.
See for yourself.
So, either he paid out that £40 sometime last evening, or else it has been stolen.
If Mr. Ackroyd paid that money away himself, it may have a bearing on the mystery of the crime. What about the servants? Have you missed anything before, Mrs. Ackroyd?
Oh, no.
None of them leaving or anything like that?
The parlour maid is leaving, I believe.
When?
She gave notice yesterday.
Any idea why?
No, I have nothing to do with the servants. Miss Russell attends to household matters.
Then perhaps Miss Russell would be good enough to arrange for us to have a word with her.
We will leave the questioning to Inspector Ragland, my dear doctor.
Yes, of course.
Ursula Bourne, Inspector.
I understand you are leaving, Miss Bourne.
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
I disarranged some papers on Mr. Ackroyd's desk. He was very angry about it and said I had better leave.
Were you up in Mr. Ackroyd's bedroom at all last night? Tidying up or anything?
No, sir. That is the housemaid's work. I never went near that part of the house.
I must tell you, my girl, that a large sum of money is missing from Mr. Ackroyd's room.
I know nothing about any money. If you think I took it and that is why Mr. Ackroyd dismissed me, you're wrong.
I am not accusing you of anything, my girl. Don't flare up, sir.
Excuse me. It was yesterday afternoon that Mr. Ackroyd dismissed you. How long did the interview last?
I don't know.
20 minutes? Half an hour?
It's something like that.
Not longer?
Not longer than half an hour, certainly.
Thank you, mademoiselle.
That'll do, Miss Bourne.
Good day, Inspector.
Has she been here long? Have you got a copy of her references?
Yes, I should have it here. Here you are, Inspector.
Thank you. Reads all right. Mrs. Richard Folliot, Marby Grange, Marby. Know anything about her?
Quite good county people.
Thank you, Miss Russell. I think that'll be all for now.
Very well.
Perhaps you would be so kind as to keep me company on the way home, Doctor. Do you really wish to aid me? To take part in this investigation?
Yes, indeed.
Would it be possible for you to go to Marby? Tomorrow, say.
Tomorrow's Sunday? Yes, I could manage it. What do you want me to do there?
See this Mrs. Folliot, who wrote the reference. Find out all you can about Ursula Bourne.
Oh, very well. But I don't much care for the job.
Oh, please, help me, Doctor. A man's life may depend on it. My little outing to Marby yielded nothing. Mrs. Folliot looked uncomfortable and ill at ease when I mentioned the name of Ursula Bourne, and would tell me nothing about her beyond the fact that she had worked there for a time and was capable and satisfactory. Whatever the mystery centering round Ursula Bourne might be, I was not going to learn it through Mrs. Folliot. When I arrived home, Caroline had that look of suppressed exultation on her face which I know only too well. Poirot had paid a call on her. It seems he has an insane nephew and is trying to find somewhere local where he can be treated. Why he should have thought Caroline could help him, I cannot imagine. Unfortunately, he managed to worm out of her the conversation she overheard in the wood that night. I fear it will only help Ragland to tighten the noose round Ralph Peyton's neck.
He looks bad, Mr. Poirot. If only we had Captain Peyton's fingerprints. At least we'd know whether they were the ones on the dagger.
Monsieur l'Inspecteur, beware of the blind, comment dire, the little street that has no end.
Oh, you mean a blind alley?
Ah, that is it. So it may be with those fingerprints.
Come now, you've got to admit that those prints were made by someone who was in the house that night.
Bien entendu. You have not overlooked anyone?
No one.
The quick or the dead?
The quick? You mean?
The dead. I am suggesting that the fingerprints on the dagger handle are those of Mr. Ackroyd himself, that the murderer closed his dead victim's hand round the dagger handle.
Well, it's an idea. I'll look into it. But don't you be disappointed if nothing comes of it.
No. Another time I must be more careful of his amour propre. And now, my friend, there is something I would like you to arrange for me. A little family reunion round the table. Ackroyd's sister-in-law, Flora, Major Blunt, Mr. Raymond, and, of course, yourself.
It sounds more like a ghastly board meeting, but I'll do my best. In about half an hour?
Messieurs, Mesdames, I have called you together for a special purpose. To begin with, I want to make a special plea to Mademoiselle.
To me?
Mademoiselle, you are engaged to Captain Ralph Peton. If anyone is in his confidence, you are. Will you not trust me and tell me where he is hiding?
Monsieur Poirot, I swear to you that I have no idea of where Ralph is, and that I have neither seen him nor heard from him, either on the day of the murder or since.
Bien, that is that. Now, I appeal to the others who sit round this table. If you know where Ralph Peton is hiding, speak out. Understand this? I mean to arrive at the truth. I mean to know. And I shall know, in spite of you all.
How do you mean, in spite of us all?
Every one of you in this room is concealing something from me. It may be something unimportant, trivial, which is supposed to have no bearing on the case, but there it is. Each of you has something to hide. Come now. Am I right? I am answered. I appeal to you all. Tell me the truth. Will no one speak? C'est dommage.
I wish you'd tell me what you really think of it all.
You have seen what I have seen. Should not our ideas be the same?
I'm afraid you're laughing at me. I've no experience in matters of this kind, and I'm trying to keep a journal of the case.
Are you, Doctor? You must let me have a look at it. Very well, then. The first thing is to get a clear history of what happened that evening, always bearing in mind that the person who speaks may be lying. So, first, Dr. Shepherd leaves the house at 10 minutes to 9. How do I know that?
Because I told you so.
And you might not be speaking the truth. But Parker confirms it, and we accept your statement. At 9 o'clock, you run into a man just outside the park gates. How do I know that this is so?
I told you so.
Ah, you know that it is so. But how am I to know? So, I talk around the village, and the maid of Miss Gannett says she met your mysterious stranger inquiring for Fernley Park a few minutes before you did. And the barmaid at the Three Boars says he had a drink there, and he mentioned having just come over from the States. Did it strike you that he had an American accent?
Come to think of it, yes, he had.
So, we accept your stranger. And there is also this, which, you remember, I picked up in the summer house.
Ah, the little quill.
And you know that feathers like this are used to sniff drugs. It is a method used by drug addicts in the United States of America.
So, you're suggesting that the stranger went to the summer house to meet somebody. But who was that somebody?
Exactly the question. Now, another point. What did you think of the parlour-maid story? Does it take half an hour to dismiss a servant?
You bewilder me.
And there is still the mystery of the telephone call and the pushed-out chair.
Do you really think the latter important?
Or perhaps not. I will not press the point. Tell me instead, what were Ralph Peton's reasons for disappearing?
I can only think that his nerve must have failed him.
Yes, that is true, but we must not lose sight of one thing.
I know what you're going to say. Motive. Ralph Peyton inherits a great fortune by his uncle's death.
That is one motive. But do you realize there are 3 separate motives staring us in the face? Somebody stole the envelope containing evidence of the blackmailer's identity. Was that why Ackroyd was killed? And was Peyton the blackmailer? And then there is the fact that he was in some scrape which he feared might reach his uncle's ears.
Well, put like that, the case does seem black against him.
Does it? 3 motives? It is almost too much. I am inclined to believe that, after all, Ralph Peyton is innocent.
After that talk with Poirot, the affair seemed to me to enter on a different phase. Up till the Monday evening, I had played Watson to his Holmes. After then, our ways diverged, and Poirot was busy on his own account. But that challenge of his to the company round the table had its effect, as I was soon to discover. On Tuesday morning, I had a summons from Ackroyd's sister-in-law.
I thought, Doctor, that you might explain it all to Monsieur Poirot, because it's so difficult for a foreigner to see our point of view, and you don't know what I had to contend with. Every slightest bill I ran up had to be gone over with Roger, as if he had a few miserly hundreds a year, instead of being one of the wealthiest men in these parts. And then I got these letters, abusive letters, threatening letters, and so I wanted to know how I stood. I expected that Roger would provide for me in his will, but I didn't know. And then, on Friday afternoon...
Yes, on Friday afternoon.
Everyone seemed to be out, so I went into Roger's study. There was nothing underhand about it. He'd left his keys in the lock of the top drawer of his desk.
So you searched the desk. Did you find the will?
As I got to the bottom drawer, the parlour-maid Bourne came in. Of course, I shut the drawer and called her attention to a few specks of dust on the surface, but I didn't like the way she looked. I never have liked that girl very much. Too well educated, for one thing.
And what happened next?
Nothing. At least Roger came in, and I told him I'd come in to get punch. Bourne stayed behind, and I heard her asking Roger if she could speak to him for a minute. I went straight up to my room to lie down. Bourne may have made some extraordinary story out of it all. You will explain to Monsieur Poirot, won't you?
But my curiosity about the parlour-maid had been awakened. She was in the hall, and I could see that she'd been crying.
I'll get your coat, sir.
How is it that you told us that Mr. Ackroyd sent for you, when I now hear that it was you who asked to speak to him?
I meant to leave in any case. Excuse me, sir. Is there any news of Captain Peyton?
None that I know of.
He ought to come back. Does no one know where he is?
Do you?
I know nothing. But anyone who was a friend to him would tell him this. He ought to come back.
I thought I had better report all this to Poirot. But he had a new bee in his bonnet. He was obsessed by the colour of Ralph Peyton's boots. He had asked Caroline to find out for him, as the boot boy at the Three Boars had reported that they were black.
It is a great pity. Ah, well. Now, on the Friday morning before the murder, I believe that Miss Russell, the housekeeper, came to consult you. Is it indiscreet to ask what passed at the interview? Apart from the medical details, I mean.
Not at all. We talked for a few minutes about poisons and the ease or difficulty of detecting them, and about drug-taking and drug-takers.
With special reference to cocaine?
How did you know?
Oh, just a thought. Have you come to any conclusions about the case?
None at all. Except to wonder whether one of our conclusions is wrong, or too hasty.
And what is that?
We've assumed that the blackmailer of Mrs. Ferrers is necessarily the murderer of Mr. Ackroyd.
Mightn't we be mistaken?
Very good indeed. I wondered if that idea would come to you. But we must remember one point. The letter disappeared. Still, that may not necessarily mean that the murderer took it. When you first noticed the body, Parker may have abstracted the letter unnoticed by you.
Parker?
Yes, Parker. I wonder. It is in my mind to try a little experiment with Parker. How say you, my friend? Will you accompany me to Fernley?
I believe you wanted to see me, Monsieur Poirot.
Mademoiselle Flora, I have to confide in you a little secret. I am not yet satisfied of the innocence of Parker. I propose to make a little experiment with your assistance. I wish to reconstruct some of his actions on that night. Will you help me?
Of course, Monsieur Poirot.
Excellent. Here he comes. My good Parker, you've brought the tray and the decanter as I requested? Good. Now, I wish you to aid me in a little experiment. I have placed a colleague on the terrace outside the study. I want to see if anyone there could have heard the voices of Miss Ackroyd and yourself.
A reconstruction of the crime, sir?
Exactly. Now then, you came from the outer hall, and where was Mademoiselle?
Here, just outside the study door.
Quite right, sir, yes.
I had just closed the door.
Yes, miss, yes. Your hand was still on the handle, as it is now.
Yeah. Then play me the comedy.
Oh, Parker, Mr. Ackroyd doesn't want to be disturbed again tonight. Is that right?
Yes, miss, yes. But I fancy you used the word evening instead of tonight. Very good, miss. Shall I lock up as usual?
Yes, please. And then I went back to my room.
Admirable. Oh, by the way, Parker, are you sure there were 2 glasses on your tray that evening? Who was the second one for?
I always bring 2 glasses, sir. Is there anything further?
No, nothing. I thank you.
Yes.
And thank you too, Miss Ackroyd. That was most helpful.
I'm glad you got what you wanted.
What was the point of the question about the glasses?
Oh, one must say something. That particular question did as well as any other. At any rate, I know now something I wanted to know.
Monsieur Poirot.
Mr. Raymond?
Just received a call from the police. A man has been detained at Liverpool. His name is Charles Kent, and he is believed to be the stranger who visited Fernley that night. They want you and Dr. Shepherd to go to Liverpool.
Well, my dear doctor, is this the man?
The height's the same, and as far as general appearance goes, it might well be the man in question.
Look, what the hell is all this? I demand to know why I'm being detained here. What am I supposed to have done?
It is the man. I recognize the voice.
And where do you suppose you heard it before?
On Friday evening last, outside the gates of Fernley Park. You asked me the way there.
Do you admit it, Mr. Kent?
I admit nothing, and I'll say nothing until I know why you're holding me.
Have you not read the papers in the last few days?
You mean the murder, I suppose. You're surely not trying to pin that on me.
You were there that night.
And how do you know that?
By this goose quill. It is yours, I think. You dropped it in the summer house that night.
So I was there. Tell me this, though. According to the papers, the man was killed between 9:45 and 10 o'clock. Is that so?
That is so.
Then you've nothing to keep me here for. I was away from Fernley Park by 9:25. You can ask at a pub called the Dog and Whistle out on the Cranchester Road. I was there at 9:45. They'll remember me. I had a brawl with the bartender.
Inquiries will be made. If you're telling the truth, you won't have anything to complain about. What were you doing at Fernley Park, anyway?
I went there to meet someone.
Who?
That's none of your business.
Your name is Charles Kent. Where were you born?
That's none of your business either, but I'm a British citizen, if that's what you want to know.
Yes, I think you are. I fancy you were born in Kent. And now, since we can do no more until the good inspector has made his inquiries, we may as well return to King's Abbot.
Well, Kent's alibi's right enough. Confirmed by the man at the bar and 3 other witnesses.
Are you going to release him, Inspector?
Then see what else we can do.
If I were you, I should not release him yet.
Why not? He can't have anything to do with the murder. We know Ackroyd was alive at 9:45. You admit that, don't you?
I admit nothing that is not proved.
But we've got Miss Ackroyd's evidence.
I do not always believe what a charming young lady tells me.
Parker saw her coming out of the room.
No. That is just what he did not see. That was the point of my little experiment the other day. You remember, Doctor? Parker saw her outside the door with her hand on the handle. He did not see her come out of the door.
But where else could she have been?
Perhaps on the stairs?
But those stairs lead only to Mr. Ackroyd's bedroom.
Precisely.
What would she have been doing in her uncle's bedroom? And why would she lie about it?
That is just the question we should be asking ourselves.
You mean the money? You're not suggesting it was Miss Ackroyd who took that £40?
Life was not easy for that mother and daughter. Roger Ackroyd was a peculiar man over money matters.
I don't believe it. It's not credible. There's only one thing for it. We must tackle that young lady right away.
Flora was sitting in the billiard room with Major Blunt. To my consternation, she insisted on his staying there, though she must have had some idea of what was coming.
Flora, I simply can't believe it.
Oh, no, Hector. Monsieur Poirot is right. I took that money. I am a thief. A common, vulgar little thief. I'm glad it's come out. It's been a nightmare these last few days, lying, cheating, running up bills, promising to pay.
Flora, surely you could have...
There was nothing I could have done. At any rate, I'm real now. I'm not pretending to be the kind of girl you like, young and innocent and simple. I don't care if you never want to see me again. If I had thought that for one moment that speaking the truth would have made things better for Ralph...
Ralph! Always Ralph.
You don't understand. You never will. I never did see my uncle that evening after he left the dinner table. As to money, you can take what steps you please. Nothing could be worse than it is now.
So, that's that.
Inspector, Miss Ackroyd never touched that money. Roger gave it to me for a very particular purpose. She is lying to protect Ralph. I'm prepared to go into the witness box and swear that I had the money.
Major Blunt, I am not in the least deceived by your little fantasy. But it is very good what you have done there.
I am not in the least concerned about your opinion of me, monsieur.
But you must listen to me. The other day I spoke of concealments. What you have been seeking to conceal from the world is your love for Mademoiselle Flora. But take my advice. Do not conceal it from her.
What do you mean by that?
You think that she loves Ralph Breton, but that is not so. She is loyal, and she is bound by honor to stick to him. But her heart was not in the idea of marriage.
Do you really think...
If you doubt me, ask her yourself. She went into the garden, I think.
I've been every kind of fool. You're a good fellow, Poirot. Thank you.
Not every kind of fool. Only a fool in love.
This alters everything. All those alibis are worthless. 9:30, that's the time we've got to hang on to now. You were quite right about not releasing that man Kent. He could certainly have done the murder and got to the Dog and Whistle if he ran. But he couldn't have made the telephone call. Why do we always come up against that telephone call?
Why, indeed. It is curious.
I mustn't waste any more time. I must find out precisely what everyone was doing from 9:30.
The good inspector is going to have a busy time. Now, my dear doctor, there is something I want you to do. I want you to send a note to Miss Russell and make a time for her to come to your surgery.
Whatever for?
Because I want to talk to her without the whole village knowing. And if she comes to your surgery, no one will suspect, least of all the good lady herself.
So long as I am allowed to be present.
Oh, but naturally, your own surgery. And now, I have a little surprise for you. Read this.
The police have for some days been seeking for Captain Ralph Peyton, the nephew of Mr. Ackroyd of Fernley Park, whose death occurred under such tragic circumstances last Friday. Captain Peyton has been found at Liverpool, where he was on the point of embarking for America. But it's not true. He's not in Liverpool.
No, he has not been found at Liverpool. I managed to persuade the inspector to send this to the press for tomorrow's papers. I assured him that very interesting results would follow.
That beats me what you expect to get out of that.
Aha. You should employ your little grey cells. And now, if you would be good enough to do me that little favour?
Oh, yes, the message for Miss Russell. You know, I'm very curious to know what you're up to.
Miss Russell, Charles Kent has been arrested at Liverpool.
Well, what of it?
I thought you might be interested, that is all.
Why should I be? Who is this Charles Kent?
He is a man, mademoiselle, who was seen at Fernley on the night of the murder. We want to know what he was doing there, who it was he went to meet.
He didn't kill Ackroyd. He never went near the study. He didn't do it. You must believe me.
I do believe you. But I had to make you speak.
Is what you said true?
That he is suspected of the crime? Yes. And you alone can save him by telling the truth.
He came to see me. I went out to meet him.
In the summer house.
How do you know?
It is the business of Hercule Poirot to know things. You went out to meet him at 9:10. What did you say to each other?
It's difficult, you see.
Mademoiselle, what you tell us need not go beyond these four walls. Charles Kent is your son, is he not?
Good Lord.
But no one's ever known. It was so long ago.
In Kent.
I was not married. I got work. I managed to pay for his board and lodging. I never told him that I was his mother, but he turned out badly. He drank, and then he took to drugs. I scraped together the money for his passage to Canada. He was there for 2 years, and then somehow or other he found out that I was his mother, and he wrote asking for money. Finally, I heard from him back in this country again. He was coming to see me at Fernley.
So you arranged to see him in the summer house?
I dared not let him come up to the house. I brought with me all the money I had, and I gave it to him, but he was very rough and abusive.
What time did he leave?
It must have been between 20 and 29 minutes past 9. It was not yet past when I got back to the house.
Which way did he go?
By the way he came. The path to the lodge gates.
I think that is all.
The paragraph inspired by Poirot duly appeared in our daily paper the next day. I was in the dark as to its purpose, but its effect on Caroline was immense.
I knew he'd try to get away to America. That's what Crippen did.
Without much success.
Poor boy, and now they've caught him. Well, there's one person who's reacted pretty quickly.
And who is that?
Flora Ackroyd. She's engaged to Hector Blunt. But Mr. Poirot is here. He's sure to know all about it.
Good day, Doctor. I have a little commission for you, my friend.
Don't worry, I'll go.
I want to arrange a little conference this evening at my house. You will attend, will you not?
Of course.
I also need all those in the house. That is to say, Mrs. Ackroyd, Mademoiselle Flora, Major Blunt, Mr. Raymond. You will ask them, yes?
With pleasure.
The parlour-maid from Fernley's here, Ursula Bourne. She's in a terrible way, poor thing. She says she must see Mr. Poirot at once.
Doctor, Monsieur Poirot.
Miss Bourne?
No, that is not quite right. It is not Miss Bourne, is it, my child? But Mrs. Ralph Peyton.
Oh, there, my dear. It'll be all right. You'll see. Everything will be all right.
This is very weak and silly of me.
No, my child. We can all realize the strain of this last week.
It must have been a terrible ordeal.
I saw this in the paper this morning. It says that Ralph has been arrested, so I need not pretend any longer.
All the same, I think you will do well to make a clean breast of things. So you will tell me the whole story, will you not? If I am to save your husband, I must know all there is to know.
What I want to know is why this child was masquerading as a parlour-maid.
For a living. My family is Irish. Impoverished gentlefolk, I suppose you might call them. I didn't want to become a governess, so I decided I would take on a job as parlour-maid. My sister wrote me a reference, and I was taken on at Fernley Hall. I enjoyed the work, and I had plenty of time to myself. I'd met Ralph Peyton, and we fell in love.
I didn't like the idea of a secret marriage, but he told me his uncle would never hear of his marrying a penniless girl. So no one knew about it.
No one?
Not a soul. Ralph had always had debts. He's not good with money, and his troubles got worse and worse. But Mr. Ackroyd refused to lift a finger to help him. And then one day, I knew nothing of this, of course, Mr. Ackroyd told Ralph that it was the desire of his heart that Ralph should marry Flora, and that if Ralph did so, he would clear his debts. And Ralph accepted. God knows how he thought he was going to get out of it all. They both stipulated that the whole thing should be kept secret, but without any warning, Mr. Ackroyd decided to announce the engagement. It was like a bombshell. I was desperate. Ralph came down from town, and we met in a wood on the estate. He still wanted me to keep our marriage secret, but I told him I was going straight to Mr. Ackroyd. We had a terrible row and parted.
You poor soul.
So I went to Mr. Ackroyd, and he was very angry and very bitter, mainly against Ralph, but also against me, because he was convinced that I had deliberately set out to trap Ralph. That evening I met Ralph again in the little summer house. He accused me of ruining his relationship with his foster father. I told him he was a coward and a cheat. And we parted. And then I heard that Mr. Ackroyd had been murdered. And since that night I have neither seen nor heard from Ralph.
Mademoiselle, what time was it when you parted from Ralph Peyton in the summer house?
This is something I've gone over and over again in my mind. I reached the summer house at 27 minutes to 10. Ralph was waiting for me. I was with him for a few minutes. No longer. It was 10:15 when I got back to the house.
Who left the summer house first?
I did.
Leaving Ralph Peyton there?
Yes. But you don't think...
It is of no importance what I think. Where did you go?
Up to my room.
And stayed there until...
About 10 o'clock.
Is there anyone who can prove that?
Prove that I was in my room? But surely no one...
Thinks that it was you who went up by the window and stabbed Mr. Ackroyd as he sat in his chair? Yes. They might think just that.
Oh, God.
Don't worry, my dear. Mr. Poirot doesn't think that, really. As for that husband of yours, I don't think much of him. Running away and leaving you to face the music.
This evening I shall want Madame to attend my little reunion. 9 o'clock at my house. It is most necessary that she should be there. Mrs. Ackroyd, Miss Flora Ackroyd, Major Blunt, Mr. Geoffrey Raymond, Mrs. Ralph Peyton, John Parker, Elizabeth Russell.
All present and correct.
Every one of you had the opportunity to kill Mr. Ackroyd.
I don't like it. I don't like it. I would much prefer to go home.
You cannot go home, madame, until you have heard what I have to say. I will start at the beginning. When Miss Ackroyd asked me to investigate the case, I went to Fernley Park with Dr. Shepherd. My eye was caught by a little summer house, and I searched it carefully. There I found two things, a scrap of starched cambric and an empty goose quill. The scrap of cambric immediately suggested a maid's apron, and I noticed from Inspector Ragland's list that one of the maids, Ursula Bourne, had no real alibi. The quill suggested a taker of drugs, and Dr. Shepherd had encountered a stranger with an American accent. Was this the man who Ursula Bourne had met in the summer house? But then I began to suspect that there had been two meetings in the summer house that night, and I discovered that Dr. Shepherd's mysterious stranger had in fact come to Fernley to meet Miss Russell, the housekeeper. Who then did Ursula Bourne come to meet? I found this ring, a wedding ring with "from R" engraved inside it. So, it was Ralph Peyton to whom she was secretly married. And this revealed another unexpected point. It could not have been Ralph Peyton who was with Mr. Ackroyd in the study at 9:30. So, we come now to the most interesting part of the crime. Who was in the room with Mr. Ackroyd at 9:30. And then I posed my cleverest, my most audacious question. Was anyone with him?
But I distinctly heard his voice. So did Major Blunt.
Just a moment. From the beginning of the case, I have been struck by one thing, the nature of the words which you overheard, Mr. Raymond. It has been amazing to me that no one has seen anything odd about them. The calls on my purse have been so frequent of late that I fear it is impossible for me to accede to your request. Now, would any man use such a phrase in talking to another? Now, if he had been dictating a letter...
You mean he was reading a letter aloud? Even so, he must have been reading to someone.
Ah, you are forgetting one thing. The stranger who called at the house the preceding Wednesday.
The man from the dictaphone company.
A dictaphone? Is that what you think?
I inquired of the company. Mr. Ackroyd did purchase a dictaphone. Why he concealed the matter from you, I do not know.
But surely this still leaves the basic position unchanged. Mr. Ackroyd was alive at 9:30, since he was speaking into the dictaphone. It seems clear that this Charles Kent person was, in fact, off the premises by then. As to Ralph Peyton, if only he would come forward.
That is your advice, yes? That he should come forward?
Certainly. If you know where he is.
I do know where he is. He is there, in the doorway.
Oh, Ralph!
Do you remember when I accused you all of concealing something from me? 4 of you gave up your secrets. But Dr. Shepherd did not give up his. He met Ralph Peyton on the way home from the scene of the crime.
I did. I told him that suspicion was bound to fall on him, or if not on him, on the girl he loved.
I realized that the only thing I could do was to go into hiding. And Dr. Shepherd said he thought he could find somewhere for me.
And so he did. It took me some time to work out where. A hotel? No. Lodgings? Even more emphatically, no. And then I saw a home for the mentally unfit. I invent a nephew with mental trouble. I consult Mademoiselle Shepherd as to suitable homes. And in a very little time, I find Captain Peyton.
Dr. Shepherd has been very loyal, but I now see that I should have come forward and faced the music. But you see, in that home, I knew nothing of what was going on.
What did happen that night?
You know it already. I left the summer house at about 9:45 and tramped about the lanes trying to make up my mind as to what to do next. I'm bound to admit that I've not the shadow of an alibi, but I swear to you I never went into that study.
No alibi. I believe you, of course, but it's a bad business.
It makes things very simple, though. Very simple indeed.
What do you mean?
Just this. To save Captain Peyton, the real criminal must confess. I did not invite Inspector Raglan tonight for a very special reason. I did not want to tell him all that I knew. At least I did not want to tell him tonight. I know the murderer is in this room now. It is to the murderer I speak. Tomorrow, the truth goes to Inspector Raglan. You understand? Monsieur et Madame, this reunion of mine is at an end. Oh, stay a moment, Doctor. I would like to talk to you.
Certainly.
Well, my friend, and what do you think of it all?
I don't know what to think. Why not go straight to Inspector Raglan with the truth, instead of giving the murderer a chance to escape?
The murderer cannot escape. There is only one way out, and that way does not lead to freedom.
You really believe that one of those people here tonight committed the murder?
Yes, my friend.
Which one?
Let me share my thoughts with you, Doctor. I will take you the way that I have travelled myself, and you will see that all the facts lead indisputably to one person. Let us start with the telephone call. I satisfied myself that the call could not have been sent by anyone in the house, and therefore I concluded that it must have been sent by an accomplice. I was not pleased by that deduction, but let it stand for the minute. I next examined the motive for the call. Its only result was that the murder was discovered that night instead of the following morning. You agree with that?
Yes. Mr. Ackroyd had given orders that he was not to be disturbed, so nobody would have been likely to go into the study.
But what was the advantage of that? The only idea I could get hold of was that the murderer, knowing that the crime had to be discovered at a certain time, could make sure of being present when the door was broken in. And now we come to the second fact. The chair pulled out from the wall.
Inspector Raglan didn't seem to place much importance on that.
Picture the scene for yourself. The chair stood in a direct line between the door and the window.
The window?
But I soon abandoned that supposition, because the chair concealed very little. But what it did conceal was a little table with magazines on it. Supposing that there had been something on that table not intended to be seen, something placed there by the murderer.
But what could that have been?
Now, we know that a dictaphone was supplied to Mr. Ackroyd. Why was no dictaphone found?
I never thought of that.
So, it was the dictaphone. But a dictaphone cannot be slipped casually into the pocket. There must have been a receptacle capable of holding it. So, the figure of the murderer is taking shape. A person who was on the scene of the crime straight away, but who might not have been if the crime had been discovered the following morning. A person carrying a receptacle into which the dictaphone might be fitted.
But why remove the dictaphone? What was the point?
Ah, you are like Mr. Raymond. You take it for granted that what was heard at 9:30 was Mr. Ackroyd speaking into a dictaphone. But consider a minute. You dictate into it, and at some later time, a typist turns it on, and the voice speaks again.
You mean?
Yes. At 9:30, Mr. Ackroyd was already dead. It was the dictaphone speaking, not the man.
And the murderer switched it on.
Or had attached to it some mechanical device to set it off at a particular time. Now we come to the footprints on the window ledge. Two conclusions were open to me. They might really have been made by Ralph Peyton, or they were made by somebody deliberately trying to throw suspicion onto him. Now, one pair of Peyton's shoes had been obtained from the three Boers by the police, and I found out that he had two pairs. If my theory was correct, the murderer must have been wearing the other pair. But if that was so, then Peyton must have had some other kind of footwear. That was why I asked your sister to find out about Peyton's boots.
Oh, but it was the color.
Ah, no. That was to obscure my reason for asking. And the first question I asked Peyton when I found him was what he was wearing on his feet that night. And he replied at once that he had worn boots. Now there is one further point. The murderer must have had the opportunity to take the dagger from the silver table.
But anyone might have done so.
No, yeah, possibly, but let us look at the figure we are building up. A person who was at the Three Boars earlier that day, who could have taken Peyton's shoes. A person who knew Ackroyd well enough to know about the dictaphone. A person who had the opportunity to take the dagger. A person who had the study to himself for a few minutes after the crime was discovered, and who had with him a receptacle for hiding the dictaphone, such as a black bag. In fact, yourself, my dear doctor.
You're mad.
No, I am not mad.
What on earth had I to gain by murdering Ackroyd?
Safety. It was you who blackmailed Mrs. Ferrars. Who could have had a better knowledge of what killed her husband than the doctor attending him? When you spoke to me that first day in the garden, you mentioned a legacy. But that was your way of accounting for the £20,000 you exacted from Mrs. Ferrars. You lost most of it in speculation, and then you put the screw on too hard, and Mrs. Ferrars took a way out that you had not expected. If Mr. Ackroyd had learned the truth, he would have had no mercy on you. You were ruined forever.
And the telephone call? You can explain that, I suppose.
I will confess to you that it was actually my greatest stumbling block when I found that a call had actually been put through to you from King's Abbot Station. And then, when I came to see your sister that morning you were over at Marby, I inquired what patients you had had on that fatal Friday. Among your patients that morning was the steward of an American liner, the Orion. Who more suitable than he to be leaving for Liverpool that evening? But on what pretext did you get him to phone through to you from King's Abbot Station? I sent a wireless message to the steward of the Orion asking him a certain question. This is his reply. Dr. Shepherd asked me to leave a note at a patient's house. I was to ring him up from the station with the reply. The reply was, no answer. It was a clever idea. The call was genuine. Your sister saw you take it. But there was only one man's word as to what was actually said. Your own.
And so what happens now?
Remember what I said. The truth goes to Inspector Raglan in the morning. But for the sake of your good sister, I am willing to give you the chance of another way out. There might be, for instance, an overdose of a sleeping draught. You comprehend me? Captain Ralph Peton must be cleared. I suggest you finish that journal of yours.
A strange end to my story. I meant it to be published as the history of one of Poirot's failures. Odd how things pan out. My greatest fear all through has been Caroline. I fancied she might guess. Well, she will never know the truth. There is, as Poirot said, one way out. What shall it be? Veronal? It would be a kind of poetic justice. Not that I take any responsibility for Mrs. Ferrars' death. It was the direct consequence of her own actions. I feel no pity for her. I have no pity for myself either. But I wish Hercule Poirot had never retired from work and come here to grow vegetable marrows.
You're mine, and I don't intend to let you go. Do you understand that? Sooner than let you go to that girl, I'll kill you!
This little piggy went to market. This little piggy stayed at home. This little piggy had roast beef. This little piggy had none. And this little piggy cried wee, wee, wee all the way home.
Hercule Poirot's Apartment, London, 1938.
Marchand, it said in your letter. It tells me very little, mademoiselle. Why have you come to see me?
My name isn't really Carla. It's Caroline, the same as my mother. I was called after her.
Caroline Le Marchand.
No, not Le Marchand. My real name is Crail.
Crail. I seem to remember...
My father was a painter, rather a well-known one.
Ah, Emmaus Crail. A great painter, some would say.
I think he was. And my mother, Caroline Crail, was put on trial for murdering him.
Ah, yes, I remember now. It was a long time ago.
16 years ago.
And your mother was found guilty.
They didn't hang her. They said there were extenuating circumstances. She was sentenced to life imprisonment, but she died only a year after her trial.
And so?
I was only 5 years old at the time. I knew there was something wrong, but nobody would tell me. I went away on a ship to live with Uncle Simon and Aunt Louise in Montreal. That's when I became Carla Le Marchand. In the end, I forgot that I'd ever had any other name.
And then, mademoiselle?
It wasn't until I was 20 that I learned the truth. They gave me the letter.
Letter?
The letter my mother left for me when she died. That's when I realised that she'd been accused of murder.
Oh, my poor child.
I don't want your sympathy. What made it so much more difficult was that I was engaged to be married.
And you told your fiancé?
Of course.
Some would not. What was his reaction?
He said it didn't matter. He didn't care.
But it matters to you.
It matters very much to me. It isn't the past that worries me, it's the future. We want to have children, you see, and we don't want to watch our children growing up and be afraid of what they may become.
Tell me, mademoiselle, how was your father killed?
He was poisoned.
And you fear for your children? And for yourself?
That's understandable, surely.
Mm-hmm. But what is it that you want of me? What can I do?
I'm not going to get married until I know what really happened. I want you to investigate the case for me.
Oh, but my dear young lady, after 16 years...
My mother was innocent.
Well, naturally, of course.
No, there's no of course about it. She left the letter for one reason, that I should know she was not a murderess, that I could be sure of it. Always.
But, mademoiselle...
No, my mother would never have told me a lie. If she says she didn't kill my father, then she didn't kill him. I know that, but I want it to be made certain, for my fiancé and for my children. And you're the only man who can do it.
But after so many years...
I know about you. It's the psychology of crime that interests you, isn't it? Not the footprints and the cigarette ends. You'll go over all the facts of the case, talk to the people who were there, and then lie back in your chair and think.
The little grey cells.
And then you will tell me what really happened.
I am honoured, mademoiselle. I will investigate your case of murder. I will find out the truth.
I knew I could trust you, Monsieur Poirot.
No. I said I would find out the truth. But if I find that your mother was guilty, what then?
I'm her daughter. I want the truth.
Bien, very well. Then tell me, where shall I begin? Who was the counsel for your mother's defence?
A very distinguished lawyer, Sir Montague de Pleach.
Not one of my great successes, I'm afraid. All the same, I think I did all that could humanly be done. One can't do much without cooperation. We did get it commuted to penal servitude. Provocation, you know. There was a lot of sympathy for her at the time.
Even so, Sir Montague, a life sentence...
Oh, if she'd stuck a knife into him or shot him, I'd have gone for manslaughter. But poison? There's the element of premeditation, you see.
What was the defence?
Suicide.
Suicide?
Only thing you could go for. But it didn't go down very well. Crail simply wasn't that kind of man. Great womanizer, great drinker, went in for the lusts of the flesh and enjoyed them. You can't persuade a jury that a man like that is going to sit down and quietly do away with himself. I was on a losing wicket from the start, and she wouldn't play up at all.
Caroline Crail?
She didn't even try to put up a fight. I knew we'd lose as soon as she went into the box. She didn't seem there half the time.
Why did she not put up a fight?
Difficult to say. She loved the fella, I suppose. I don't believe she recovered from the shock after she came to herself and realized what she'd done.
So, in your opinion, she was guilty?
Frankly, putting aside my official role in the affair, I don't think there's much doubt about it. Oh, yes, she did it all right.
But what was the evidence against her?
It was very damning indeed. I saw that from the start. First of all, there was the motive. She and Crail had led a kind of cat and dog life for years. He was always getting mixed up with some woman or another, and Mrs. Crail wasn't the meek sort who suffers in silence. There would be a flaming row, the affair would blow over, and Amias Crail would come back to her. But this time it was different.
In what way different?
The girl in question was very young, not more than 20, and she was very beautiful.
What was her name?
Elsa Greer. She was the only daughter of some manufacturer up in Yorkshire. She had money and determination, and she knew what she wanted.
She wanted Amias Crail.
She got him to paint her. Crail wasn't exactly what you'd call a society portrait artist, but he agreed to do a picture of her, and he fell in love with her. He was getting on for 40, and he'd been married a good many years. He was just right to make a fool of himself over some chit of a girl. He was crazy about her, and he wanted to get a divorce and marry her.
And Caroline Crail knew of this?
Elsa Greer wasn't the kind to let grass grow under her feet. She told her. It all blew up after lunch on the day before the murder. Amias wasn't there when it started.
You know, this would be a lovely room, if it were properly fixed. There's too much furniture. When I'm living here, I shall take all the rubbish out and just leave 1 or 2 pieces. And I shall have copper-coloured curtains, I think, so that the setting sun will just catch them through the big western window. Don't you think that would be lovely, Philip?
Are you thinking of buying this place, then, Elsa?
It won't be necessary for me to buy it.
What is that supposed to mean?
Must we pretend? Come on, Caroline, you know very well what I mean.
I've no idea.
Don't be such an ostrich. It's no good pretending you don't know all about it. Amias and I love one another. You've seen that clearly enough. This isn't your home. After we're married, I shall live here with him.
And at that point, apparently, Amias wandered in. Caroline asked him straight out.
Elsa says you intend to marry her. Is this true?
Why the devil couldn't you hold your tongue?
Then it is true.
I don't want to discuss it.
I think it's only fair to Caroline that she should be told.
Is it true, Amias? Answer me, please. I've got to know.
And, of course, he couldn't deny it.
And what was the reaction of Caroline Crail?
According to witnesses, she told Elsa that she'd kill him rather than give him up to her.
Who were the witnesses?
The governess, and an old friend of Amias, Philip Blake.
And she was convicted of poisoning her husband. Did they establish how she came by the poison?
The day before the murder, they all went to take tea with Philip Blake's brother Meredith at Handcross Manor. Crail's house overlooked the sea, and Handcross was a short distance away over the other side of the creek. Meredith Blake was a dabbler in herbs and hand-brewed medicines, and one of his little brews was coniine, spotted hemlock.
Quite an effective poison.
The next day, Meredith Blake noticed that half the contents of the bottle had gone. Got the wind up about it. After Crail's death, the police found an almost empty scent bottle with traces of coniine in Mrs. Crail's room, hidden away at the bottom of a drawer.
Somebody might have put it there.
Oh, no. She admitted to the police that she'd taken it.
Huh? For what reason?
She told them she'd thought of doing herself in. She couldn't explain how the bottle came to be empty, nor how it was that only her fingerprints were on it. That was what made it so tricky for us. If Crail had committed suicide, he'd have taken the poison from the scent bottle in her room, and his fingerprints would have been on the bottle as well as hers.
How was the coniine administered?
It was given to him in a glass of beer. Mrs. Crail got the bottle out of the refrigerator and took it down to him herself. He was painting Elsa Greer in a place they called the Battery Garden. Mrs. Crail poured out the beer, gave it to him, and watched him drink it. He tossed it down in one draught, a habit of his. Everyone went up to lunch and left him to his painting.
And who found him?
Mrs. Crail and the governess. He was dead by then. Mrs. Crail's story was that the beer she gave him was all right. The theory that we tried to put across was that he was overcome with guilt and remorse and slipped the poison in himself. It didn't wash, of course. There was the evidence of the fingerprints, for one thing.
They found the fingerprints of Mrs. Crail on the bottle?
No, they didn't. They found only his, and they were phony. She was alone with the body, you see, while the governess went to find a doctor. And what she must have done was to wipe the bottle and glass and then press his fingers on them. But she got the prints in a position in which no man could hold a bottle. The prosecution had a lot of fun with that.
The coniine must have been put into the bottle before she took it down to the garden.
There was no coniine in the bottle at all, only in the glass. It had been in one of those pipette things. The police found it crushed to splinters on the path up to the house. I don't think there is a shadow of a doubt that she did it.
And yet when she died in prison, she left a letter to be given to her daughter in which she swore solemnly that she was innocent.
I dare say she did. I'd have done the same myself.
Her daughter says that she was not that kind of person.
But what could she possibly know about it? She can't have been more than 5 at the time. Honestly, Poirot, you're not going to get anywhere with this one. She did it.
No, my friend, I cannot leave it at that. I must satisfy myself. I must talk to all those who were involved.
After 16 years? I don't even know whether they're all still alive.
Who would know?
The Crail solicitors were Jonathan and Jonathan. Old Caleb Jonathan's still around. He'd certainly know. He's retired now. Lives somewhere in darkest Essex.
The Preach made a very bad job of it. He completely misjudged Caroline Crail. He wanted her to put on a performance in court. She couldn't do that.
What kind of woman was she? It is most important that I get to understand her.
To see how she came to do what she did?
Perhaps.
She was a turbulent, unhappy creature. I knew her, of course, before she married Amias Crail. Caroline Spaulding she was then. Her mother was left a widow early in life, and Caroline was devoted to her. Then the mother married again. There was another child, a daughter, Angela. It was very sad, very painful. A typical case of adolescent jealousy.
Caroline Crail was jealous of her little stepsister?
Passionately so. There was a most regrettable incident. Poor child. Caroline blamed herself bitterly afterwards.
What happened?
She threw a paperweight at her. The baby lost the sight of one eye and was permanently disfigured.
Oh. Was this mentioned at the trial?
It was. You can imagine the effect it had on the jury. It gave the impression that she was a woman of ungovernable temper. That was not true.
How did she come to marry Amias Crail?
She was a friend of the family, and of his sister in particular. She often stayed at Alderbury. And she got to know Amos's friends from Handcross Manor nearby, Philip and Meredith Blake. Philip was a nasty, money-grubbing little brute, but Amias thought the world of him. Meredith was what we used to call namby-pamby. Liked botany and butterflies and watching birds.
And both the Blake brothers were at the house when Amias Crail was killed?
Yes, they were. Amias was like all the Crails, a restless egoist. He loved Caroline, but he never once considered her feelings. He did as he pleased. He had affairs with women, but he left them high and dry when he'd finished with them. He always came back to Caroline. She was the only woman he cared for, really. It might have gone on like that if he hadn't run into Elsa Greer.
Now tell me about her.
Poor child, poor child.
You feel like that about her?
Maybe it is because I am an old man, but I find, Monsieur Poirot, that there is something about the defencelessness of the young that moves me to tears. Elsa Greer was a spoiled child of fortune, a kind of predatory Juliet, young, ruthless, but horribly vulnerable, staking everything on one audacious throw.
Which she nearly won.
And then, at the last moment, death stepped in, and the living, ardent, joyous Elsa died also. There was left only a vindictive, cold, hard woman, hating with all her soul the person who had done this thing.
But she's still alive?
Oh, yes. She married well, Lord Ditisham. But I suspect that she is not happy.
And what has happened to the other people who were at Alderbury at the time of the murder?
Oh, they are all alive. Philip and Meredith Blake, Angela Warren.
Mrs. Crail's stepsister? She was there also?
Yes, she was. She lived with Caroline. She's become a very distinguished woman now. Travels in all sorts of weird and remote places and writes books about them. Lectures at the Royal Geographical Society, too.
And there was a fifth person, I think.
Miss Williams, the governess.
But the child's governess or Angela Warren's?
Angela's, although she used to give some lessons to little Caroline, I think.
And where was little Caroline at the time?
She was staying with her grandmother, Lady Tressilian. Is it on Miss Caroline's behalf that you are examining this case?
That is so. I must find out the truth. I intend to visit these 5 people to get from them the story of what happened.
But do you suppose, Poirot, after all this time, they will remember exactly what happened? I fear you will hear 5 separate accounts of 5 separate murders.
That is exactly what I am counting on. It will be very instructive.
Then I will do what I can to help you. Perhaps it would be best to start with Philip Blake. He is a stockbroker, very prosperous, I believe.
This little piggy went to market.
I thought you were supposed to be a famous detective.
I am grateful that I am so well known to you.
So why are you investigating something that's been over and done with for 16 years?
As I said in my letter, I am researching a book on famous crimes.
And so the whole unsavoury business is going to be raked up all over again?
It will all be treated with the utmost sensitivity. I want to recreate the past, to feel and see the events that took place, to see behind the obvious.
That damned woman killed my best friend. That's all there is to it. And if I'd acted quicker, I could have saved him.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Blake?
I take it you already know the main facts of the case?
I do, yes.
I was staying at Alderbury on that morning, the morning Amos was poisoned. My brother Meredith rang me up. He was in a fair old state. One of his hell brews was missing. It was a pretty lethal brew, and what did I do? I told him to come over and talk about it, decide what was best to be done. Decide? What I should have done was to go to Amos straight away and tell him that Caroline had pinched one of his patent poisons and that he and Elsa ought to look out for themselves.
There was no doubt in your mind that it was Mrs. Crail who had taken the poison?
Of course not. You see, Poirot, I knew Caroline very well. She wasn't the ingenue innocent she was made out to be at the time of the trial.
What was she then?
If you really want to know, she was rotten. Rotten. Through and through. She had a sweetness of manner that deceived everybody, and a frail, helpless look about her that appealed to people's chivalry. I sometimes think that Mary Queen of Scots must have been a bit like her, sweet and unfortunate and magnetic, and actually a cold, calculating, scheming bitch who planned the murder of her husband and got away with it. You've heard what she did to her sister?
Please tell me.
She couldn't bear to have a rival for her mother's affection. She tried to kill the baby with a crowbar, smash its head in. She had to be first. That was the thing she simply could not stand, not being first.
You had known her for a long time?
Since she first came to stay at Alderbury. She knew just what she was after. She gave us all the once-over. I was never in the running, the younger son with no money. She considered Meredith for a bit, but she finally settled for Amos. She realized what an extraordinary talent he had. She gambled on his being not only a genius, but a financial success as well, and she was right, of course. Do you know Amos's work?
I regret to say that I have seen very little.
There's one here in the dining room. Come and look at it. There. That's Amos.
Quite astonishing. A simple vase of flowers on a polished table, but the roses burn like fire, and the table has a life altogether of its own.
And the man who painted it was cut short in his prime because of a cruel and malignant woman.
And yet I have heard that Mrs. Crail had much to put up with in her married life.
Oh, yes. Didn't she let everyone know it? Poor old Amos. His married life was one long torment. A man like that should never have married.
He confided in you?
Well, he knew I was a loyal friend. He let me see things. But he didn't complain. He wasn't that sort of man. Never get married, old boy, he said to me once. Wait for hell till after this life.
What about his attachment to Miss Greer?
Oh, I could see she was a very different proposition from his other women the moment she appeared at Alderbury. She'd got him hooked, good and proper. Poor fool fairly ate out of her hand.
So you did not care for Elsa Greer either?
No, I did not. She was a predatory creature. She wanted Amos to be hers, body and soul. But, all the same, I think she might have been better for him than Caroline. The best thing would have been for him to have been free of all female entanglements.
But it would seem that a hermit's life was not to his taste, Tell me, was he fond of the child?
Angela? Oh, we all liked Angela. She was always game for anything. She let that wretched governess of hers a terrible life.
But was he fond of her?
Oh, sometimes he went too far, and then he used to get really mad with her, and then Caroline would step in. She always sided with Angela, and Amias hated that. There was a lot of jealousy all round, you know.
How do you mean?
Well, Amias was jealous of the way Caroline always put Angela first, and Angela was jealous of Amias and rebelled against his overbearing ways. It was his decision that she should go to school that autumn. She was furious about it. It's not that she didn't like the idea. She just couldn't stand the high-handed way in which he'd arranged it. She played all sorts of jokes on him in revenge. One night she put slugs in his bed.
Not very pleasant, that.
He was right, of course. It was time Angela got some discipline. Miss Williams simply couldn't cope.
When I asked just now if Amias was fond of the child, I referred to his own child, his daughter.
Oh, little Caroline. She was a great pet. He enjoyed playing with her when he was in the mood. But his affection for her wouldn't have deterred him from marrying Elsie, if that's what you're after.
How did Mrs. Gray behave with her?
Can't say she wasn't a good mother. It's the one thing I really regret in the whole business. I hope they managed to keep the truth from her.
The truth, Mr. Blake, has a habit of making itself known, even after many years.
I wonder.
And in the interest of truth, I am going to ask you to do something.
And what's that?
I would like you to write out for me an exact account of what happened on those last days at Alderbury.
But after all this time, I shall be hopelessly inaccurate. The police files will have all the detail you need, surely.
But I do not want bare facts. I want what you remember, happenings and words that you never mentioned at the time, because perhaps you judged them irrelevant or preferred not to repeat them.
This would not be for publication?
Oh, no. It would be for my eyes only.
Very well. I'll do it. I feel I owe it, in a way, to Amias.
It is very good of you.
Tell me, are you going to talk to the others?
I do not know whether it will be possible.
You could try my brother, of course. He still lives down there in Devon at Handcross Manor, and it's next to Alderbury. In fact, he's never lived anywhere else.
This little piggy stayed at home.
That's Alderbury there, across the creek. Fine old house. 16 years ago. And you say that little Carla's a grown-up woman now. I can hardly believe it.
Time flies swiftly, does it not?
Too swiftly.
As you will have seen from Miss Crale's letter, she is very anxious to know everything about the sad events of the past.
Why? Why rake up everything again? How much better to let these ghastly things all be forgotten?
You can say that because you know the past all too well, but Carla Crale only knows the story as she learned it from the official accounts of the trial.
Yes, I was forgetting that. Poor child, the reports are so soulless, so callous.
And they tell nothing of the characters in the drama, of the extenuating circumstances.
That's just it. The extenuating circumstances. One has to admit that Amias's conduct was frankly outrageous.
Not the way you would expect a well-bred, decent man to behave,
Not by my standards of conduct. But of course, Amias was no ordinary man. He was a painter, and that was all that counted. When he was painting a picture, nothing else mattered. He was like a man in a dream, completely obsessed.
And that is why this particular situation arose,
Just so. He was in love with Elsa Greer. He wanted to marry her. He was prepared to leave his wife and child for her. But he'd started painting her picture down here, and he was determined to finish it. He couldn't see anything else. And the fact that the situation was perfectly impossible for the two women concerned doesn't seem to have occurred to him.
Did either of them understand his point of view?
Well, Elsa did, I suppose. It was her portrait, and she was terrifically enthusiastic about it. But it was a difficult situation for her, naturally. And as for Caroline...
it must have been impossible for her.
I was always fond of Caroline. There was a time when I hoped to marry her, but that was nipped in the bud. I couldn't compete with Amias. Still, I remained devoted to her service.
You must have resented the situation on her behalf.
Oh, yes, I most certainly did. I actually remonstrated with Amias about it.
When was this?
It was the day before it all happened. They all came over here to tea. I took Crale out onto the terrace and told him he wasn't being fair to either of the women. If he meant to marry the girl, he ought not to have her staying there in the house, flaunting her in Caroline's face.
And what did he say to that?
Frankly, Meredith, Caroline will have to lump it.
But you're making her suffer, man. Don't you see that? And what about the girl? It's a pretty rotten position for her.
She'll just have to lump it too. What you don't seem to understand, Mary, is that this thing I'm painting is the best thing I've ever done. It's good. It's different. And a couple of jealous women aren't going to upset it. No, by hell they're not.
But for heaven's sake, don't you have any human decency? Painting isn't everything.
It is to me.
Frankly, Amias, the way you've treated Caroline is disgraceful.
Do you think I don't know that? I've given Caroline the hell of a life, and she's been a saint about it. But she knew when she married me what she was letting herself in for. I told her just what kind of egotistical, lecherous bastard I was.
But that doesn't excuse anything. And why did it have to be broken to Caroline in such a heartless way? Wouldn't it have been better to have waited a while?
I couldn't agree more, old chap. I didn't want it that way. It was Elsa who insisted on spilling the beans.
She's too young to know what she's doing. She's going blindly into this thing without giving it a thought, and she might regret it bitterly afterwards. Can't you just pull yourself together, make a clean break with Miss Greer and go back to your wife?
You're a good fellow, Mary, but much too sentimental. You wait until the picture's finished, and you'll see that I was right.
Evidently, Amias Crail was an incurable optimist.
He was the kind of man who doesn't take women seriously. I could have told him that Caroline was desperate.
Did she tell you so?
Not in so many words. But I shall always see her face as it was that afternoon, white and strained with a kind of desperate gaiety. She talked and laughed a lot, but her eyes... there was a kind of anguished grief in them that was the most moving thing I have ever known.
And this was on the afternoon that you showed everyone round your laboratory, The day before the murder?
Yes. I ought to have suspected something, I suppose. It was Caroline who turned the conversation to my little hobby.
But what do you actually do with all these deadly little brews you concoct, Meredith?
Oh, some of them are quite harmless. Dandelion tea, for example, or valerian, which can ease nervous tension.
Oh, that's the stuff that smells of cat's pee.
The ancients used to call it all-heal. Of course, it's important to gather the plants at the right time. In the old days, certain plants were only gathered when the moon was full.
Was that when they wanted to produce something particularly deadly?
Well, there are certain plants that have to be picked at the right time for them to be effective. The spotted hemlock, for instance. It flowers only every second year.
Hemlock? Isn't that what they made Socrates drink?
Yes. He raised the cup to his lips and asked the gods to prosper his journey to the other world. He walked about until his legs began to fail, and the poison slowly stole through his body until it reached the heart. His last words were, "Crito, I owe a cock to Asclepius. Will you remember to pay the debt?"
And have you actually made hemlock yourself?
Hemlock, belladonna, all sorts of deadly potions. Come into the laboratory. I'll show you.
Who went with you into the laboratory?
Amias didn't come. He sat out there watching the light over the sea. But all the rest did.
And they were?
Caroline, of course, and Philip, Angela, and Elsa Greer.
That was all?
Yes, I think so. Who else should there be?
Well, I thought perhaps the governess...
Oh, I see what you mean. No, she wasn't there that afternoon. Her name's gone right out of my head. Nice woman. But Angela worried her a good deal, I think.
Why was that?
Well, she was a nice kid, but she was inclined to run wild. She played some sort of trick on Amias, and he went up in smoke. Insisted that she was sent away to boarding school.
Did Angela take kindly to the idea of boarding school?
No, she didn't. She was furious with Amias, but his mind was absolutely made up.
And when was she to go to school?
The next term, the autumn term. They were getting her things together. There was an argument about her packing on the morning of Amias's death.
And what about the governess?
How do you mean?
Well, she cannot have been very pleased with the idea. After all, she was being deprived of a job.
Yes, I suppose you're right. They wouldn't have kept Miss Williams on just to look after little Carla. Miss Williams! Of course, that's the name. Funny how things come back when you talk about them.
And you are now back in the past, are you not? Huh? You relive the scenes, the words that people said, their gestures, the expression of their faces.
I certainly remember a row I had with Elsa Greer, just after I learned that Amias was going to leave Caroline. I tried to point out that it was a pretty rotten thing to do.
Oh, Mary, you're so old-fashioned. If two people aren't happy together, then it's better to make a clean break. Amias and Caroline go at one another like cat and dog all the time. Is that any kind of atmosphere for Angela and Carla to be brought up in?
I felt all the time that she didn't really know what she was talking about. She was just rattling off things she read about in books. It's a queer thing to say, but she was pathetic somehow. So young and so self-confident. There is something about youth that can be so terribly moving.
How interesting that you should say that.
That's partly, I think, why I tackled Crail. He was nearly 20 years older than the girl. It didn't seem fair, but my interference achieved nothing.
Do you still have your laboratory of medicines and potions?
No. I abandoned it all, dismantled the place. How could I go on with it after what had happened? The whole thing, you see, might be said to be my fault.
Oh, no, surely not, Mr. Blake. You're too sensitive.
But don't you see? I told them all about those damn things. I boasted about the care I took in making them. I even pointed out that damned quinine.
Did they find any fingerprints on the bottle?
Yes, hers.
Not yours?
No, I didn't handle the bottle, you see. Only pointed to it. And I'd given everything a thorough cleaning about 5 days previously.
You kept the room locked up?
Invariably.
And when did Caroline Crail take the quinine from the bottle?
She was the last to leave the room.
But did you see her take it?
No, I had my back to her. I was talking to Elsa Greer. I called her, I remember, and she came hurrying out. Her cheeks were just a little pink, and her eyes were wild and excited. Oh, God, I can see her now.
Did you discuss the situation at all with her that afternoon?
There was one moment when we were more or less alone together. I asked her what was the matter. A stupid question.
Everything's the matter. Everything's gone. Finished. I'm finished, Mary.
And I'll tell you this, Monsieur Poirot. When Caroline Crail said at the trial that she took the stuff for herself, I'll swear she was speaking the truth. There was no thought in her mind of murder at that time. I swear there wasn't. That came later.
Are you sure that it did come later?
I beg your pardon. I don't quite understand.
I asked you whether you are sure that the thought of murder ever did come. Are you perfectly convinced in your own mind that Caroline Crail did deliberately commit murder?
But, my dear man, if she didn't...
Well, if she didn't?
I can't imagine any alternative solution. Accident? Impossible, surely.
Quite impossible, I should say.
And I can't believe in the suicide theory. It had to be advanced, but it was quite unconvincing to anyone who knew Crail.
Quite so.
So what remains?
There remains the possibility of Amyas Crail having been killed by somebody else.
But that's absurd.
You think so?
I'm sure of it. Who would have wanted to kill him? Who could have killed him?
You are more likely to know than I am.
Monsieur Poirot, if there were any possibility of suspecting somebody else, I would readily believe Caroline innocent. No, there's no alternative. Nobody could have murdered Amyas Crail but his wife. But he drove her to it, and so, in a way, it was suicide after all, I suppose.
Meaning that he died as a result of his own actions, though not by his own hand.
Tell me, Monsieur Poirot, have you spoken to anyone else?
Yes, to your brother Philip.
Philip is prejudiced.
Yes?
There was always a certain antagonism between him and Caroline.
Why?
How should I know why? He was annoyed, I think, when Amyas married her. Never went near them for over a year. I suppose because he was Amyas's best friend, he didn't feel that any woman was good enough.
How did your brother react to the Elsa Greer affair?
Do you know, I find it rather difficult to say. He was annoyed, I think, with Amyas for making a fool of himself over the girl. But at the same time, I have a feeling... Yes, very definitely I have a feeling that he was just faintly pleased at seeing Caroline let down.
And after the tragedy?
He was terribly cut up, totally broken by it. He was terribly bitter against Caroline.
He at least had no doubts then.
None of us had any doubts. But why do you have to come along and start raking it all up again?
It is not I, but Caroline Crail.
Caroline? What do you mean?
I mean her daughter.
Ah, little Carla. I misunderstood you for a moment.
You thought that I meant that Caroline Crail would not, how shall I say it, rest easy in her grave?
Don't. I don't like to think about it.
You know that she wrote to her daughter, the last word she ever wrote, that she was innocent.
Caroline wrote that?
Yes. It surprises you?
It would surprise you if you'd seen her in court. Poor, haunted, defenseless creature.
She had given up?
No. It was more the realization that she had killed the man she loved. Or that was what I thought.
You're not so sure now?
To write a thing like that when she was dying, I am certain she would not have lied. But if Caroline was innocent... What do you think yourself, Monsieur Poirot?
As yet, I think nothing. I collect only the impressions. What kind of people they were, all those who were involved. What happened exactly on those last few days? That is what I need, to go over the facts laboriously, one by one. Your brother is going to help me there. He is sending me an account of the events as he remembers them.
You won't get much from Philip. Things slip from his memory once they're past and done with. Probably he'll remember things all wrong.
Well, perhaps that is not altogether a disadvantage.
I'll tell you what, if you like, I could do the same. I mean, it would be a kind of check, wouldn't it?
Oh, it would be most valuable. And there is another thing I wanted to ask you. Would it be possible for me to go to Alderbury to see with my own eyes where the tragedy occurred?
I can take you over there right away.
Ah.
We won't be able to get into the place. It's a kind of hostel now. Hordes of young people come down to it in the summer, and, of course, all the rooms have been cut up and partitioned.
I am sure you will be able to convey to me how it was.
I'll do my best. I wish you could have seen it in the old days. It was one of the loveliest places I know. The quickest way is along the shore. To get to Alderbury by road, you have to go right inland and round the creek. But the quickest way from one house to the other is to row across the narrow stretch of water over there. There's always a boat on the beach.
A boat? Quite a little adventure.
We always used to come to Alderbury this way, in the old days. Unless, of course, there was a storm, or it was raining. Now, if you just take hold of the oars...
The oars, yes, of course.
I'll hop out and make the boat fast.
It was here that you always used to tie up?
There used to be a boathouse, but it's gone now. We used to walk along the shore and bathe off those rocks there. Let me give you a hand.
Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. Blake. No,
there we are.
Oh, my shoes.
Oh, dear. Well, the way to the house is up this path. Rather a steep climb, I'm afraid.
What a pleasantly secluded little spot. The canons are particularly quaint, but not genuine, I think.
Not genuine at all. This is what Amias called the Battery. He always liked to work here if he could. There used to be a tumble-down shed where he kept his painting muck and some bottled beer and a few deck chairs. There used to be a bench and a table, but it hasn't changed much.
And it was here that it happened?
He was sprawled out on the bench, just there. He would often lie like that when he was painting, just fling himself down and stare, and then suddenly up he'd jump and start laying the paint on the canvas like mad. That's why, you know, he looked almost natural, as though he might be asleep, just dropped off. But his eyes were open and he'd just stiffened up. Quinine sort of paralyzes you, you know. There isn't any pain. I've always been glad of that.
And he had been painting that morning?
Yes. Elsa was sitting on the battlements. There's another bench further up the path towards the house. I was sitting up there for part of the morning. I could see them both. He wouldn't come up to lunch, so I took Elsa in and we left him there staring at the painting. I suppose Elsa and I were the last ones to see him alive. It must have been coming on then. He looked... I'd rather not talk about it. I'll write it all down for you. It's all coming back to me. Ghosts everywhere. I'll take you up to the house, then we'll go back. There's something I want you to see.
You mean to say that you actually bought the picture he was painting when he died?
I just couldn't stand the idea of its being sold for, well, for its publicity value. A lot of dirty-minded brutes gaping at it. I wanted it here, in my house. Amias said it was the best thing he'd ever done. It was practically finished. He only wanted to work on it another day or so. Anyway, see for yourself. There she is, Elsa Greer.
So much vitality, such passionate youth. This is what he saw in her. There is a kind of magnificent arrogance.
She was so young.
Yes, Mr. Blake, but youth is strong. Youth is crude. And youth can often be cruel.
Is that how she strikes you?
She looks like a woman who is too much alive. Where is she now?
Married to a chap called Lord Disham. An amateur poet, amongst other things. They live in great style in a house in Mayfair. Money, no object.
This little piggy had roast beef.
What is it you want of me, Monsieur Poirot?
I wish you to go over the past of 16 years ago. Are you sure it would not be too painful for you?
No, not painful. In a way, I wish it were.
Why is that?
It's so boring and stupid, never to be able to feel anything.
At all events, Lady Disham, it makes my task very much easier.
I don't think there is anything that could hurt me now. I knew that all those years ago at the time of the trial. God, how that old brute de Pleach went for me. But he didn't get the better of me. I enjoyed fighting him.
Even in a trial for murder?
I hope I'm not upsetting your illusions, Monsieur Poirot. A girl of 20 having an affair with a man twice her age. I suppose I ought to have been agonized with shame or something. I wasn't. I didn't care what they said to me. I only wanted one thing.
And what was that?
To get her hanged, of course.
You hated her so much.
Oh, yes. And the passing years have done nothing to change my hatred for her. She knew that Amias loved me, that he was going to leave her for me, and she killed him so that I shouldn't have him.
You do not understand or sympathize with jealousy, Lady Disham?
No, I don't think I do. If you've lost, you've lost. If you can't keep your husband, let him go with a good grace. It's possessiveness I can't understand.
You might have understood if you had married Amias Grail.
I don't think so, Monsieur Poirot. There's something I want you to know. Don't think that Amias seduced an innocent young girl. It wasn't like that at all. I met him at a party and I fell for him. And I knew I had to have him.
Although he was married?
I wasn't the sort to be put off by signs saying trespassers will be prosecuted. If he was unhappy with his wife and could be happy with me, then why not? We've only one life to live.
But it has been said he was happy with his wife.
No. They quarrelled all the time. She nagged the life out of him. She was a horrible woman.
It was a great tragedy.
Yes, it was a great tragedy. It killed me. Do you understand? It killed me. Ever since there's been nothing. Nothing at all. Absolute emptiness.
Did Amias Grail mean so much to you?
Everything in the world. I loved him. I would have made him happy. I want to show you something. To show how we felt about one another, Amias and I. I have kept this letter from Amias with me always. Read it.
Elsa, you wonderful child. I have never known anything so beautiful.
And yet I'm afraid I'm too old for you. A middle-aged, foul-tempered devil. I'm no good apart from my work. The best of me is in that. There. Don't say you haven't been warned. But what the hell, my lovely, I'm going to have you all the same. I'd go to the devil for you, and you know it. And I'll paint a picture of you that will make a fat-headed world hold its sides and gasp. I'm crazy about you. I can't sleep. I can't eat.
I am yours forever, Elsa. Yours till death.
Yours till death. And that was 16 years ago. And I'm still alone. Oh, if only you knew. If only you could understand.
But that is exactly what I want to do. To see what happened through your eyes. Mr. Philip Blake is writing me a careful account of everything. So is his brother Meredith. Now, if you...
You'll get nothing from them. Philip was always stupid. Meredith used to trot round after Caroline, though he was quite a dear. But as for the truth... Would you like the truth? Would you like me to write it for you, to show you what she was? She killed him. She killed Amias, who wanted to live so much. Hate ought not to be stronger than love, but her hate was. And my hatred for her is... Yes, Monsieur Poirot. I will write down what happened. But it won't be like the other accounts. Who else are you going to ask?
I had thought of talking to the woman who was governess there at the time, a Miss Williams, I believe her name was.
I vaguely remember her. A mousy little creature. The kind who never asks anything out of life because she knows she's never going to get it. She won't be able to tell you anything, Monsieur Poirot.
This little piggy had none.
It's good to have news of little Caroline after all these years. I'm glad she's turned out well. Tell me, is she artistic?
I think not.
That's one thing to be thankful for.
There is something I would like to ask you about her, Miss Williams. Whenever I have mentioned her name, the response always comes as a vague surprise, as though the person to whom I am speaking has forgotten altogether that there was a child. Now, can you explain that?
You've put your finger on a vital point, Monsieur Poirot. Mr. and Mrs. Crail were so wrapped up in one another that there were times when nobody seemed to notice that little Caroline existed. I don't mean that she was neglected in any way, but for all her care for her daughter, the only thing that really mattered in Mrs. Crail's life was her husband. She existed, one might say, only in him and for him.
You mean that they were more like lovers than like husband and wife?
You could certainly put it that way.
He was devoted to her as she was to him?
They were a devoted couple. But he, of course, was a man.
Oh, you hold no brief for men?
Men have the best of this world. I hope that it will not always be so.
You did not like him, Miss Crail?
I did not like him, nor did I approve of him. If I were his wife, I should have left him. There are things that no woman should put up with.
You liked Mrs. Crail?
I was very fond of Mrs. Crail, very fond of her, and very sorry for her.
And your pupil, Angela Warren?
She was a remarkable girl. One of the most interesting pupils I've ever had. A really good brain. I always hoped that she would accomplish something worthwhile, and she has. You've read her book on the Sahara. And she investigated those very interesting tombs in the Fayoum. I shall always be proud that I helped to stimulate her mind and encourage her taste for archaeology.
I understand that it was decided to continue her education by sending her away to school. You must have resented that.
Not at all, Monsieur Poirot. I thoroughly concurred with it. Angela was a dear girl, really a very dear girl. Warm-hearted and impulsive. But she was also what I call a difficult girl. That is, she was at a difficult age.
The age when a girl is neither a child nor a woman.
Exactly. One moment Angela would be sensible and mature, quite grown up, in fact. But a minute later she would relapse into being a spoiled child, being rude and losing her temper and playing mischievous tricks. You've heard, no doubt, of the things she did to Mr. Grail.
Like putting slugs in his bed?
Yes. He had a particular aversion for slugs. And there was another thing which really annoyed him. He had a habit of tossing down his drinks in one gulp, and she once put a lot of salt into his glass. The whole thing, of course, acted as an emetic, and he was speechless with fury. But the slugs were the last straw.
And that was why she was sent away to school?
Yes. He said he wasn't going to put up with any more nonsense. Angela was terribly upset, although she'd said more than once that she wanted to go to boarding school. But she chose to make a huge grievance of it, and she would hit out at Mr. Crail whenever it took her fancy to do so. It wasn't really serious, you understand, but it made a kind of undercurrent to everything else that was going on.
Ah, you mean Elsa Greer?
Exactly. Elsa Greer.
And what was your opinion of her?
I had no opinion of her at all. A thoroughly unprincipled young woman.
Mr. Crail's death must have been a terrible shock to her.
Oh, it was. And she herself was entirely to blame for it. I don't go as far as condoning murder, but all the same, Monsieur Poirot, if ever a woman was driven to breaking point, that woman was Caroline Crail. I tell you frankly, there were moments when I would have liked to murder them both myself. She was goaded beyond endurance, and I, for one, do not blame her for what she did.
You were with Mrs. Crail when she found her husband's body, I believe.
Yes, she and I went down from the house together after lunch. Angela had left her pullover on the beach after bathing, or else in the boat. She was always very careless about her things. I parted from Mrs. Crail at the door of the Battery Garden, but she called me back almost at once. I believe Mr. Crail had been dead over an hour. He was sprawled on the bench near his easel.
And how did Mrs. Crail seem? Was she terribly upset?
What exactly do you mean by that, Monsieur Poirot?
I am asking you what your impressions were at the time, Miss Williams.
Oh, I see. She seemed quite dazed. She sent me off to telephone for the doctor. After all, one couldn't be absolutely sure he was dead. It might have been a cataleptic seizure.
So, you went and telephoned?
I'd gone halfway up the path when I met Mr. Meredith Blake. I entrusted my errand to him and returned to Mrs. Crail. I thought, you see, she might have collapsed.
And had she?
Mrs. Crail was quite in command of herself. She was very different from Miss Greer, who made a very hysterical scene.
What kind of scene?
She tried to attack Mrs. Crail.
You killed him! You poisoned him! You crazy, jealous bitch! You wanted to keep him all to yourself!
And Mrs. Crail, how did she react to that?
I cannot tell you what she felt or thought at that moment.
No, but how did she seem?
Stunned and frightened, I think. But that is natural enough.
Natural enough. Perhaps. What view did she adopt officially as to her husband's death?
Suicide. She said very definitely from the first that it must be suicide.
And did you believe that, Miss Williams?
No, I did not. But please understand, Monsieur Poirot, that my sympathies were entirely with Mrs. Crail.
You would have liked to see her acquitted?
Most certainly I would. Whatever she may have done, hers was not the blame.
So you can sympathize very well with her daughter's feelings about her mother?
Of course I can.
Would you have any objection to writing out a detailed account of the tragedy?
For her daughter to read?
Yes. Oh, I dare say it would have been preferable if the truth had been kept from her.
No. It is always better to face the truth. Once she knows about it, she'll be able to put it behind her and go on living her own life.
But you see, mademoiselle, there is more to it than that. She not only wants to know what happened, she wants her mother to be proved innocent.
Poor child.
Is that what you think?
To wish to find her mother innocent is a natural hope.
You do not consider that there is even a possibility that Mrs. Crail was innocent?
Monsieur Poirot, what is the point of going against the facts?
But can you really be so certain?
Yes, Monsieur Poirot. It doesn't matter my saying this now, so long afterwards. You see, I happen to know that Caroline Crail was guilty.
But how? Tell me.
No, I cannot tell you, but I will write it.
Very well, mademoiselle. I shall await your account with the greatest interest.
Is it your intention to talk to Angela Warren?
She is to deliver a lecture to the Royal Geographical Society in 3 days' time. I hope she will agree to talk to me.
She is a brave woman, but then she always was. Ever since that dreadful accident which left her half blind. Please remember me to her.
The last of my little pigs. But this time, the rhyme is not appropriate. I am sure that Angela Warren would not have cried wee, wee, wee all the way home.
Of course, Carla's right to try and prove her mother was innocent. Caroline didn't do it. I've always known that.
You surprise me very much, Mademoiselle Warren. Everybody else I have spoken to...
They didn't know her as I did. I don't care about the circumstantial evidence. I just know quite simply and definitely that my sister couldn't have killed anyone.
Can one say that with certainty of any human creature?
In most cases, probably not. But as far as Caroline was concerned, there were special reasons. Reasons which I have a better chance of appreciating than anyone else could. You see the scar on my face? I know you've been politely trying not to notice it, but take a good look at it. Monsieur Poirot, I have lost the sight of my right eye. It was Caroline's doing. And that is why I'm certain. I know that she didn't do the murder.
It would be a convincing argument to the contrary for many people.
It was used in that way at the trial, I believe, as evidence that Caroline had a violent and ungovernable temper. Because she had injured me as a baby, the prosecution urged that she would be equally capable of poisoning an unfaithful husband.
Well, I at least appreciate the difference, mademoiselle. A sudden fit of ungovernable rage does not lead you first to steal a poison and then use it deliberately the following day.
Oh, that's not what I mean at all.
No?
Suppose that you are a person normally affectionate and basically kind, but that you are also liable to intense jealousy. And suppose that at a time in your life when self-control is most difficult, in a fit of blind rage you come near to committing what is in effect murder. Think of the horror that would seize on you once that fit of rage was over.
I understand.
Caroline was haunted, continually haunted by the fact that she had injured me. It coloured everything she did. Nothing was too good for me. In her eyes, I must always come first. Half the quarrels she had with Amias were on my account. I was inclined to be jealous of him and played all kinds of tricks on him. I pinched cat stuff to put in his drink and once put a hedgehog in his bed. But Caroline was always on my side and was always watching herself, always on guard that something of that kind might happen again.
And yet she was heard on several occasions threatening to kill Amias Crale.
That's just it. She felt that if she were violent enough in speech, she wouldn't be violent in action. It was her way of giving it a natural outlet. She and Amias used to have the most fantastic quarrels.
Like cat and dog, it was said.
What nobody appreciated was that they enjoyed quarrelling. Living that way with continual rows and making up was their idea of fun. Do you see what I mean?
I see perfectly. May I ask you, mademoiselle, what were your own feelings at the time?
It was like a terrible nightmare. Caroline was arrested about 3 days after the murder. But her only concern was for me. She wanted me kept right away from it all. She got Miss Williams to take me away to relations almost at once. The police had no objections. And when it was decided that my evidence would not be needed, arrangements were made for me to go to school abroad.
And were you abroad when the verdict was given?
They wouldn't let me go near her. Caroline wouldn't allow it. I never saw her again.
Tell me, mademoiselle, what do you think really happened?
I suppose that, as Caroline said, Amias must have committed suicide.
What? Is that likely? From what you know of his character?
Very unlikely. But what other explanation is there?
You cannot see one?
You mean one of the other people killed him? That it was cold-blooded murder?
It is a possibility that we should consider. Who of those intimately concerned would have wanted to get rid of Amias Crale? Elsa Greer, Meredith Blake, Philip Blake? Yes, Miss Warren? You have something to say about Philip Blake?
Do you know the way things suddenly come back to you? After years, perhaps. Things that didn't mean anything at the time, perhaps because you were too young. And then they suddenly fall into place.
I understand what you mean, mademoiselle.
Some time ago, I was staying at an hotel. As I walked along a corridor, one of the bedroom doors opened and a woman I knew came out. It was not her bedroom, and she registered the fact plainly on her face when she saw me. And then I knew the meaning of the expression I had once seen on Caroline's face at Alderbury, when she came out of Philip Blake's room one night.
But that is quite astonishing. From Philip Blake himself, I got the impression that he disliked your sister and had always done so.
I can't explain it, but there it is.
I felt at the time that his animosity did not altogether ring true. Meredith Blake told me that his brother did not go and see Amias and Caroline for nearly a year after they were married. Could it have been because he was jealous?
I can't tell you. I don't understand it. You see, I've no experience in love affairs. They haven't come my way. I thought it might just have some bearing on what happened.
It certainly puts things in a very different light. But will it help to prove your sister's innocence?
I am certain that she didn't do it, Monsieur Poirot.
How can you be so sure?
After the verdict, she wrote me a letter. I have never shown it to anyone. but I think I would like you to read it. It may help you understand the kind of person she was.
And have you found out the truth about what happened?
That would be a little too much to hope for at this stage, Mademoiselle Carla.
So what have you found?
I have received the 5 statements about the murder. Mr. Caleb Jonathan prophesied that I would find 5 different accounts of 5 different murders, and yet, although the angle of each is different, everyone is agreed on the main facts.
You mean they all agree that my mother killed my father? Doesn't anyone think she was innocent?
But it is the facts which interest me, mademoiselle. Are they necessarily what everyone believes them to have been? Each of the accounts contains something which does not quite fit into the picture.
What kind of things?
The first concerns the morning of the murder. It is Meredith Blake's account of how he came to find that the quinine was missing.
I had slept very badly. After a long wakeful period, I fell into a heavy sleep about 6 a.m. and woke up at about 9:30. I thought I heard movements in the laboratory. I went down and I found the window sash raised a little way. It had probably been left from the day before, and the sound I heard had almost certainly been a cat. It was then that I noticed that the quinine jar was nearly empty.
A cat? Very curious, don't you think?
I don't see what it's got to do with anything.
It interests me. But let us see what Philip Blake has to say about that morning. He also slept late.
By the time I came down, the dining room was empty. I went to see if I could find anybody outside and encountered Miss Williams running about looking for Angela. I went back into the hall. I could hear Caroline and Amias having a great set-to in the library.
You and your women! I'd like to kill you! Someday I will kill you!
Now it seems that Elsa Greer also overheard this conversation, but a rather different one.
Understand this, Caroline. Nothing's going to stop me.
Do as you please! I've warned you!
What's that supposed to mean?
You're mine! And I don't mean to let you go! Sooner than let you go to that girl, I'll kill you!
And then the phone rang in the hall. It was Meredith Blake. He told his brother about the missing quinine. They agreed to meet at the landing stage, and they walked up towards the house, discussing what they should do.
As we came up to the Battery Garden, we could hear Caroline and Amias having a disagreement of some kind. I think that Caroline was pleading with him not to send Angela off to boarding school.
It's very hard on the girl. Can't you see that?
Amias, however, was adamant, shouting out irritably that it was all settled. He'd see to her packing. Elsa came down the path at that moment, and as Amias clearly wanted to get on with the sitting, I went on up the path and sat myself on a bench overlooking the Battery, watching Elsa as she stood posing for Amias.
Can't you keep still, damn it? Must you wave your arms about like that?
I've been holding this pose for simply ages. I'm stiff.
You're not nearly as stiff as I am. Must be muscular rheumatism.
You poor old man. Don't tell me I'm taking on a creaking invalid.
But what about the actual poisoning? What do they have to say about that?
Elsa Greer says that your mother poured the bottle of beer into your father's glass and stood there watching him drink it.
Amias drank it down the way he always drank beer, pouring it down his throat in one draught.
Everything tastes foul today. At any rate, it was cold.
And even then, when he said that, no suspicion entered my head. I just laughed and said liver. It never occurred to me that there was something wrong with the beer. If I'd known, if I'd realised, perhaps the doctor would have saved him. It's no good thinking of that now.
But what difference does any of this make? It doesn't change anything.
You do not see.
The facts are still exactly the same. What about Miss Williams? She wasn't as closely involved as the others. Didn't she notice anything?
In many ways, her account is the most interesting of all. For example, she tells of a violent quarrel between your father and Angela on the night before the murder.
I've no doubt that Angela sensed the tension in the air and that it reacted on her as much as anyone else. It all ended with her flinging a paperweight at Mr. Crail and dashing out of the room.
A paperweight?
Curious, is it not?
On the morning of the murder, I went into Angela's room before going down to breakfast, but she was already up and out. I picked up a torn skirt which she'd left lying on the floor and took it down with me for her to mend. She had already gone out, and I went in search of her. Her bathing dress was missing, and accordingly I went down to the beach. There was no sign of her, so I conceived it possible that she'd gone over to Handcross Manor. I did not find her there, and I eventually returned. Angela was in the conservatory by the refrigerator and was taking out a bottle of beer. Mrs. Crail came up from the Battery to get a drink for her husband.
Amy says he wants one that's cold.
It is difficult to know whether I should have suspected anything from Mrs. Crail's manner, but I must admit that at that moment I was intent not on her, but on Angela. I am glad to say that she looked red and rather guilty.
Miss Williams is certain that my mother did it, isn't she?
I'm afraid that she is, and she believes that she has positive proof.
What kind of positive proof?
You must forgive me, mademoiselle, but for the moment I wish to keep that to myself. I need to give it some thought.
So all we're left with is Aunt Angela.
And she, unfortunately, has only the most indistinct memories of that time.
I've just a vague recollection of summer days and isolated incidents. But I couldn't say for certain what summer they happened, even.
Does she give any reason at all why she's so sure my mother didn't do it?
Yes, she does. There is a letter which your mother wrote to her from prison. Angela considers it to be a proof of her innocence.
Can I see the letter?
I shall ask her to bring it to a little reunion I'm planning.
A reunion?
I propose to hold a little gathering at Handcross Manor of all those who were at Alderbury at the time of the murder. I have written to Mr. Meredith Blake.
May I come?
Of course, mademoiselle. And I have asked Mr. Blake to hang on the wall Amias Crail's portrait of Elsa Greer. It seemed appropriate.
So that my father can be there in spirit?
Exactly. Oh, there is one surprising thing I learned from Elsa Greer's account.
What's that?
After the trial, Meredith Blake asked her to marry him.
Oh.
Strange, is it not?
But nothing has changed. I feel like a schoolgirl again.
I'm so very proud of you, my dear. To think that a pupil of mine...
You must be Miss Williams.
And you are Carla. What a very happy occasion this would be if it were not for the macabre circumstances.
Couldn't agree more. What the devil is all this, Poirot?
Let us call it an excursion into the past, an excursion where we shall finally lay the ghosts. For who is to say that Amias and Caroline Crail are not here, listening and waiting?
Your last witness is here, Monsieur Poirot. Lady Dittisham.
I hope I have not kept you waiting, Monsieur Poirot.
It was very good of you to come, madame.
I wouldn't have known you, Angela. How long is it?
16 years.
Yes, it is 16 years since the events of which we are to speak. 16 years. A long time for the ashes to settle on a murder.
I hope you're not going to subject us to a flowery speech, Poirot. If we must go into it all again, let's get it over as quickly and painlessly as possible. We all know what happened, so why don't we skip the preamble?
Very well, Mr. Blake. You say we all know what happened, but are the facts as generally accepted really correct? For example, you have stated that you hated Caroline Crail, but I have reason to believe that you were violently attracted to her.
What the devil do you mean by that?
She was observed coming out of your room at Alderbury at a somewhat compromising hour.
Who told you that?
Does not matter who told me.
It makes no difference to anything. Yes, I'd always been in love with Caroline, but she never took the least notice of me. Then when Amias lost his head over Elsa Greer...
Yes, Mr. Blake?
Caroline was in a mood when a woman can very easily be won. She agreed to come to my room, and then she told me it was no good. She was Amias Crail's for better or worse, and she left me. Do you wonder that I never forgave her?
And your brother, Mr. Meredith Blake, has been cast as Caroline Crail's devoted friend, but in fact that devotion had worn itself thin by the time of the murder. It was Elsa Greer who was occupying his thoughts.
But surely this has nothing to do with the issue?
Has it not? Sadly, there are many things everyone failed to see at the time of the trial, and the first of these was that at no time did Caroline Crail protest her innocence.
Why should she? She didn't have a leg to stand on.
There are certain facts, however, that are beyond dispute. I do not think there is any doubt that it was Mrs. Crail who took the quinine from the laboratory. You have all confirmed Elsa Greer's revelation of the fact that she and Amias Crail were contemplating marriage, and Mrs. Crail's deep distress.
She behaved with great dignity. I have never seen anything like the look of scorn Mrs. Crail gave her husband.
So, now we come to the morning of the fatal day. There is a scene between husband and wife in the library. Caroline is overheard saying you and your women in a bitter voice, and finally going on to say, someday I'd kill you.
I distinctly heard her say that. I was in the hall.
So far, there is nothing that seems psychologically incorrect. Everyone has behaved much as they might be expected to behave, but now we come to something that is incongruous. Meredith Blake discovers the loss of the poison. He meets his brother at the landing stage, and they come up past the Battery Garden where Caroline Crail is having a discussion with her husband about Angela's going to school. That is correct?
Yes, that's so, but what's odd about it?
Does it not strike you as strange that 20 minutes after a terrific row when she has threatened to kill him, Mrs. Crane and her husband should be having a trivial domestic argument concerning Angela? According to Meredith Blake, the words he overheard Crail say were, "I'll see to her packing." That is right?
It was something like that, yes.
Yes, Amy said something about packing, and Caroline said something about it being very hard on the girl. Anyway, what does it matter? We all knew that Angela was off to school in a day or two.
But why should Amyas Crail pack for the girl? It is absurd. There was Mrs. Crail, there was Miss Williams, there was a housemaid.
Oh, what does it matter? It has nothing to do with the crime.
You think not? For me, it was the first point that struck me as suggestive, and it is immediately followed by another. Mrs. Crail, a desperate woman who is certainly contemplating either suicide or murder, now offers in the most amicable manner to bring her husband down some iced beer.
But surely, if she was going to kill him, that's just what she would do. Dissimulate.
You think so? Very well. Caroline Crail goes up to the house, fetches a bottle from the conservatory and takes it down to her husband. He drinks it down, and what does he say?
Everything tastes foul today.
But curious, is it not? And now we come to something which was not brought to the attention of the authorities at the time. After lunch, Mrs. Crail finds her husband dead. She sends Miss Williams off for a doctor, but Miss Williams meets Meredith Blake and asks him to telephone. She returns to the Battery Garden and... Tell us what you saw, Miss Williams.
You're sure you really wish me to do this?
Quite sure, Miss Williams.
Very well. I saw Mrs. Crail wiping the beer bottle clean with her handkerchief, and then she pressed the fingers of her dead husband onto the bottle.
You actually saw her do that?
I don't believe it.
But that settles it. That settles it once and for all.
Yes, Mr. Blake. It was the one thing which made me see that Caroline Crail was not guilty, could not possibly be guilty.
But, my
what
dear,
does Miss Williams see? Mrs. Crail wiping fingerprints from the bottle. What Mrs. Crail did not know was that the quinine was not in the bottle. The police found no trace of it. The poison was in the glass.
Then why?
Yes, why? Why did Caroline Crail try so desperately to establish the theory of suicide? The answer is quite simple. Because she knew who had poisoned him, and she was willing to do anything, endure anything, rather than let that person be suspected. Miss Warren, I requested that you bring your sister's letter. Do you have it?
Yes, I do.
I should like you to read it aloud to us.
No.
Surely.
I realize perfectly well what you are suggesting. That I killed Amyas Crail and that my sister knew it. I deny that allegation utterly.
Nevertheless...
That letter was meant for my eyes only.
It was written by my mother. I have a right to speak for her. I want that letter read.
Very well, Carla. Since you ask it, I cannot very well refuse. My darling little Angela, you will hear bad news and you will grieve. But what I want to impress upon you is that it is all right. I have never told you lies, and I don't now, when I say that I am actually happy, that I feel a peace that I have never known before. It's all right, darling. It's all right. Don't look back and regret and grieve for me. Go on with your life and succeed. You can, I know. I've told you I'm happy. One has to pay one's debts. It's lovely to feel so peaceful.
You will notice one striking omission. Nowhere is there any protestation of innocence.
There was no need for it.
Yes, Miss Warren. Caroline Crail had no need to tell her sister that she was innocent. She thought that her sister knew that fact only too well.
I don't see what you're driving at.
All Caroline Crail was concerned about was to prevent any possibility of a confession from Angela. Her sister must be encouraged to live her life, to be happy and successful. And, so that the burden may not be too great, she ends on that very significant phrase, one must pay one's debts.
What debts? What did she mean by that?
The burden that Caroline Crail had carried for so many years, ever since in a fit of uncontrolled adolescent rage she hurled a paperweight at her baby sister and scarred her for life.
And Angela threw a paperweight at Amias Crail the night before his
And
death.
she shouted that she wished he was dead. And when Caroline Crail went to get the bottle of beer on that last day, she saw Angela standing by the refrigerator with a guilty expression on her face. And after Amias's death...
You mean she thought Angela had done it?
If one accepts that assumption as true, everything else falls into place.
But if I'd done it, I wouldn't have kept silent. I'd never have let Caroline suffer for what I'd done.
Did you put anything in that bottle?
Of course I didn't.
According to his account, Meredith Blake heard sounds coming from his laboratory on the morning of the crime.
Yes. It was a cat.
You're certain?
The window was open, and there was a smell of cats about the place.
A smell of cats. And that morning Angela went bathing early, but Miss Williams could not find her on the beach. I suggest that she swam across here, got through the window, and took something from the shelf.
But it can't have been that morning. At least
Ah, you have remembered. You told me, did you not, that to play a joke on Amias Crail you once stole what you called cat stuff?
Valerian, of course. That was what I smelled.
And Miss Warren stole valerian to put in Amias Crail's beer.
But I never associated it with that day. I remember taking it. I remember going to the fridge and getting a bottle of beer. Caroline came in just as I was unscrewing the bottle. You mean to say that she thought it was me? But I didn't kill him. If I thought that she believed that, I would have spoken out. Surely you don't think that I murdered him?
Of course not. Nobody but a fool would think that.
Hercule Poirot is not a fool, Miss Williams. I know very well who killed Amias Crail. There is always a danger of accepting facts as proved which are really nothing of the kind. Let us take the situation at Alderbury. 2 women and 1 man. We have taken it for granted that Amias Crail proposed to leave his wife for the other woman, but I suggest to you now that he never intended to do anything of the kind.
Oh, but damn it all, man, we all heard him say so.
He may have said so, but many women had obsessed him while they lasted. Elsa Greer was not a woman. She was a young girl, and in love she was frighteningly single-minded. Because she herself had a deep and overwhelming passion for Amias Crail, she assumed that he had the same for her. She assumed without asking him that he was going to leave his wife.
But why should he let her go on believing that?
It is quite simple. He wanted to finish that picture.
Oh.
To Amias Crail, you see, everything is simple. He is painting a picture, slightly encumbered by what he sees as a couple of jealous, neurotic women, but neither of them is going to be allowed to interfere with what to him is the most important thing in life.
You mean that he never intended to leave Caroline at all?
Oh, perhaps in the first flash of his feelings he did talk of leaving her, but I believe that his wife was the only person he cared about at all, and I think that after that scene when Elsa proclaimed to the world at large that they were going to get married, he became seriously worried. The following morning, the morning of his death, he told Caroline that once he had finished the picture he would never see Elsa Greer again.
But I distinctly heard her say, you and your women, someday I'll kill you.
Exactly. Because she was revolted by his callousness and his cruelty to the girl. But what he did not know was that Elsa Greer had been just outside the library window and had heard every word. Imagine the shock it must have been to her to hear the truth so brutally spoken. Meredith Blake, on that afternoon when you showed your guests around your laboratory, you have stated that Caroline Crail was the last to leave.
Yes, that is correct.
And you had your back to her?
Yes.
What were you doing?
I was talking to Elsa.
Which means that she could see over your shoulder Caroline taking the poison. She was the only person who could do so. She said nothing, but she remembered it as she stood outside the library listening to Amias saying that he would get rid of her. When he came out and asked her to pose for him, she made the excuse of wanting to get a pullover and went up to Caroline's room to look for that poison.
But I thought you said that Caroline's were the only prints found on the bottle she'd put the poison in.
Elsa Greer drew off the fluid into a pipette, which was later found crashed on the gravel path. She went down to the Battery garden and squeezed it into a glass of beer which she poured out for him.
and no doubt he tossed it back in his usual way. She went back to the house, this time genuinely to fetch a pullover, and Caroline Crail took the opportunity to tackle him about Elsa.
It's very hard on the girl, can't you see that? I don't give a damn how foul Elsa's been to me. You can't treat her like this. You're being unbelievably cruel. The poor creature's in love with you.
I don't give a damn. It's got nothing to do with you. It's all settled. I'll send the girl packing. Now leave me alone and let me get on with the picture.
Of course. I remembered it all wrong. I thought he was talking about Angela.
Elsa returns, cool and smiling, and takes up the pose once more. Already she has counted upon Caroline being suspected, and the scent bottle with the traces of quinine being found in her room. But now Caroline plays into her hands completely.
She goes off to get a bottle of iced beer for Amias Crail.
And he drinks it down and says, "Everything tastes foul today." Do you not see how significant that remark is? Everything tastes foul.
Because there had been something before which had tasted wrong.
Exactly. And Monsieur Philippe, what was it that you said about Amias Crail?
That he was staggering a little, as if he'd been drinking.
It was the first sign of the quinine working.
Which confirms that it had already been administered to him some time before Caroline Crail brought him the bottle of iced beer.
And Elsa just sat there posing. I saw her. She waved to me.
And Amias Crail, a man who detested illness and refused to give in to it, painted doggedly on till his limbs failed and his speech thickened, and he sprawled there on the bench, helpless, but his mind still clear.
But did he know, do you think? Did my father realise that he'd been poisoned?
We cannot be certain. But his hand and eye were faithful to the end. Look at that picture over there. The picture of Elsa Greer. I should have realized at once when I saw it for the first time, for it is very remarkable. It is the portrait of a murderess painted by her victim. The picture of a girl watching her lover die.
Take them out of here, Meredith. Leave me alone with Monsieur Poirot.
If that is what you wish, we will wait in the sitting room.
So, what do you expect me to do, Monsieur Poirot? Confess? Because I shall do nothing of the kind. But what we say here, you and I, does not matter, because it is only a question of your word against mine.
Exactly.
I want to know, what do you propose to do about me?
I shall lay my conclusions before the proper authorities. If they consider there is the possibility of making out a case against you, they may act.
A case against me? Where is your evidence?
Oh, I know. There are only inferences, not facts. Moreover, Lady Digisham, they will not be able to proceed against anyone in your position unless there is ample justification.
I shouldn't care. If I was standing in the dock, fighting for my life, there might be something in that. I might enjoy it.
Your husband would not.
Do you think I care in the least what my husband would feel?
No, I do not. I do not think you have ever in your life cared about what any other person would feel. If you had, you might be happier.
You almost sound as if you were sorry for me.
I am sorry for you, my child, because you have so much to learn.
What have I to learn?
All the grown-up emotions. Pity, sympathy, understanding. The only things you know, have ever known, are love and hate.
I saw Caroline take the quinine. I knew she intended to kill herself. That would have simplified things. And then, the next morning, I heard Amias tell her that he really didn't care a button about me. That once the picture was finished, he'd send me packing. And do you know what was the worst of all?
She was sorry for you.
Can you understand what that did to me? It wasn't difficult to find the stuff in her room. I gave it to him, and I sat there, watching him die. I've never felt so alive, so exultant, so full of power.
And then?
What I didn't realize was that I was killing myself, not him. Afterwards, at the trial, I saw her caught in a trap. I should have enjoyed that, but I felt nothing. And she'd somehow escaped from it all. She was in a world of her own. She and Amias both escaped. They went somewhere where I couldn't get at them. But they didn't die. I died. I died, Monsieur Poirot.
Is there anything you can do to clear my mother's name?
I shall do everything I can to persuade the authorities to grant her a posthumous free pardon.
Oh, I can't tell you how grateful I am, Monsieur Poirot. I knew you were the only person who could do it.
C'est très gentil. Now you can get married without fear, mademoiselle.
I shall insist that you come to our wedding. You will come, won't you?
It will be an honor. Do you know when it will be?
In 6 months' time, I hope.
Excellent. That will give me time to take a little vacances, a holiday, where I shall leave all thought of crimes and murders far behind me. An excursion by steamer up the Nile.